Good afternoon and a happy Thursday to one and all, because it is Midweek Master Finals time. That's right, we have returned. We are already into the draft. In fact, let me make sure I added in those names. I knew I was going to forget to do something. We blame any production issues on Cal, even if he isn't working the broadcast. In fairness, we used to have a system that automatically pulled the names, but the trade-off is that we now have a system that automatically does the draft as it goes through. So boys are live drafting right now. In terms of the map pool, in terms of what we've got today, actually, let's start there. Let's start on the high level because we've got a lot happening. That's right, we've returned to chaos mode. I can't believe we're going to do this again. We've got Vortex versus Louis MT into B versus Anatan into grand finals. That is potentially 17 games today. And honestly, with some of these matchups, I wouldn't be surprised if we get close. I'm predicting like probably 14 games today. The crux is actually going to be like Louis MT or Vortex versus B Anatan. I think these series in themselves, this series to me feels like a 4-game series, possibly 5 after what we saw against Lucifer yesterday. Really comes down to whether Louis MT got his coffee straight away. But B versus Anatan, that's the series I expect to go all the way. Like, I believe in those two. There's something about them when they clash. It's just like a never-ending story. And it's such a delightful story to experience. But reminder, folks, that we have still got 20 more weeks of this as well. So I'm thinking tomorrow we'll look to probably go live with maybe 1 or 2 series casts from the early rounds. But I'm thinking maybe, just maybe, and like Hail Mary punt of an idea out there. What if we brought back... What if we brought back the low elo casts? I don't know, man. Like I always go back through a cycle where we try and we bring it back, because every time I try and bring it back, the thought process is like, there's just not an audience for this. But I think YouTube is starting to do a little bit better. Twitch obviously has been doing great for a while. Maybe it's time to revisit. Maybe like now the low ranking games have reached a point where they provide very, very entertaining experiences to watch. 1 sec, I just realized. Ugh. The music in games are very loud. I thought I turned it down more. Oh, no, I know what it is. Yeah, it's fine at that volume. It's just the intro when you get into the menu. Yeah, so look at the drafts, though. Knights Templar made it through again. Do we have Archipelago? I imagine not. If Knights Templar got through, there's no way the Archipelago did. No, Louis MC banned it out. And it was a ban by Vortex of Dry River. So we've got Gorge, Carmel, Dry Arabia, Lipany. Now, I think we played a very safe roster of maps this week. And that was kind of intentional. Because obviously there was some drastic changes with the meta guys. Obviously, Pro Scouts, no one knew what the state of that was going to be. We just had 2 new civs out of the game, new units added for other civs, different tweaks and rebalances. So like we wanted to kind of play it safe in that, you know, there's a lot for players to dissect, so we didn't want to then complicate it further by having them have to figure out God knows how many new maps that are just kind of freaky and different. But no, this should be a fun one. I just remember I need to update the title as well. I believe they're probably not going to have a delay. And let me update the title. Yeah, I've already pizzaed up. I ate my food in anticipation that this is going to be a long day. I'll probably have to make myself a milkshake as well. But no, this should be a fun one. I think the interesting thing, actually, like matchup-wise, we already mentioned that B and Anatan tends to be like an entertainer set that goes back and forth. The Vortex versus Louis, you know, there's like 2 realms of existence. I think we either get 5 games or we get 3-0. And I think if we get 3-0, it's going to be Louis. Just because of how he played against Lucifer, you know, it looked like Louis just wasn't at the steering wheel for the first 2 games. And then everything afterwards was just dictated by him in that series. If you guys haven't caught that, it's probably series of the week. Reverse sweep that got Louis MT through here into the semifinals up against the person who just eliminated his brother. So there is vengeance on the line here. Vortex obviously playing a little bit different stylistically, but I think also Vortex has dialed back the aggression a little bit to be more maybe raid-oriented and thinking about the late game, which would put him more in line with what Lucifron historically has played. Now, there is obviously the debate that Lucifron has taken a longer break, Vortex is more warmed up, and I'm aware of that. But I think Louis, you know, the guy I saw in the second half of that series, completely different beast. A scary boogeyman, if you will. But I think the boys are just prepping now. We're about to get loaded in. It's going to be Japanese versus Mongols for game number 1. Yeah. Okay, that's actually pretty cool. Japanese for Vortex. And the Mongol, I think he maybe would have preferred Mongols here. I think he's one of the players that has been doing that. Delhi, Mongols, Malians, I think has been the main focus of the Spaniards. But let's get into game, guys. No time to waste. We've got a long day. Let me pause the music. I'll also look to get predictions up for you guys. So Louis and Vortex. One and all, I predict a long day. That's right, we had to rush into this one because we are here on Grand Final Thursday for Midweek Muster, but the semifinals have to happen first. This is going to be a crazy day. Louis MT going up against Vortex, a series that after the way Louis MT performed in the second half of his quarterfinals against Lucifron, I have no doubt there is all the possibility of a slay mode here. I mean, Louis MT, if you guys didn't catch that series, the series of KPM M20, worth going and looking at. I think he looked like he just wasn't ready. And then all of a sudden, game 3, anime mode gets activated and this guy turns into a beast. Let's see if he can be the beast or the boogeyman on this map. We have got Roddick River to open us up. It is going to be Vortex on the Japanese, while Louis MT takes to the Mongols. A Mongol pick that usually I would have expected to be in the hands of Vortex, so maybe a little bit of blocker being played there. Nice bugged map. What do you mean? What's wrong with the map? What are we missing? Boar, deer. Gold. I think it's mostly fine. I've seen more egregious spawns. I mean, the new maps aren't going to be perfect. I think it's the lesson here. Woodlines are bugged. Oh, you mean because... Yeah, so I have seen this type of spawn. I don't know if this is meant to be intentional, where like the tree lines just hug the sides. I don't think it's too egregious here. Like, Vortex obviously could play Kuro to, like, connect this. There is a wrap point that maybe is a little bit frustrating, but would dive underneath the TC. So I guess it's kind of like a mini Gorge effect. Tree line density? There might be slightly more here for Louis. I think he's got, like, 2 extra rows. It's a bit hard to tell because there's a wider bush spread. Woodlines should be touching edge. You can't scout around it, which isn't intended, as I learned. Oh, what, the dev said that isn't intended? Because I can kind of dig that as a map design, right? We have that on maps like Gorge, for example. The Sacred Grove's the same way, intentionally. I don't think this is going to impact things too much, though. Usually as Japan, you're taking the defensive line. As Mongols, you're going to be trying to be more aggressive here. And as a back spawn gold, so having the option going around the woodline side probably wouldn't have changed much. And no play, by the way, out onto the ponds. I'm a bit surprised. I thought maybe Louis MT would go for this. He opted for just the classic, though. It's going to be the spear rush towards that gold vein. And Vortex did not choose to participate. Remember, Japanese is much easier for them to try and de-escalate, or should I say escalate the aggression in Dark Age because of the cheap Raxes. He didn't want to do it. What's interesting as well is this is Kura Storehouse against Mongols. This used to be very taboo because they could just burn down the farms, but you can see how close he keeps it for that reason. What surprises me is he doesn't have any interest in Koka. Koka Township was really nice against Mongols. When they do the spear opening, you just block it. But, you know, the other thing is, if Vortex suspected spear rush or suspected dock rush, Shinobi would have been great for both of those, actually, guys. Shinobi obviously just blocked the docks. There's no defense coming out there, but they just destroy Spearman. So curious to see what he's got in mind here. He did just delete the mining camp. So we've got feudal priority here for Vortex. Because I can't think of any other reason you'd just get rid of that forge. You can come out and repair it on delay. I mean, in fairness, it is fairly far out. Yeah, the gold vein is kind of merciless on the spawn. I think that's also another reason why people are rating the Mongols here. Just has... obviously a lot more agency of protection of their own gold veins and opportunities to stop your opponents. You know what I'm thinking, chat? What if we added another condition into KPMM where we just use different biomes each week? It's awkward because some maps aren't well designed on all biomes. It would be nice to add more character to the map formatting. I'm getting a little bit tired of European temperate after 4 years of it, you know? And there we go. It's going to be the Yumi opening. Yeah, very surprising here. I don't feel like many people care for the Yumi opening. It's very much you have to be against Spearman for it to even be viable. If it's just Archer spam v Archer spam, quite often the issue seems to be that Japan struggles to scale a little. Like, one thing that, like, to be fully transparent, is a bit surprising to me is that they discounted Raxes, but they didn't discount Archer ranges. Discounting Archer ranges actually would have probably solved the issue of Yuumi, which is it's so hard to scale them efficiently. So, Louis MT did just go for the standard choice of DS time. It's going to be the Keshik's follow-up. As expected here. He's baited the Yuumi. He's got to be very happy with this. And Vortex, knowing there's likely Keshik's coming, you could just go back to Rax now. Very cost-efficient if you think about it. Only 75 wood. You get into a few spears. Only negative is usually you want to be thinking stables as the game goes deeper. Most of the time, actually, Japanese players just want Mounted Samurai. Well, it looks like he might just be going for the Mounted Samurai. Outpost coming up on the goal. Yeah, this is a little bit of a polarizing order, I think, for like Louis. The fact that the Forge was forfeited, I think is because, like we mentioned, the TC spawns further away from the gold. So Vortex knew it would be difficult to get in and repair this. I think that's why he just didn't bother. It's not going to arrive, but Yuumi are there to defend. We'll be able to chase this away. Look at that, guys. Everyone moan at 1.31 movement speed. 1.38 movement speed. Yeah, these boys are fast. Keshiks are now on the way. So Vortex, he minimized the idle time on the goal. That's crucial if he wants to get the optimal timing here. Does mean that he's now going to get the outpost up. That's why Lou was diving in there. If he can slow down this outpost rush, Keshiks arrive, it's curtains. I don't think Vortex intends to do that Rax at all now. No, one outpost is a little bit loose on the defenses. Sometimes you like two here. But it's all about timing as well around the stone. He wouldn't have been able to rush double arrow slits. Louis, now you're making it a 1-1-1. Does he have the opening for this? Vortex is also playing berries, so that's kind of extending his lifeline, his source. Wait, no, dude, he's out. Oh my. He's only got 3 sheep. So Vortex had kind of a horrific rotation here. Look at Louis, he's still got 14 sheep, and he's been gathering actively only on the sheep. Big difference there. And that's huge. So Vortex really can't afford to be pushed off this berry right now. You have got farms behind, but if you're going Mounted Samurai, it's going to make your push really, really weak. Another mesh is on the way, Louis MT. I'm a bit worried for Vortex, man. We got so distracted by the spawn at the start, we didn't check sheep spawn like we normally would. But this is a critical detail. I mean, if he can't stay on the berries, he has at least got farms coming in. Each of them capable of generating about 45 resources a minute. He's got 5 of them. So that's going to be, what, 225 resources? That's not a lot, guys. That's not even 2 Mounted Samurai. In fact, that's like 1 Mounted Samurai in your villager production per minute. And even that will be stifled a bit. So really key that he holds on here. But you can see he's just desperate to not add in more units. Additional berries, the south side, deer as well would be great, but like with Keshiks here, it's just not attainable. Did he at least get... Yeah, he got Tawada, no Takazaiku. You can't really justify it here if you can't stick on the berries committed. Although the movement speed would have been nice. But here we go, floating gate coming in. Alright, perfect moment to check on predictions. 50-50, only 10 points predicted. Cheapskates, come on. Let's spend that bird feed. And Louis, I love this, man. I love this relentless aggression. It's got a smile on my face because Louis MT is a player that built up a reputation for being very greedy or late game oriented. And I think that's changed so much in the last few months. It's the classic Mongol rush. I mean, in fairness, when you're playing Mongols, do you ever want to think late game? Yes, guys. Like, fast Imperial meta is a thing. He just knows. So fortification's on the way. That's going to make it a little bit slower to break through the round, but it's only a single outpost here. Vortex is over-gathering the gold right now because he's going to need it. It's likely he's going to be shoved off of gold and need to reclaim it. And that's why you're also seeing Louis MT adding in more spears now. Spears are key here. Like, with the Keshiks, you can essentially try to tank and then bring the spears through to finish off the Mounted Samurai. I mean, Vortex, I have to wonder if actually, instead of going for Mounted Samurai here, would Yuumi have made more sense? You have wood access. It's like the only thing you do. There's going to be a sneak out, though. Check this. Hunters for the south side food. Keshik's going to go for the dive. That is ambitious from the one samurai. Tom Cruise over here needs to chill. Come on, Louis. There is no chill. He's going to keep pushing in. If he can get the stables kill, this is huge. Vortex has got the torches out, and Louis, wait, what? He switches over to the house. What? Archer's Keshik's now coming, though. So villagers are going to start getting targeted down. Yeah, Beasty. And Mount Samurai still just wasting time with the Keshik instead of clearing up the archers, which would die quicker here. It's only a 3 worker kill count so far. It's more. The idle time is big here, though. Vortex can barely afford to push units. He's about to run out of gold. He needs to get back out on there. It's actually, like, if you're Louis right now, this area you can. This is it. Without gold, it doesn't matter that he has food. Around being built, so he's going to slow down the pressure. And this is crazy. Louis doesn't know. If he just checks the south side, and this is key. The deer got sniped, I think, very early on, if I'm not mistaken, because of the risk of a deer shoving. Louis wanted to stop that, but now it means he has no info on whether gathering's happening here. Damn, what a cool game. Vortex looking a little bit less on the ropes now that he's got access. We have 5 Mount Samurai shortly. No Yumi being built, mind you, which I feel like maybe it's worth a handful here. Your economy could probably stretch to it. No, okay, there you go. Instead, he goes to the greed. He did actually sneak on the Relics home already. Well played. BNT, Rohirrim Riders again. One villager is going to get sacrificed. And back into the stables. Yeah, but he has a repair crew here. Oh, no, Shinto! A big waste of the floating gate there. And key as well, because that would have been his replacement stables. Mount Samurai peeling back, but the archer is actually sniping them down. Still, this looks like it's good enough, I think, for Vortex. He gets the repair crew out. Look at those health bars! There's no archers left, though. Unbelievable. Vortex, he may have just threaded the needle here. New Keshik's arriving, but like, there's just nothing left. Vortex. A little bit shaky on the defense for a moment there, but man, talk about min-maxing the villager health bars. I hope Japan has free healthcare. They need it. Why didn't he get rid of the tower first? I think he got tunnel vision on the stables. So something happened here. I think Louis maybe like misclicked at one point because the first ram didn't even finish the stables. It turned on the house. Might have been he was worried about this repair crew, but it's a fair point. We mentioned the gold source. Even if you allow the food, the gold is key. And yeah, Louis is now realizing the error. He's going, okay, wait, how have you still got this many Mount Samurai? How can you afford this many units? It doesn't make sense. To make matters worse, it's crazy. Louis didn't check the berries. He only checked the deer. Against Japan, that gathers better from berries very easily than they would from deer. That is wild. Now he's gathering the deer himself. He knows he's going to have to turn this into a tech up. So Vortex now able to get the Breeding Room. Shinto's art is going to get denied from gathering additional relics. This could turn out ugly fast, considering that Louis is playing out into the map for his resources, and Mount Samurai are now about to break out. The only thing I can think is Louis didn't want to target the outpost because he thought Vortex had too much gold and the food was a bigger concern. Because, like, technically attacking this area keeps stopping the berry gathering. I don't know. It just felt a little bit overly ambitious from Louis. I think when he got that initial dive past the TC, he thought the game was over. And you know how it is. Sometimes you almost enter kind of an autopilot mode of what you've got to do at that stage. Whatever it is, could have just cost him dearly. Vortex now on the way across the map. Step read out. Rushed up by 18. Wheelbarrow going to be there as well. So a lot of movement speed, which means actually if you do get dove around here, Yam plus Wheelbarrow, actually run away quite well. You can see 1.49 movement speed. Normally this matchup can turn into like Mass Keshik versus Mass Mountain Samurai. That tends to feel better for Mongol players when they've got trade. And this wasn't a trade game. This was a near stop game. It's still feasible to go Keshik. And in fairness, it's probably his best comp available now that his opponent's going Yumi. Always remember, Louis does have a slight economy lead here. It is going to matter. Which is why Vortex is now just trying to get those extra relics home. Good map control to do so as well. Like, this feels as if it's going to be a 5-relic game, actually, for Vortex. Louis has to play into the hand of Vortex. He goes to crossbows, which means the Yuumi are going to have a lot of value in these engagements. What's Louis' grand plan here? Do we just turn this into a fast imp? No, I don't think you can call it fast imp at this point. And also, it just feels too risky against Mass Mount Samurai. They are going to be diving in. Yan, you see what I'm talking about? Yan plus wheelbarrow, man. I know a lot of people say Mongols need buffs, etc., but one area they've always been Gucci in is their ability to run away with villages. Still might not be quick enough. There's not really anywhere to run here. Oh my god. He's barely on the map at this stage. At least the deer stack hasn't been found, so he's got some income to keep pushing troops. It's going to be Men-at-Arms getting added next. Keshik's holding the choke point, though. Yuumi should be getting target fired down here. Actually goes after the Yuumi Bannerman. Much harder kill, but the TC, pretty much just an extra flurry of attacks. Diving a little bit awkward here. Defense arrow, attack arrow for quite a while. Yuumi, yeah, they're at the threshold where like they just don't want hit now. So the Spearmen get more opportunities to strike back here. I think Vortex might consider just Yorishiro dropping the TC next and playing a bit of a macro game. Not fully, but to a certain degree here, just showing a layer of respect. So a lot of idle time achieved here. Vortex is definitely ahead, but he needs to be careful not to throw that away now. Crossbows are starting to arrive. The Yuumi need to actually hit that backside. They're going to trade off against the spears. Keshik's falling low, though. And Louis, he may have rushed out the base too soon. Yuumi, they're going to keep target firing on the crossbows, and there's also a bit of A-click panic here. And Vortex, I think that actually just got him full secure on the game. Louis now camping in the corner with no control. I think what happened there for Louis is, you gotta remember, he's got this resource stack out here. I think he got paranoid, and actually Vortex now knows about it. So with that in mind, Louis felt like he needed to rush onto the map, and it cost him dearly. Vortex now just in very much cozy town here. We got marketplaces getting added in. He's even setting up against the edge of the map. I don't think this is about trade right now, but obviously he needs to trade some of the resources away, especially considering he's about to have a 5-relic game. Good lord. Spanish Stallion definitely turning up in game number 1. No, +2, 1 point, what? +2 to melee? Or do you mean +2 arrow? He's got it on the way now. Sometimes it's just easy to forget about in these moments. I think Vortex wasn't entirely convinced he needed to keep Yuumiing either. Like, basically, when Louis MT had gone Spears, Keshik's type comp, Yuumi don't really need the damage upgrade. It's nice, but it's not as critical because it's just +1. Oh, sorry, +1 when you can get double because it's Spearman damage, right? So, like, it's not as critical there. It's a smaller number in the percentile calculation against speed. But when your opponent starts adding crossbows, what Vortex now realizes is, oh, actually, hold on. I need to address your range drop. And what worries me right now is Louis MT, he's blind as a bat. He doesn't know what Vortex has prioritized here. And this is going to be a rude awakening and a sad one at that. He only has 2 Keshiks left alive. The mass Yuumi double down is now overwhelming him. This game is over. Damn, what a way, what a play. No one ever expects the Yuumi double down. Probably the most memey unit in a lot of people's eyes. I'll tell you what, guys. I don't know about you, but I'm always happy to see Yuumi looking relevant. Damn. That's crazy. So let's see. No food. No map access. No map. And Mongols are coming. Cool game 1. I thought that had kind of like a knockback effect to it. Instead of just being an ordered, simple, yep, GG. This Civ counters this. Okay, so let me put out predictions on that. Game 2, where does he take us? With his draft, I don't know if you really want to go Carmel when your opponent has Knights Templar and French, but you do have China. Lipany with Byzantines, maybe? But, like, he has Shushi and Delhi. Do you just play Dry Arabia to open the draft up a bit more? Dry Arabia or Gorge? Gorge could be IU or Biz. I mean, it's awkward because at this stage, like, Vortex has a very nicely rounded draft. It's not like it has any clear weak points with this map pool. I think because this map pool, like we said, is quite tame, doesn't have as much versatility as some weeks, I think you will struggle to get, like, a gotcha now type moment until after game 2. Louis got hosed on the draft. He got Mongols, which I think is pretty good with this map draft. China's definitely high value. Byzantines is pretty good. Actually, their value has been increasing ever since Pro Scout nerf. But IU Ottoman's kind of funky. Malians has kind of fallen off as well to a certain degree because Pro Scouts is harder now. I don't think it's impossible to play Malians. I just don't know. I don't know if Farimba is still going to be that viable. But yeah, like Vortex getting Delhi when like most of the maps in this week are super Delhi dominant. And then Knights Templar look really good on several of these. Shushi as well. Just let's see. Okay, it's going to be Lipany, it's Delhi Byzantines. All right, so he's got to be cooking, man. There's got to be some idea in mind here because picking Lipany this early with Delhi still there, it had to be looming in your brain. It's like, it's probably the most obvious pick your opponent could go for. And you've tossed out one of your more powerful ones. It's not like he's thrown out a weak civ. You agree? I can tell by your bonnet language. All right, chill. Someone thinks that there are... oh, wait. Who are we going for? You either think you're Enigma from Gotham or... oh, what was that one? Was it Lie to Me? Tim Roth? You fancy yourself as a little Tim Roth? Little Timmy? All right, let me go to the Observe tab because things are being funky again as they normally are. Never seen it? Lie to Me was interesting. I think I enjoyed it more because Tim Roth is like an underrated actor. Like, imagine a show where people say things and, like, every small tick and tell, he can just read into it to know whether you're lying or not. Oh, let me flip that. One and all, we might have a problem. Vortex has picked the most powerful civ for this week's draft. Outside of HRE and Lancaster, I think this is going to be the go-to for midweek muster 20. And Vortex already off to an early lead after a surprising comeback in game number 1. LuMT trusting the Byzantines. He picks Lipany. He knew this Delhi pick had to be likely. Let's see what the Biz can do. Byzantines a civ that I think has a more delayed timing to the map than they historically did with the change to systems. Systems now require a lot of prior in the early game, folks. Usually you see 1, if not 2, under the stone because each system will now cost you 125 stone. So, like, let's talk about that change a little bit because that change mathematically is good. It's actually kind of a buff. The way it's a buff is your collective cost of systems is now lower. The way it's a nerf is your timing is, like, worse. So the whole change around systems was meant to cripple your early impact, but it buffs the scale point up to 5 in a way. And I gotta say, after what I've seen out of Byzantine players, it's definitely nerfed the opening mercenaries, but it feels like it's actually amplified their second mercenary pool. On average, I think I've been seeing the second mercenary group come out in 20, 30 seconds earlier than they used to. So yeah, Byzantines definitely lost a bit of their teeth, their sharpness early on. And you're playing against one of the sharpest and most aggressive civs in the game. Oops. One thing that would have been nice is if LuMT had got the backspawn trade post. Because then he would have at least had an extra danger option that Vortex had to be worried about. It didn't happen. And it's kind of sad for him, actually, because Sipahi or Desert Raiders would have been pretty sick against Delhi. I really like just a few Sipahi laid in, because you just go Limitana anyway, and you have this super exorbitant front line, and then the Sipahi stab over them. Yeah, I know. I need to talk to... was it Caillou that done EGC Lipany? It might have been. I don't know if he changed something, because I feel like I'm not seeing the back trade post spawn as much as we used to. And look at that. Normie build, Dome of Faith. I did see one or two players experimenting with Tower Victory the moment the patch dropped, but it feels like that just fell away immediately. Yeah, it's crazy to think that we're at a stage where Tower Victory sucks compared to the alternative. And Tower Victory didn't really have anything ruined about it. It's as good as it used to be. So it kind of says everything it needs to about the Deli. So usually second system's nice to be dropped on the stone. He had a hard choice to make here because the berries on the east of the gold. Like, it sucks because preferably you'd like to have, I think, gold plus stone on one side. That way you're basically buffing your system straight away and it's amplifying the next system quick. Look at the spawn. We got what? Berries leaning towards the corner? Okay, this is actually not too bad spawn-wise for Louis. Louis MT, who loves walling more than most people do. He's a bigger fan of walls than Trump at this stage. And this is a very wallable area. So don't be surprised if he leans into that corner hard. It's really good as well because if you have walls up, you don't have to keep anything back, which is important here because of those sacred sites. You know what's, speaking of sacred sites, you know what's a really sad matchup right now? And I'm hoping it gets figured out to be more competitive. Delhi versus Knights Templar. We've only seen a few samples of it so far, but it feels like Delhi just are very much ahead in that matchup. The reason it upsets me, I wish it was designed to be as close to 50-50 as possible because you have two civs that are competing over the same objective. And it's a mid-map objective. Like, theoretically, it should be one of the most awesome matchups possible in the game. Okay, so Vortex is going to be the Ghazi opening, but this is to be expected. Limitane already being prepped, and we are getting the cistern over on the stone now. Now, this is good. You want to see this opening of Ghazi into Limitane. Yes, your opponent's getting his better unit, but it means that your mercenaries being slower doesn't hurt. It'll only hurt now if Vortex rushes the second phase. But this is one of the funny things, is you kind of don't want to rush into a new unit type until you see what mercenary choice your opponent made. So, for that reason, Vortex might just hold the trigger and not press on it. Right? Be prepped, go archer or spears, but wait. Usually with Delhi, I feel like in this matchup, we've quite often seen them go like 1-1-1 eventually, but you want to make sure those initial transitions are valuable. And if you have to hang on Ghazi longer in the meantime, like, since when is that a bad thing? If you ask most Delhi players to pick one unit they can build, and they can only build that unit, it's going to be Ghazi. I know someone's going to react to say War Elephants, or Tower Elephants, or Tower Sultan Elephants. Yeah, but dude, you're playing a game AoE4, you're only allowed to build one unit. Are you going to build the unit you can only access from age 3 or age 4? Or are you going to choose the unit you can access from age 2? And you'll happily keep building these in the late game. We've seen, like, statistically, they do very well due to their health. A little bit of perk right here. Vortex being a cheeky son of a gun. It's like, wait, how much ping have you got? Oh, that was sick. He gets a kill. Alright, that's got to be a little bit vexing. Louis MT, he went to the spears. He done everything right. He hasn't come out onto the map in a rush. He just tried to secure his berries. And he's already been punished for it. We'll at least keep the scout away. That could have got risky if he went beyond the threshold here. We do have Archer follow-up now that he sees the Limitane. So Louis MT already prepping the javelins. But I wouldn't be surprised if Vortex has the Rax timing in mind for 30 seconds. Spears usually feel really good actually against Byzantines because the javelins are countered by them and the Limitane can't kill Ghazi if they're killing spears. I wonder, we've got Pro Scouts coming in. This food is pretty safe. So Louis at least has kind of a backup plan there if he runs out of olive oil. Doesn't feel great to just have to sacrifice olive oil gathering, but if it comes to it, he has options other than just building groves. Okay, how did you guys gamba? 67% for Vortex. Belly is a hard cookie to crack. Oh, this is cheeky. Vortex to get a good time in to just harass the final berries. He realizes it. You only have God Vision, so Not guaranteed, but he knows usually how long it would take to tap that Grand Winery. It's a good harassment. A little bit of poke. It's going to force the Acrotoy. But it's just more the idle time. And it forces more reactions, which means there's nothing stopping Sacred Sites. This is key. Right, that's why Louis MT is going to be rushing the south side one. Tourney are going to reveal themselves, so Vortex will give it over. Do we see the switch now? No. He's just going to hang on it. Okay, a little bit surprised by this. I mean, in fairness, if you just go Spearman, it does slow your comp down more. Whereas this way, you can lean a lot of resources into Ghazi for raiding. I know it's crazy. A unit called a Ghazi raider likes to raid. I think this is the other thing that's just so vexing about dealing with Delhi. So, when you think of French and why French are problematic for your average player, they attack you, and by attacking you, they keep you on your base while they're out on the map. Now, they do also add a few more villages over time, but that's a small thing in the grand scheme of it. The big thing is they just get so much resource they'll access that you want. Well, Delhi's like that, but that whole thing I was talking about where French slowly scale an eco lead is so much more oppressive against Delhi. See, at this point in the game, French would have a, what, 3 villager lead? Oh, two to 3 villages. Meanwhile, Delhi, by just capturing 2 Shaker sites, has a 6 villager lead. Just let that sink in. The value of these Shaker sites is incredible. So they're rewarded already to build units because it secures sacred sites. But then obviously on top of that, they're securing food that you can walk out on. It's just a double whammy of effectivity. See, that's an effective bunch of Limitane. I actually think I like his scale right now a lot more. Looks like no village to get picked though. Vortex slowly extending that lead. This is the awkward issue for Louis. Like, technically his army is much more scary right now, but how do you use it? This is why cavalry is so impactful at every level of play. At low levels, actually, let's start high levels. Let's work down the fruit. Let's work down from the peak of the apples on the orchard and see what's left. So at the highest level of play, it forces a defensive approach until you guarantee you have enough mass to not care. So, like we're seeing with Delhi, you can do a lot down the map. At the lowest level, I'm sorry, low levels, you just die to knights. Yeah, let's just be real here. Knights are OP. I built 15 spearmen, and he had 15 knights. I don't know why I lost that fight. I actually like this from him. He's trying to fish kills, so he just sends one in and waits in the stealth forest for a reaction. Crafty son of a gun might get a good one. Meanwhile, we have got a wrap through. Ghazi, they did actually snipe another village on the way in there. They'll find additionals here as well. Big strike. Gets out. Doesn't lose a soul. And Vortex also dodges death over here. Come on. It's so hard to catch this guy off guard. Especially with this. I like... Okay. So... Let me pose a... Why do Delhi get extra vision on their scholars, and why is it so much? That's literally a scout. That's why he saw him coming. He didn't actually have a scout with the group. If it was just Archer's vision, the javelins would have been in range to do more damage. Speaking of which, the javelins forced to stand their ground here. Limitane count is looking low, though. LUMT, he's rallying reinforcements here, but it could end up being too late. Jab counts down to 4. So these archers can pretty much just stand their ground and whittle away at you. Reinforcements are thinking about it. What's going on? Oh no! Wait, what? Louis, what was that move? He bails on the javelins, the harder thing to replicate. Oh no. Okay, this is dire waters. Like, I actually think that is a critical point. Louis MT, he has moved out into additional berries, so he can try to rebulk javelins, but he's limited in terms of raw count possibilities here. He's playing full risk on the double flank to try and fix that issue. Lead may already be insurmountable. Ghazi not as important anymore, just needs a lot more archers. Louis MT doesn't even have enough to queue up another group of jabs. And I think Vortex is actually in a perfect position to just consider trending Castle Age while keeping the poke going. Because Louis is going to be stuck double down in here. If you just go to Castle Age and you open Men at Arms, Louis has nothing. But hey, at least he's almost got level 5 sister. The archers are just trading out against the main javelin. It's smart. The spearmen can't really ever touch you, so you're just better off target firing down jabs. Remember, this is technically the weakness of Byzantines. They rely very heavily on their unique unit from their mercenaries, longbows or jabs. If they lose the scale point with that unit, usually the only option left for a Byzantine player is to try and tech. Because, like, you've missed your timing. If your opponent keeps investing into this archer scale, javelins aren't going to do anything. And there's the stockpile we talked about. Vortex. 3 sacred sites locked in. Harass him on the front side. That's going to force a reaction on Tourney. The archers lead, though. Good news is the archer count is low enough that spears aren't getting one hit. So I think this is where Vortex will probably just step back. Next step should be scholars on the map. In fact, does he have some coming out now? He had 1 or 2 waddling around. May not have optimal timing for relic. Wish that free upgrades for Delhi wasn't the thing. This is the thing, like, it's part of their identity. Do they just become an irrelevancy if you take that away? I actually think where the Delhi issues really began, where their dominance actually came from. Does anyone know when it began? Do you guys remember? I'm kind of giving you a giant tip by what I'm looking at on the screen. I think where Delhi really took a swing for the ridiculous was when this unit got introduced. Ghazi Raiders just kind of changed everything for this Civ. Nowadays, probably not the biggest thing that people highlight, but this was definitely where it all began. These boys. Okay, so Louis did not expect the Castle Age, or just felt like he needed a lot more than Matane. Either way, he's stuck. Yeah, and the first Men at Arms and Lancers just got queued. Homeblade's going to be on the way in about probably a minute. Yeah, minute and 15. And 4 relics have already been picked up. What a civ. And can we just agree Dome of Faith could probably do with a complete rework at this stage? It's silly because it's just a discount. It's 55 gold off each time. It shouldn't seem like that big of a deal, but it really always is. That's going to be a big deal. Take those veteran cars. Enough to work with. Like one of the relics hasn't at least been seen, but plenty of them already coming home, and there's going to be 5 relics in the next minute. Louis is getting ready for his tech, but he's already taking chip damage on villager count, and this is the big hope. You think that like Feudal Age is ridiculous, but you have to realize just how many more technologies there are that Delhi can get for free cost. The savings just go through the roof. At this stage, to try and keep up with the amount of techs that Delhi's going to get by 20 minutes, you'd have to remortgage your house and bribe a Microsoft developer to start Byzantines for an extra 1,000 resources. And I mean stop. Queuing all the upgrades for Delhi is so satisfying. I didn't realize dragging your face across the keyboard was so important. Okay. Golden Tower is going to be coming in. And it's being built right at the back. He's trying to guarantee there's no risk. Now, remember, Louis can rush upgrade to the Matane with the level 5 system. Only needs 24 seconds. But this is exactly what Louis could not afford. Vortex is not going to give him a single second of that minute he needs. Still, what, 30 seconds out? 21 the Golden Horn tab. Most of them only just arrived. There's going to be no army left to upgrade and no hope for Louis MT in game number 2. A familiar feeling sets in as Louis, now for the second time this week, will go 2-0 down against Spanish. The question now is whether he can once again rally in that game 3. Damn. Vortex is just so clean. Squeaky, baby. Squeaky. So, second one on the board. Left side win. And we talked about like draft. I don't think Vortex is necessarily weak now. It's not like he opened with 2 really potent picks and he's got nothing left. I think he's in a really, really good position here. Can we also acknowledge that Vortex is really good? It's arguable whether Deli is better than Biz, but maybe Vortex is better than Louis. I mean, no one's disagreeing that Vortex is playing very well. It's very clear by the way that he executed, especially in game 1. Just because we mention an absurd thing about a Deli like mechanic doesn't mean we're discrediting the player. It's a weird kind of connection to make. But, you know. Great Ghazi control? Hell yeah. Like, Wham, did you see his control in game number 1? Dude was on point there as well. The way he was min-maxing villages was wild. Like, I think the thumbnail is probably just going to be a picture of all the villages with, like, no health. Well, let's pay out predictions. So, Vortex the G2 win. I mean, you know, there's a chance to avoid the crazy 17-game day, I guess. Yo, Wham, were you a little bit, I don't know, would you have been impacted in some negative way by outcomes here this week? Because you didn't play, right? Because like people with Fearcraft, like Lucifron, if he'd gone deeper, he would have knocked you out of the top 8. And correct me if I'm wrong, but it's the top 4 elo that will get invited, right? I remember this came up before Lucifron lost. He'd be fine? Probably. I like the confidence followed by the maybe. Yeah, because it was this, wasn't it? Because I remember we were looking at the time. Because Lucifron, yeah, look. Oh, he would have been nibbling. Because who are the invites? It's Marine Lord Beasty, and Vortex, and then Anatan. Yeah, so Puppy Paw B, Louis, and then it was going to be either you or Lucifron that gets invited based on elo. Spooky boy. Had to beat Vortex as well. That's true. But if he did beat Vortex, like Vortex would have already auto-qualified. Like that, man. This could have been a scary KPMM for you. Well, no, not scary. I mean, you know, you probably still qualify, but it feels a lot nicer to just get invited. Asking if you got impacted by a negative way by you? Yeah, dude. Like, you impact everyone by being like -1 sub. All right, 1 sec. Just checking YouTube. That's why you don't go Mount Samurai F. Wait. I just checked the YouTube chat. There's a comment, and that's why you don't go Mount Samurai Fast Castle versus Mongols. Wait a second. Oh, that's brilliant. And then there was no follow-up comment at all. You'd qualify on the weekend, surely? Like, you should be one of the front runners. The only thing I'd say is, obviously, it's new patch, new civs, new maps. So, like, maybe there's a bit of uh-oh there, you know? YouTube must be very active. I mean, I think YouTube's a bit more chill. I do pay attention to YouTubers. It's just obviously challenging because I have to open a different, like, tab. But they do chat occasionally. Like I said, like, ideally, I'd love to have both chats on screen, but I can't because of Twitch rules. But I'm gonna have to like double check that and see if it's been changed in the last like month or two. It'd be nice if it has. I have to lose like twice. That's fair. But what if multiple cheesy strategies, man? All the cheese. All right. Anyway, let's get ready to go. Well, color me a little bit surprised. Isn't this meant to be the home of French for the Spaniards? One and all, welcome back to our semi-finals opening series here. Louis MT up against Vortex. And this man looks untouchable. Because I'm going to flip that around for you. It's a 2-0 lead for the Spaniard. Louis MT, no mistakes allowed. But For anyone who's been watching the KPMMs all the way through, this will be a familiar sight. It was the same experience up against Vortex's Bro, where LuMT was able to rally in game number 3. This time he's going to have to trust Ibis to help with that. No trade shenanigans. Not that I think he would. Curious to see actually what his approach could be on this map, because Ibis is a very gold-heavy civ. And this map is terrible for gold-heavy civs unless you can guarantee control. He should be able to get it, in theory at least. He's up against Shushi, and Shushi is usually going to open with Pro Scouts at the moment. They seem to be one of the civs that is stuck to that. And also, we are on a map where Pro Scouts is insanely desirable. There is 60 deer on this map in total. Over 20,000 food. It's hard to resist temptation, even with the nerfs. Oh, Louis be tempted by, though. Dare I say a Desert Raider wing opening, so you have the block timing, or maybe Dervish is better for prolonged feudal. Then again, do you really want prolonged feudal against Shushi? Can you even get away with Desert Raiders with the possibility of Chuganu? Okay, there we go. You can if you go early enough. It is going to be the military wing. Yeah, so this is all about Pro Scouts denial. It's not even necessarily about the gold. The gold is kind of like hard to harass. Depends on the spawn. He can technically sit here and poke a bit, but diving's very difficult. Because if you didn't know, on Carmel, this spawns very close. And sorry, let me just update. I didn't put the map name in. So guys, we are now on Carmel. If they just fix the weirdness with deer spawns a little, I think this will be one of the top maps they've implemented. Safe meditation garden. Okay, so this isn't too bad though. He got a big fat tree line. His berries are as close to the tree line as they can be. And then he's got the stone, which will give him eventual tank hand slits. Or if the timing in the game drags on, it does have this habit of giving you TC timing. A lot of players just benefit from the current meta or previous meta where Shushi would go fast castle relic grab. Because by the time you complete that objective, you have 200 stones sitting there. So you're almost at a TC. Is Jean slightly different than French? Yes. So variant civs vary, actually. Some civs are drastically different. So if you look at HRE and Order of the Dragon, very different civs. Iabids and Abbasids, very different as well. Abbasids is more of like a consistently scaling civ. Iabids is more tempo driven, so they get these big perks at the beginning of age ups, which impact the game. But typically they play into this idea of one-offs, maybe with small knock-on effects. So for example, if you go Eco Wing Growth, you get extra villagers, but then you'll also slightly buff the amount of food on berry batches. The main thing is you got extra villagers. Then there's things like Shushi in China. Shushi in China, there are differences in the early game, but to the average player, they're less apparent. Where Shushi really differentiates itself is in the late game, where they're less of a ranged gunpowder civ and more of a cavalry civ, at least conceptually by design. And then Jean and French are the most comparative, with the hero unit really being the only difference. But the devs have already said they are looking to completely rework that. They want to make Jean wholly. And then you've got English Lancaster, but drastically different civs. And then the new Knights Templar is also French variant, but that's more budgetary constraints. Like, honestly, if they had a full budget of, instead of it being a DLC, instead of it being full expansion budget, I have no doubt in my mind they would have made Knights Templar a completely unique civ, not a variant. I wonder if we'll get a Mongol variant at the end of the year. I don't know, like, I'd have to check. I feel like for casuals, Mongols is probably the least played. So it might end up being the last one to get variant. KT shouldn't be called variant? It shouldn't, but we talked about why it is. By the way, this is definitely an FC. So the Desert Raiders are for free to force a reaction. He wants to slow down Vortex gathering the deer, and then maybe force him to add in horsemen, which he is doing. And he's also adding in the archery range. Does Mongols suck? Yeah, you just gotta make him better. Like, get their replacement. The Oirats. Mughals, maybe? Mughals might lean more towards Indian representation. Based on where they eventually ended up. I reckon you'll probably see it be either the Golden Hordes or the Oirats. The Mongol variant. I'm trying to think if there's any other obvious front runners. I mean, if you want another hero unit, just go Attila. And what? We've actually just got Culture Wing advancement. Okay. So Louis feels urgency. There's not enough time for him to go full greed. That's a little bit surprising, though. I mean, Growth Wing was just there and so tempting. I imagine this has to be a relic rush. He's probably thinking Vortex is castle rushing too. So if you do advancement, you can rush for the relics. But even then, I mean, 24 seconds more to have an immediate free dervishes has to feel better, no? Golden Horde variant of the... Yeah, the interesting thing is, like, the Golden Horde variant of the Mongols, I'm pretty sure that, they technically kind of exist because they would have been the ones making the Rus's life a living hell in the campaign, if I'm not mistaken. Attila too early? Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. But, like, I think I said this before, like, maybe eventually we get to a stage where you don't care about the time period as much as, like, can you uniquely...
ينبغي لهذا أن يظل حتى بعد مراتي.
Okay, I'm back. I really need to just replace the full plug. Sorry about that, guys. Dude, it's like, it's the type of thing that I have it happen, and then I forget to go buy new plugs, because it then doesn't happen for ages. It's very silly. Okay, Shallow Monk intercepted. So what I was saying is, like, obviously by going Camel Lancers over the Dervish Wing here, it's just all about blocking your Monk play on the other side first, and then getting it on a delay. Which I kind of like. It's really strenuous on Vortex's push. It's 200 food each time. Now, it's not strenuous in that you're going to run out of resources. You have just so much food on this map. But it is just a kind of then what feels like a misallocation of resources. It's like you're building these monks just to die. That's why it's picked up by Louis. Still patrolling the outskirts because obviously he wants to try and deny the scout play. And wait, was that the idea behind the Desert Raider? Because if so, that's kind of sick. Yeah, he does miss micro it. He's going to fix it now. That's actually so Giga Brain from Louis. Guys, think about it. The boar spawns are always going to be 1-1 each side of the base. Oh, nice. Clean up the lances. So, like, I think this might have been the real intent, is that the Desert Raider wing gives you double Desert Raider swiftly to block both sides. And then anytime you see a scout come nearby, well, one Desert Raider is not going to be that great, but the boar as well? It's like double damage. That's so cool. I haven't seen someone leverage it that way so far. The only like trade-off is sometimes you get these type of spawns where Louis got boar with all the deer, and it's so wide that your opponent can just get it. So there's definitely a gamble element with this wing. So really crafty. Camel Lance is now on the backside. Remember, gold very limited here, and Shushi tend to run through their gold quicker than China because no Imperial Academy. He's gonna club in here. I suppose I have to stand their ground in the area. Has got a second wave coming in. Starting to get to be a little bit of a rough trade for Louis, but he's getting relics for this. It's making it worthwhile, and the monk is looking sad. He's like, wait, but I have a job. Oh, you're not employed. Is he going to get away with that? No, one is going to go down. He kills for the... Yeah, he will still get the kill. Does cost him the lance in the end. Kind of necessary. Vortex has to make these type of trades because he's falling behind. Timur could be interesting as well, actually, yeah. The Timurids, like, actually, the Timurids would kind of be perfect for that same area, like, to be, like, Persian representation. Timurids would fit the time period. You'd almost want to have something to do with their decadence and decline, if that makes sense. Actually, I'm trying to think, like, true Persian representation around that time, if it makes sense. Timurids is more descendants of, like, the Khans. Enough of camel lances. So Vortex is playing a very slow comp now. He's still getting a few lances in, but he just doesn't have mobility. The Relic War is pretty much over. This north side one, if he camps it, he should be able to access it. But this is why Louis is doing this. He's fishing the base. Because now, if he forces Vortex to come back and defend here, little Camel Timmy is going to make it 5. Damn, I really love the way they exploited this map. This map sometimes feels like it's just very defensively favored, despite the food flanks, because like so much food is in one area. Whether it's pro scouts or barbican drop or outpost, whatever, there's just so much on one screen you can justify leaning into and defending it. It's not like when you play a standard Dry Arabia and there's deer on the right side, deer on the left. I've got to kind of pick and choose. And the other thing is, of course, gold runs out fast. Like, you'd think that for that reason it would be not great defenders, but with the second gold vein being so close to your base, you almost have your starting 4K in reach for TC. Really, where it starts to kind of take advantage in the direction of the aggressor is this. This gold vein has decided more games with Carmel than anything else. And the monk gets the bad news. It's like, bro, where's my shiny? This guy's even beginning to look a little bit like Schmeagle. Probably more vicious and dangerous. Yeah, for those that didn't know, a Battle Monk definitely beats a Desert Raider. I mean, he's only age 2. Actually, I'm trying to remember, because it's been a while since I've tested it. I think a Battle Monk can beat a Camel Monk as well, but I have to double check. It's very close. Which is kind of nuts considering like this is meant to be also an eco unit. And Camel Lance is cost 40. Camel should technically be that. Definitely coming in big win here, pushing away. Just feels like Vortex never has enough time to actually attack something that matters with these lances. Okay, so Vortex, does he sense it? Wait, was that a select all army or is that with intent? Because that's kind of wild. He's going to find the gold. Oh my god. And yeah, Louis realizes that is not a fight he's ready for. So nice sneak arounds. Doesn't get seen by the Lancers. But all of a sudden Vortex like, wait, what? Oh, this is sick if you can hunt him. The problem is the Lancers have to chase forward, so the Camel Lancers can brace and defend. And there we go. Able to push him away. A little bit too slow. However, the berries now are exposed. Remember, Louis MT doesn't have safety in the base anymore. He's to secure food sources out here. In fact, right now he's going for stone. I wonder if there's a possibility. With free on stone, it's probably not about TC. I think it's just about the outpost. Good play with the Camel Lancers. Louis MT is just surrounding him. He's trapped. Vortex. There's no easy get out here. You're going to have to fight tooth and nail to escape. Camel Lancers. The timing on this. Louis MT with the backstab. Pick your poison. He ends up letting the horseman on top of the crossbows. Louis MT able to give full chase here. And the horsemen are going to clean up. The Lancers have to stand their ground and make it a little bit less ugly, but no denying it. Louis MT, a firm defense here. Yeah, Vortex now at risk of losing these crossbows. There's no easy escape. I've got additional Lancers on the way. The other crossbows from Louis did fall behind. Crazy hold though. I wonder, Louis, like, what does he look to do next here? Could we be looking at that gradual 2TC? Is it worth it at this stage? And you've got good control in the game. There's always a risk that Vortex is going to do that as well. Vortex, by the way, is still getting griefed on the flanks. Yeah, the scout's kind of struggling on their own. He has, however, made a good move towards the center. It's not keep drop, but he's not far away if he needs to commit to one. Vortex, he lost that fight, but he still has one more wave available to him. Villagers. Unfortunate time for Lou. Luckily, Textiles is going to save most bacons. Most bacon. Kind of weird to refer to the Middle Easterns as being bacon. Anyway. Oh, and I don't know what that click through was. Yeah, he didn't actually garrison them inside. It looks like they should be able to access. So. Strike is there for Vortex. Horseman. Okay, so he now knows about the gold. Camelance is also going to arrive. That's going to force out of time. The army is close, though. But this is key. Louis now knows that central gold is getting contested. The objective that pretty much decides every game of Carmel in the end. Which I love. I actually kind of like that, you know, because we've had maps that have a central objective that decides the game. In a negative light, for example, King of the Hill probably comes to mind for a lot of people. I don't think that many people have a positive take on King of the Hill. Maybe more recently it's a bit better. But this is the key objective I kind of like. It beats Golden Pit, where Golden Pit was just kind of like, or toilet seat as we called it, was just kind of, you get the center and you can make as many mistakes as you want because you'll never run out of gold. Here, it's a huge edge, but like there is an expiration date on this advantage. It's just, the logic there is comebacks are possible, they're just very low chance. Golden Pit usually just felt like it never ended. Hello, we have a switch into Desert Raiders? Interesting. What's the thought process behind the Desert Raider scale? Is it because he's prepping for Imperial? Villagers are going to hang around and face the Lancers, not ideal. Yeah, so the Desert Raiders, I mean, it can deal with the Lancers. It's not going to be great against crossbows. It's going to be weird against Spearmen. I think Louis is just prepping for the possibility of Imperial here. With 5 Relic Hall and 2 Sacred Sites, it just kind of feels like it's gradually going to happen. These raids are just proving so annoying, though. A little bit of Ringer and Rosies. Eventually, Louis. Wait, he doesn't lose additional economy? Okay, what? I think Vortex realized how low HP that one was. Vortex is going to push to the north side. Has he got enough spears? With Sprint on placement, fortifications on the way as well. Yeah, he should be able to burn through. The army needs to react now, but the Rohirrim Riders are here to save the day. Horsemen showing up. The Spearmen scare them away. No, Louis. It feels like it's just starting to fall apart. The moment he decided he wanted to try and make it Imperial, Vortex has found ways to punish him. This is getting grim. It's a 10 villager lead. Vortex has quite a scary army considering what Louis has been pumping. I like that he's switching back to Horseman. If he can thread the Imperial without losing, I want to say, more than 2 more villagers, I can see a way because it's worth a lot, that Desert Raider win. But it has its limitations. I love the Ford Raxes, by the way. Most people build their production at home. This is just smart for the re-engage. So armies are going to square up here. Louis MT has got the Mamluks Bravery. The problem is there's just nothing to get bonus damage against, so you don't really get them that quick. I said that he's got 15 archers now, so maybe the archers are good enough to carry this. Yeah, Horseman Race is nowhere near as impactful as a big last. Will we go Eco Wing? No. Hell no, surely not. I feel like if you go Eco Wing, you just probably die. Comes down to where Vortex position. Oh wait, sorry, I'm an idiot. He already done Desert Raid, didn't he? Yeah, he didn't start the game. My bad. Okay, yeah. My brain is like just so used to Desert Raider being left to last because it's the most obvious. surely don't gamble it. Advisor wing is usually good for like Gulam pull, but you're against crossbowmen and lancers is a no as well. I guess it has to be growth. Or you go industry and build free TC. Bottom right in the back. But yeah, the problem right now, like that's what, 10, 15 your military that's not here to defend. And Vortex, he's bringing the rams. Vortex with the soul read here. There is an army looming. He's waiting for an overextension. He's at least peeling the spearmen away from crossbows. He's giving them a better exchange, actually. Check the military numbers. He's coming back home. It's happening again. The spear count, there's practically none of them left. Vortex for the second time gets baited into the sandwich. Woo-wee. Louis loving life right now. He's going to pull past. I think he just realized it's actually just crossbows. He shouldn't be panicking as much. There's only like 5 spearmen here to protect, and that's going to be nowhere near enough. Louis MT gets what he needs. The space necessary to go Imperial Age, but we won't know the outcome or the choice. We will just know that Louis MT is on the verge of repeating history, because this is where it all began against Lucifron the other day. 2-0 down, and then he claws one back. The question now is whether he can turn it into a reverse sweep. Yo, did this guy take another coffee break? Is that what happened? Apparently that's what happened last time. He was tired, he got himself a coffee, and then all of a sudden sprang to life. Oh, what a beast. So that is going to be right side win. Wow. Oof. So let's go ahead. Louis MT win. And next game, they're about to pick. It's either Dry Arabia or Gorge. Do you just pick Gorge here? KT? Probably KT versus China? I don't know. Do you want China versus KT, or do you just go Otto? What's the best matchup? Actually, like, Louis, I think you... So it's either Dry Arabia or Gorge. Then you've got to be thinking, like, which one is he more likely to use Knights Templar for? Because you want Ottomans against French/Jean, right? Okay, so it's going to be Gorge. And he's gone for the Malians. So we're going to get a Mali pick up against Knights Templar. Okay. I think Louis got what he wanted there. No, because now he's like Ottoman to final game. Actually, it's probably going to be China final game, right? But like you have Ottoman flex, I guess. Which might lean your opponent more towards Jean, I want to say. Let's get ready though. We're gonna refresh, and we'll hop into game. China versus KTC Condottiero? Probably not. I feel like China's one of the worst civs to do Condottiero against, because they can get movement speed and they have range on hand cannoneers. Like it's probably the hardest civ to kill. And so it begins. One and all, we've been here before. A Spanish boy on the verge of slaying Louis MT, only for him to begin a march back towards victory from the verge of death. Game number 4. Malians in the hands of Louis MT. Vortex to the brand spanking new Knights Templar. A civ that still has many things to be figured out and discovered. Maybe that could be the crown jewel for him here, to make sure it doesn't have to go to an uncomfortable game 5. Rax drop to kick off with Vortex. Makes sense. He's playing against Malians. Oh, this is interesting, actually, because you get a little bit more pump than certain civs due to the wood giving food. Oh, actually, yeah, this is kind of crazy. Like, Knights Templar, we've seen them do spear outpost rushes before. But guys, think about the implications compared to any other civ in the game. Bar Mongols, actually. Any other civ is going to have to walk over here and build a lumber camp. That sucks. Not this civ. They just keep chopping and chopping. Just have to move. So actually, like, if this goes very long into Dark Age, I think things look pretty good here for Vortex. And that kind of sucks for Malians because you don't really want to be building into Donzos too much. Donzos are great if you have time to scale them, but they just take so long to scale. So he has got 8 on the wood. This is 2 possibilities. You're either rushing an outpost for defense, or he's going for the racks. I really hope it's the outpost. He's got space like here, and then that would leave place for actually a mill. It's a really cool strategy I've seen. Only done by the Canadians so far. Oh wait, do we not have predictions up? I'm gonna have to start like getting more mods for the channel, aren't I? I'm gonna have to set up a mod submission form. Okay, yes! Boom! Louis, he goes to the outpost. Okay, but guys, this is key. If Louis does not build a mill here, this play sucks. Because your villagers won't be able to do anything to protect you. He also only pulled 4, which is a bit greedy. More spears on the way. Villager as well. Okay, he's going to try to dive. Okay, so now for Louis, outpost is going to go up. You can keep the spearmen away. Next step is that mill, but I don't... He's not going to do it. He's just going to do the outpost with the scout. Well, tech up shouldn't theoretically be too far away. The problem is, like, if this outpost goes up, it kind of changes the dynamics a little. Because, like, realistically, you'd like to open archers and deal with the spears, but you can't do that now. I don't know if you really want to be going siege engineering here as Malians. Oh, also, did you guys notice something about the spawn that's kind of insane? What? Alright, this actually might end up being the most valuable outpost rush on Gorge. He blocks pit mine, he blocks double deer, and he blocks 2 other gold veins against Malians. This is wild. Ironically, this series could be about to end as it began, with a Dark Age Spearman Rush. Manticore now coming up. It's just so much firepower here with the 5 spears. Even trying to get that extra little bit squeezed out of the lemon here. We'll be able to set the house on fire. Kind of unnecessary going in for another hit, but like if you time it right, you see what happens. Yeah, that's smart. So if you wait for the arrow shot to come out, the next one doesn't come for another 4 seconds. So that is enough time for your spearmen to throw their torch and get re-garrisoned. It's definitely very like attention focused. You have to be looking what you're doing. It's much harder now that it's further away, because like the walk pattern is like you ungarrison, you walk for about 1.5 seconds and then start the attack. So you're gonna get hit. So this is the point where like this isn't really worth pursuing. Unless unless you build a hospitalier. Oh my god. Guys, like when I said this might be the best outpost rushing civ in the game, especially against Malians, I wasn't kidding. And Hospitalier is a very interesting proposition against Malians. You said you don't usually want to have to go archers because how do you deal with the tower? Well, you're going to have to anyway. Hospitalier are technically weak against archers. They have 1 less range down with the melee. They also have a lot of health. So you need a lot of archers to contest. And I don't feel like I often watch Malian players spamming archers and feeling good about it. It's not really your prerogative. Yeah, and this is smart because it means once he techs, he can build like 1 Hospitalier and full HP all these spears. Damn, what a strategy from Vortex. Already queues up the safe passage, so Pilgrim's going to be on the way while Louis still trying to deal with his own gold source. And it looks like it is going to be the blacksmiths. Is this pronunciation a European thing? I've never before heard it pronounced as anything but hospitaler. Like what? Hospitalier is because of the French origin, if I'm correctly. But I'm pretty sure I've only ever heard it referred to as hospitalier. Hospitaler sounds kind of... Hospitaler sounds like someone who turns up and breaks your legs and sends you to the hospital. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to double check this, but I'm pretty sure it comes from the origins as a French order. Refers to a member of historical religious military order, also known as the Knights of St. John, or Jerusalem, or the Knights Hospitalier. Which was founded in Jerusalem, but I think it was founded by French. Yeah, they were concerned with the protection of pilgrims on the road to Jerusalem. I don't know, I'd actually have to check what the origins of the name were from a dialect standpoint. But I am 99% sure it's hospitality. And they are on the way. They're not here to protect pilgrims today, though, guys. They are here to colonize the Africans, it seems. Blue MT moving out now with the round, though. The Hospitalier haven't arrived yet, so yeah, HP Pars are looking bad. He's going to commit it, though, just to try and protect the tower. Even the scout getting in there with the extra damage. First of the heavily armored units has arrived. Unfortunately, they're going to be a little bit too late here. Archers just getting tied down. What was the thought process behind Archers? Was he really expecting maybe speeds or something here? I guess Archer and Archer warfare, but you have to wonder, would Vortex have been better off with just more Hospitalier spam? There's a few details here to kind of highlight, actually, with what Vortex done. So one reason why he went Archers is because of the lumber preservation. The landscape preservation means you're much better going after wood. Wood's your primary focus. So to use that, you want to use Archers. But the other interesting thing is, Vortex, he sent the villager home, if I'm not mistaken. Why? What players have started to do is they'll pull the villager over here and just start chopping trees. Because if you do that, you could then have hung around and built a second racks on the ford. Right now, that's kind of worrisome. Javelins, good movement speed. Archers aren't really going to do any damage to them. The Hospitalier are also going to get kited. Needs the body block. Vortex trying for the intercept here. Louis is going to have to steer to the east. I wonder if this game goes deep enough, are we looking at maybe a Farimba build with it just being javelins? You know what? So apparently on the wiki it's Hospitalier. I think that's maybe where it comes from, is Hospitalier, and then people are putting more emphasis on an A than an S. Does that make sense? So they probably just get interchanged at that point, and both get seen as acceptable forms of pronunciation. Few Sofa would be good. Sofa could be kind of cool. I just think Javelin scaling is better because at this stage it allows you to trade most efficiently. You're forcing your opponent to melee range comp, and you just need to build range. And in the ranged exchange, you don't get touched. But if you go Sofa, I mean, Archer is going to feel better about trading against that than Javelin. And also, Hospitalier are going to actually do damage. So while I see where you're coming from, I just think Sofa's expensive, Javelins are safe. It's kind of, it sounds dumb, but just building javelins only can win this. The worrisome part is Louis isn't doing anything like line formation to try and split up more. So the men-at-arms here are actually getting some good chip damage in. Still, with all the archers dead now, you just go for kite. So the reason why he was losing jabs there is because the archers would get in range if he didn't do it. So you want to like turn, kill, keep moving. But once it's just melee, you can spend more time running. Okay, so what's Vortex's upside behind this? Because I'm not seeing it. He's behind on villages. The pilgrims are about to start getting blocked. He's got a decent amount of hospitalier, but nothing crazy. And he also needs to kind of take a break. Have a Kit Kat. Because these boys only heal when they're standing still. Yeah, this isn't the BS that is Dervish AoE heal. By the way, you guys should be happy. You've heard the way I pronounce something with a T in it. I could have called them hospitals. Hospitals. There you go. God, that would be truly brutalizing. Butchering it, rather. Let's see if Vortex is capable of bringing the Butcher, or if actually it's going to be Louis who's building this one. We do have a Ram being added in. We've also got Horsemen. Meanwhile, this is looking more and more like a Farimba game from Louis. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't Louis already try Farimba once this week against a Spanish player? He did, and it ended really, really badly. Game number 1 between Lucifron and Louis was a Farimba rush. Timing and skill is a little bit different in this game, though. And there it is. It's happening again. Farimba on the way of 15. Vortex. The timing to get these Rams together is going to allow Louis MT to get upgraded. Now, that does mean the Rams are uncounted, though. And you can clown car in them with the Hospitalier. But this is going to be the point in the game where those sofas that got mentioned earlier in chat are well and truly worth it. It's okay, guys. He's only half a map away with Rams. This is the equivocal to watching one of those, like, you know, Middle Eastern battles from the Crusades, where it's a heavily armored footman versus horseback archers or camelback archers. Like, we'll get them soon, brothers. Not too soon, though. Louis. This attack wasn't soon enough to intercept him. There we go. Javelin poison, easily able to snipe whatever here. Horsemen are going to dive in. He should be able to contest that easy peasy. The horseman count is just not that impressive. Not with the choke points as well. He's using the buildings to protect him. Rams are going to start knocking at the door. His own Ram is just going to grief here. He'll get cleared up. Okay, so he has an issue with the Rams. Probably going to be seeing a villager pull coming out soon from Louis. For the time being, he's going to look to secure the area. Horsemen are going to go hunting here. Raxes are going to get rushed up, just not quick enough. Louis is going to have to react to that. Shiv's out should be mostly good enough. And credit to Vortex, he's not doing that classic thing that he maybe would have been criticized for like a year ago, where he just keeps aggroing to no advantage. This is a refined, reformed Vortex. He's getting ready for castle. We go Genitors. Ah, you must really want to lose the game. All right, Neri, I need you to go on the ladder. You play KT, you're only allowed to Genitors. We will look for weekly updates on your rank progress. It's Genoa, baby. You were almost there. You got the first 3 letters right. Yeah, the problem with Genitors is their attack wind-up animation point is just really bad. It feels worse than Javelins. And you're against a Civ that can scale more Javs than you can. I don't see Genitors ever winning that battle. Especially when you consider it's Javelineers. My shoulder is injured. Must be from those long wind-ups trying to throw a Javelin from horseback. Those things can really just kind of bust a disc. Be careful, buddy. The horsemen are still being a little bit annoying on the flanks. And what's Vortex's grand plan here? Men at arms? Slow. Templar brothers? Slow to build. Has to just be more horsemen. I don't know if he's got the time for it. Javelins are in. Horsemen have been mopped up on the back. Did achieve 1 or 2 worker kills, but now the worker kills should start going the other way. He forces the fight. I mean, this is the worst feeling. This is where Javelineers can be so toxic. In your own base, it becomes your biggest nightmare. because you can't reach him. And that's it. GG gets called. It's happening again. A game 5. One game to decide this. Whether Louis MT is going to be known as the Spanish Slayer this week. Damn. Louis M. Goddamn T. What a champ. So it comes down to Dry Arabia. The highest value outpost rush. Still wasn't good enough. I think people will refine that build more and more, though. Okay, so let's have a look. Dry Arabia. So remaining picks is either French or Jean up against Chinese Otto. It's got to be China, right? Right? Like, it's not like we're watching a player who genuinely would pick Ottomans. We're watching a player who genuinely would pick Ottomans. I'm not even kidding. So, like, don't be surprised if he does the auto pick. Especially considering that Pro Scouts just got crippled. I don't know if you can really Sipahi block it, because French Knights are still a thing. Ottomans did feel really good against Jean, because you just can't all-in the base. You just die. The big problem that I find with Ottomans in this matchup is, although Janissaries counter Knights, they counter them so late in the game. As in, like, by the time you're starting to get into Janissaries, your opponent could be flooding Knights. So, like, it's very hard to actually defend. Let me check what the draft says. Alright, they just picked. It's going to be Jean Chinese. Okay, yeah. So he doesn't punt the Hail Mary. Boo. God, I want more Ottoman picks. Guys, can you believe that I've still not cast a single Ottoman game since the DLC? Since they added Vizier points to the UI. I'm a bit disappointed. And I will continue to be disappointed. So China versus Jean for the deciding game. We'll do prediction payout as well. Louis MT, able to get the dub. You're so late. Never be late. Are you a wizard? Did you bring 500,000 Rohirrim riders with you? No, you're not allowed to be late. We even said when we were going to go live today. Well, admittedly, we put the wrong day on it. But, like, the time was there. And remember, guys, we've still got another semifinals after this. So after this series, we're going to have B versus Anatan. That is a series I could easily see being 5 games as well. I jinxed it. I cursed it again. I was like, wow, this actually might be a quick start to the day. Nope. But I feel like we're on track for that. What did I say? I thought it was going to be around 14 games played today. Well, let's get ready for the next one anyway. We're going to hop in. And yep, the second semifinals is after this, and then the grand finals immediately afterwards. Get our predictions up. Let me sort that. One and all, if this man ever fails as a pro player, he has a backup career as a novel writer. Louis MT is currently writing some of the best comebacks we've had in a while on KPMM. He was able to come back from 2-0 down against Lucifron, and he's just done it again against Vortex. He's got him now on the ropes. A one game to decide it all to see who's going to make it through to the first grand finals of the Knights of Cross and Roses DLC. Is it going to be Vortex on Jeanne d'Arc or Louis MT on the Chinese? Crazy, actually, the way this is played out. Louis MT coveting, holding on, saving one of his best civs historically until last. This man seemed to be forged in the fires of China in more than one way. #1 player in China itself, and also I feel like this was the civ that really brought him to notoriety. He's probably got more games, I want to say, on this civ than almost any in the game. See if it serves him well, because Vortex definitely no stranger to the feeling of Jean, aggression, tempo, control, and also based on a civ that is one of his best as well. Gotta make my mum a mod. The problem with that is my mum wouldn't know what to do. Like, nepotism sounds good until you realize, like, the incompetency that comes with it. Like, the amount of times where she'll like, oh my god, Darren, this happened, and I'll have to calm her down, like, it's not that. It's fine. Nothing happens. Like, oh. But looks like we've actually got a really good opening here from Louis, by the way. 16 sheep already. There's practically nothing left on the map. Double scout opener, was it really worth it? 16 to 7, it's not bad. I think he's trying to force a pro scouts maneuver, and then maybe you like play aggro while your opponent pro scouts. Because this feels a little bit weird without Imperial Official. Remember, the no IO builds is all about the logic is that I'm going to get field age as quickly as possible, so then I'll fix the taxman issue. But when you open with a scout, you're an extra villager down, so it heavily cripples your timings. See her mute the chat constantly? Yeah, she's just like sick of like trying to figure out what kick W's mean. English and French are Louis' most played on 1v1, although not by much. And I think it's Chinese, right? That's true. We have actually got the video up on YouTube if people want to see it. I think I saved the live stream VOD somewhere. It was a long live stream because I tried to take an educational approach and it slowed things down. And then eventually I was like, okay, you can just leave now. Oh, Louis. Okay, so now I like the double scout opener a bit more. It's still expensive when you go for a no IO build. In fact, like I'm curious if Louis has done the maths on this. 1 scout versus 2 opener with no IO. It's like I believe in the no IO 1 scout, but no IO 2 is like very different. This at least is going to offset the problem, and I think this leans us towards the idea this is about not doing pro scouts and forcing your opponent to do it. Which is really cool, actually. I mean, we'll get the deer shove all the way. Vortex is nowhere near to intercept. I mean, because normally, if it was 1 scout, the push is probably still, like, here. So you can maybe get here and grief him. But not against this. Even if he just had to snipe him here, it's fine. Because then you just drop a mill in the berries. But he'll get it all the way, which is even better against John and French. It means French Knights won't be able to raid. Now, what is going to get really, really annoying, guys, is this final push. Not just because the berries are griefing him a little. Think about the other detail that matters here. You need to shove the deer here, not here. Because if they die too close to the TC, then you're going to end up gathering and dropping at TC. So you get no tax, no supervision. Okay, yeah, so I think he's just going to go for the second mill. He plays it safe. I think that's smart. Like, there is definitely a risk, like we said, with the Knights coming out. But the other issue I do see in this game for Louis, like the win condition we just highlighted, is your opponent has to go pro scouts. And he's going to do it. Okay, this is officially so cool. In a deciding game, like this feels quite experimental. The way he's forced his opponent into pro scouts. We do have range on. So Louis, it's going to be racks opening. You have to. It's very hard to actually just ignore and not build any units against this French pressure. Very important as well. Range on will have the ability to snipe. So if you set this up, you can just charge in with the knight and then immediately snipe if you can't get the second hit. Normally, you just want to use the knight because French knights are the only ones capable of 2-hitting villagers in feudal age. That mill's very... What, this mill? I think he's fine with it. He knew he was going to build racks units, and this mill is in the open. It's not like it's up against the tree line where your opponent can catch it off guard. It does feel like he was originally meant to shove the deer all the way, though. Because he pulled the mill further away to guarantee no drop-off, but he pulled it, like, very far away. It might be this is so that he can place the sheep here. Because sometimes when you mill drop a tile closer, you have to place the sheep on the south side. So you kind of end up further away. Boom. There we go. Barbican coming in. Okay, range on is no threat whatsoever. Vortex no, though. I don't think so. No, come on. Okay, there we go. He sees it. But it's too late. It's way too late. So Barbican drop is going to be successful. You could technically just FC off of taxation. He's got 190 in the bag already. Another 24 here. Stable's super... Honestly, like, he doesn't even need to come out and touch the gold vein if he doesn't want to. It's just still just so absurd. I'm kind of a fan of doing away with any Civ being able to do that. Like, I know maybe that's very controversial, but it does feel crazy that you could get Castle Age without using a marketplace, just by sitting underneath your TC without gold. Like, Roost does it, historically, China does it, and Sushi. Like, China more so, though. Malians, yeah, but Malians at least, like, have to come out and build a pit mine, so, like, you can take that out. But what do you do against a taxman? You're not Robin Hood. Oh, can he get the touch for the Spearman? This would be big. He's gonna get the kill. Okay, so Jean gets bailed on here. Wow. Louis. Beautifully done. So catches him off guard with the Horseman. Does he follow up with more, though? We've got one in queue, but like technically a 2-minute window is good enough to just go castle. Feels like there's so many civs that can do it now. Is that true, though? You could argue Ottomans do it, but it's very, very slow. Like, what is the mathematical comparison between Ottomans with Sultani Trade Network free traders and China with Imperial Academy and Rus with Hunt and Cabin Bounty? Because, like, we're seeing what's happening here. He can just go castle. I don't even know what we're touching gold. It's not necessary. You know when it's like someone tells you to touch grass? Who cares? I'll touch plastic. Mouse and keyboard, baby. He actually just... That's exactly how he feels like. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I don't need it. I've gathered almost 250 gold this game. Whew. That's way too much. I don't want to be greedy. Because, you know, if we introduce too much gold into the system, then, like, inflation happens, and then our tax is worth less. I think that's how it works. Also, just he gets a lot more efficiency because the Barbican's a drop-off location. So he can just, like, be standing here and drop. How many imp officials? He's at the full 4. Yeah, he can just rapidly tax down. What a sip. I mean, once again, Louis, why are we touching gold? Come on, chill, bro. So, Vortex has forced a reinvestment. But you just see the other impact of Taxman. Supervision just gives you this fast push out. Every 9 seconds, a horseman's produced. Thoroughly bred. Red might be an appropriate word because Louis MT is doing that kind of signature wrap sandwich move again. I think Vortex knows it's happening this time, though. Yeah, he's going to back up. Doesn't fall for it. Because if you overextend on that backside, the Knights can get away with the Archers. There's extra horsemen being held, by the way. This is only 4. There's 5 more that aren't being shown. Yeah, so Louis, he genuinely is going for that aforementioned sandwich. Nice idea to hide in the stealth forest. Unfortunately, he is seen. Horseman, he's trying to cut the archers. Trying to bet on the Sushi in the late game? I'm not convinced these days. I think there's a lot of unique text to Sushi that gives them angles. Depending on the map, Sushi can feel better because of the cavalry. It's like, yeah, in general, I'd say China. Oh my god. China, they don't even need a late game. Look at this damage! Jean down. John 6 has gone dark. Could it be for the last time in this game? The Horsemen try to pin. They want to get around the back to make sure that the Knights cannot escape the Spearman. He just about finds a way out. But that means bailing on the Archers. Even more losses. Buyback comes in for Jean. There's not really much of a backline left of this army. Practically all Archers getting sniped. Target fires down each one of them independently. Spearmen are now catching up. We want to reset at this point. Crazy gameplay from Louis. Oh no, like, this is crazy. So, and this isn't to discredit Vortex, this isn't to discredit Louis, but the way that this series has gone, and it was the same with the Lucifron one, it's almost like he's playing with his food. Who do you know who so frequently goes the maximum amount of games down they can, and then reverse sweeps? It is wild. And credit to him for that double scout opener. If it wasn't for the double scout opener and the deer shove, he would not have been able to afford this at all. And it would be GG. Horsemen are not cheap. Each one of those sheeps, he got, what was an extra 8 sheep? Each one of those sheeps is worth 2 horses. That's apparently how logic works in this game. Don't at me. But it's true. And it made the world a difference. And now Louis, him and Vortex are about to be worlds apart. The Song Dynasty effect has escalated him. Remember, this is not French. You don't have a slightly faster producing TC. You're just slow. Astronomical clock tower now coming in. Maybe it's mental. I'm not sure what it is with Louis. It's almost like the, you know when you watch those animes and there's like the main character just keeps getting pummeled at the start of the fight, and then at the end he's like, and now I know his entire moveset. It's kind of like that with Louis. I think part of it is he allows his opponent to front load the draft, and then he has a better read on what's going to be coming down the line. You know, we talked about like that Jean French would be saved for the Dry Arabia situation. And then there's this Ottoman pick that maybe is threatening, but the China 1 matters. Incredible. Veterancies. Gonna make this army truly incapable in just a few seconds. Horseman upgrade coming in 7 seconds. John's still halfway away from level 3. Be careful positioning. Food gathering on the south side. He's gonna get scouted, but moving there is now very difficult. Vortex knows he needs to try. We have got Spearman added in by Vortex. Crossbow Pulse Guard switches on the way, but Louis lacking a little in the food. We'll be done on the deer. There is still a boar to the north side. I wonder if Louis tries for it here. You could even pull it back towards these choke points, make it kind of wallable. Stream froze? Really? There shouldn't be any stream issues at all. I've got a total of 0 drop frames. Might want to refresh. Might just be on your local machine. You might want to refresh fast. This game could be over swiftly. Vortex is double downing. There might be a get off the train ride moment when he's at about 29th. Scary though because your opponent's already prepping crossbows. And also now Horseman Raid! Look at the timing! He literally only just moved there. The soul read by Louis. Horsemen are going to reveal now to scare him away, but the chip damage done. Gets several worker kills, denies the gold. Vortex has other bigger problems. The food sources are not looking great in his game right now. Oh, this is building a bigger and bigger lead. Louis now with a 50% economy lead. You also saw the Spearman. And the Lancer. The Lancer arrives. Okay, this was your worst nightmare. Horseman's somewhat manageable, doesn't kill you too fast, but Lancers, these guys are like SSF commandos in World War II. They don't need a squad, just send one in. Doing plenty of harass, and it looks like the patience is gone from Vortex. We talked about him being more calculated and pacing himself. It's time to revert to the old. Aggression feels like the only thing that's going to get him out of this hole right now. Horseman once again coming in onto the gold vein. There's at least textiles this time. So Louis MT will just run by. Louis will also run out with 46 villagers under the berries. He is starving right now. This is the problem. He's got a huge villager lead, but he actually doesn't have anything he can get with them right now. Like, it's wild. The tree lines are being blocked. He doesn't even have wheelbarrow, which is what makes this so ugly as well. He doesn't have relics coming in. He's tried. He's only got 1 monk. So despite how good some things look for Louis, other things have him on the verge of the Grim Reaper here. I don't know the last time I've seen someone pull 46 villagers to berries at 16 minutes. That's 2/3 of his economy. No wheelbarrow, and he just got revealed. Okay, Louis, he's been trying to scrimp by to buy time. This is do or die moment. The relic is going to be pulled down to the north side as well. Well, lol. We'll scare him away. Maybe he could have held on to that a little bit longer. He's going to sneak in, but the crossbows plus the spear should go to clear that. Guildhall now on the way. Vortex, how the hell has he even found a way to tech up from this position? The question may actually change to how the hell he's going to survive, though. The OMT's army may be smaller, but the quality is undeniably better. Now, Vortex taking risks on the flanks on those berries as well. Wall is going to go up. Wall MT has arrived. Or Walui, as we like to call them. Is it going to be quick? No. The timing on this is not ideal. That's a polite way of saying you may be screwed. Does pull away quickly, so ends up losing one villager, but he's going to have to migrate the area a bit more. Oh my dear god, like 25 villages. So Spear Crossbow's going to come in now, while Louis is in full effect. He's hunkering down. Which is actually really good news for Vortex. It means he can think about relics here. Needs to be fast though, because with Louis getting access to resources and walling up, Lances becomes the #1 play. At least he sees it quickly. That could have been really grim. Louis was intentionally waiting in the stealth forest to bait him. Always remember, guys, this is why you should have a scout of your nightmares. Don't be that guy. And be this guy. The most ambitious deer heist you could ever imagine here. There's like no get out. Horsemen are still looming around the back, by the way. I mean, Vortex has done a good job of getting age up, but now what? Guildhall is going to stockpile him eventually, but Guildhall's not really going to equate to this type of villager lead. The only downside for Louis is he's going to have to go farms, maybe sooner than he wants. Then again, like honestly, with a 25 villager lead, do you really care? Apparently enough to keep trying to bury, yes, he does care. Still hasn't gone for the boar. He has at least gone for relics. One has been secured so far. Vortex now picking up his first. Louis gets to farms. The game is over. Yes. Louis needs farms though. He knows it. He just rushed onto wood. Without supervision as well. Oh my dear god, and what? So many villages that aren't gathering. So this is going to be a mass farm drop in the next 2 minutes. If Vortex wants to try and rock his world, it's now. Lots of things going off. So you can see that just Louis trying to keep Vortex back. This is intentional. If your opponent's defending like this, you can easily play into farms because he won't be able to dive you. You have to think of a farm transition here a little bit like going to the next stage. If there's any sign that you're doing it, your opponent is immediately going to rush you and punish you because you've just done something other than building more army. Enough stone gathering. So Louis probably thinking of dropping the farms back here, but he wants a castle defense. You could even actually just castle here, farm right here. And then it guarantees additional stone gathering if you want it, but also protects the granaries. It's again on the hunt. Will this be blocked? More walls to come up from Louis. We call them Walui for a reason, guys. One villager is in a bad location. Wait, no, let me in! Let me in! It doesn't even kill him. Wait, what? What? How? Teach me your mystical ways. Oh my god, they're gonna wall him out again. This guy is the Chuck Norris of Age of Empires 4. I've never seen a villager with survival skills like this. He will at least build a gate this time. Oh, that's brilliant. And now this is Vortex's nightmare manifested into reality. A very beautiful looking arrow that might just be targeted straight at Vortex's heart. Wait, no, the gold workers, no! Why? Why did they get... Okay, army's close enough that the break-in won't happen, but that's still frustrating chip damage. I don't think it's anywhere near enough. Vortex is looking like he's trying to go into Imperial as well. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, what did we actually get out of that? I like that I get that, though. Thank you, Yukanda. Appreciate the Prime sub. You know, I haven't seen many subs today. Let's fix that. Get those Prime subs going. I know you got them. Go, 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 go! If you like competitive games, this is literally the place. Got you covered. More casted games here than anywhere else? Yeah, actually, yeah. I mean, EGC does a lot, but they do it on only weekends. My, oh my. What a series this is turning out to be. You can see, even in a game that became very macro-oriented, it was very aggressive as well. Thank you, worst case. That's the best case. Appreciate the Prime stuff. Vortex is doing a good job of just pinning Louis. Like, I'm struggling to see the true goal of this game. Oh, hello. This could be big, though. There is a keep drop pending. Louis, he's sacking the north side. He's going south. Does he split the troops? He does. Okay, so he's got both to be addressed. That's going to be enough to scare Vortex away here. The castle drop is coming in on the south side, and it looks like Vortex may end up being a little bit too late here. More villagers being pulled. Wait a second. Wait a second. He pulls away. Is this a bait and switch? Right now, the north side military is distracted. They're not coming to assist. This could be the big wallop that Vortex needs to get back into this game. Villagers are going to run the other way. Louis now realizes the error. The spearmen are going to catch up. The eco lead that's just been soaring has at least been checked. Less than 20 between them. And Vortex now on the way to Imperial. Seems appropriate. He's led by the maiden because this man is imbued with miracles. But that miracle may about to become a curse here. Louis with the quick wall. Villagers are in trouble. Will flock towards the safety of the castle. Does catch up with Jean. A tiny wall attempt here, not going to work. But the horseman will be cleared. Gets him with the surround. Behind this, though, we have got Vortex bulking for a recovery arc. Triple TC, Red Palace. Jean so irrelevant, she doesn't even have an icon right now. That villager lead that Louis MT worked so hard to build up just doesn't exist in 3 minutes time? Unless he does something now. Now, upsides, Vortex still has a really big weakness to display. Where is the food man? He's got nothing. Berry's about to run out, and then it's poor. If Louis stops chill-pilling and just goes, which he should be now, considering the state of his economy, he should be able to rush Imp and Flood, then Vortex is very likely dead here.
Oyez tous. Voici les commandements.
It's almost poetic the way this is played out, isn't it? 5th game decider, Louis MT playing the style that he's known for historically, the defensive style. Vortex playing his most notable style, aggression. All flank raids though, a little bit different than what we used to see out of Vortex. Vortex is a player who's been known to just go straight at you. When you French, you raid, it seemed inviting first. And Red Palace hasn't revealed. Sends him 1 or 2 horsemen and sees it. Jean is nowhere near level 4. Louis, is it going to be a Great Wall Gatehouse to just full secure the farms? Because the north side is quite open. Usually you Great Wall Gatehouse your farms so they can't be raided. It could be that he tries to Great Wall Gatehouse a gold here, though. Especially with those stone walls. It feels like the intent here is to get a deep Great Wall. Yeah, it's full stone walls around as well. Actually, oh, nicely done. Louis still not prepping additional TCs though. They've got spin range to the backside. It's the big 8k. This is the thing about that Red Palace. It doesn't really secure anything real. Sacred Site may seem like the thing he's looking for there. True. Can play the ball, but like the gold is still dangerous. And the gold is the thing that feels like the deciding factor in the late game between these two. And we do have farm transition now from Vortex. Okay, so about to go up to about 15 farms. Sean almost headbutting spears, not a good idea. Elite Tech's now accessible. It was a Great Wall Gatehouse back on the farm. Spearman. Does it just for the Jean kill and actually gets it. And the Knights. Oh, that's bad news, buddy. Well, guys, we are in the Imperial Age, and they're about to be at 30 minutes in, 0 French Knights. Yeah, you don't see that very often. Like, actually, just have a look at Vortex's army comp. Look away from this Civ. Would you actually think that this is Jean and Imperial if you didn't see the Jean icon and the rider? No. When do you ever see French Jean in the state where in Imperial Age they're only building spears and archers? When there's still gold on that. Like to break through the wall, stop the stone walls from going up. Obviously, doesn't really have the dive potential right now. Does Vortex's eco lead now matter? At like this point, it matters in a catching up, but I don't think it matters in a you're going to be miles ahead of Louis. Because although there's still some way for Louis to go, he's got a bigger military in the meantime possible than you'll have. And at 90 villages with Song, like I don't think you're too bad off. That being said, he's about to shift off of Song. We've got Yuan Dynasty down there. Okay, so this is where I think Louis is prepping to attack. Normally, Yuan is a sign of actually descending. And the food in the guild hall, he switched to the gold. It's 980. Which makes sense. Like, the gold can be rushed down now with Trip TC. You can set up farms for infinite food. Gold will be the thing that eventually decides this game. So that FFA I played in, nice performance. Oh, thank you. Wait, well, one against the devs where I couldn't do anything and I was just a victim? Or do you mean the Beasty hidden one where, like, we never ever played Byzantine? Hello. Right down here. Did get the castle up, so not something I'm going to hang around on. But remember, we've now got the Yuan Dynasty movement speed, so he can just kind of out-rotate. And that's forcing Vortex back into Knights. Ah, the Beasty hid one. Yeah, I didn't realize it was 3 games. I only had enough time to play in 1 game. And no one gave me the rules or any of the details. I just got contacted because the person who was meant to be playing Grumpy was asleep. I was like, sure. And then I rolled Byzantine, so I'm like, well, I've not even played 1 game of Byzantine. So sure. But we kind of killed 2 players. Kind of. Also, Red should have been reported for Kingfield. I'll stand by that. And yes, this is the first semi-finals. It's gonna be a long day. Might not be much of a longer game though. Vortex, it's his turn to feel pressure. Really marching in here, villagers. I'm gonna start pulling away. It's just so hard against Yuan. You just get ignored and ran by. Run by is going to be super effective. The crossbow is able to kite away. The Knights are trying for the dive, but the spearmen are coming around the back. This is going to be an expensive loss for Vortex. Not worth it in a game where gold doesn't even feel safe for you either. Louis being a bit greedy, contemplating those relics. Happy putting core in my hidden game. I thought one of them was corners. I didn't know there's a second row in there as well. Maybe on the cannon. Hello. Ooh, we'll be able to repair in time. Okay, so game plans here. Vortex. More keeps necessary to protect against raids. Looks like he's prepping that stone. Jean, I'm not even sure she's going to be level 4 by the end of this game. Louis does run all the way home. But he's prepping the late game. Elite army tactics on the way. Hand cannoneers as well. Yeah, so this is more or less about using the crossbows to get the best trades while losing them. One thing that would be nice for Vortex is focusing sacred sites. It's not a lot of extra XP, but every little counts at this stage when you can't find the fights. It's just always baiting on what you should or shouldn't be doing. Because, like, say Jean shows in the center, your opponent will fight you elsewhere. And Jean might get 50 XP from sacred site, but the alternative is you go into a big fight and you kill 4 palace guard, 5 palace guard, you've gotten more XP. And with the scale of the fights, it's very easy to get more XP. Keep dropping away from Vortex. Looks like he's trying to play gold blocker, but the north side is already secure. Flank raise, nothing too substantial so far. Nestibes are waiting behind the wall line. We do have extra PG ready to dive in, but remember, these castles do have arbors emplacements. That's what's making it so difficult to find chip kills. Vortex can actually somewhat contest hand cannoneers if he can just find his way to the silk bowstrings. Which, yeah, he hasn't prepped yet. Because the extra tower range. Remember, hand cannoneers in China get an extra 1.5 tower range. They aren't as much hand cannoneers as they are snipers. Hasn't actually got, wait, he hasn't got it? Okay. Vortex, on the other hand, still doesn't have incendiary either. Yeah, a little bit surprised. Did he just forget it? At this stage, usually you just inherently go for it. It's only 350 gold. Hard techniques right there. That's crazy. I mean, you could argue Louis at the beginning of the scale, so it's not worth it yet, but by the time you got like 8 or 9, definitely worth it. The whole idea is it makes your hand cannon so hard to kill in a fight that they scale, even when you're aggressive. Normally an issue of hand cannon is the low range makes them vulnerable. Incendiary, that is on the way for Vortex. Nestibes is a problem right now. He has got the cannons. The only issue is these are locked down Nestibes. Locked down. Raid on the farm backside. And both of them just being kept in check. I mean, for Louis, now it's just a case of not really wanting to be more than maybe about 100 eco. Because of how scarily big Vortex's army is. Keep an eye on this gate. This could be key in the next fight. If you don't get rid of it, it's just an easy point for Nestibes to come in and out of. And also a way for you to hide away from the cannons. So, kind of a relevant one if Vortex wants to go through here that he gets rid of those. Is he thinking sacred sites? That's dangerous. So buying more time for Louis to get the real comp online. Crossbows are going to be greedy. And pyrotechnics now in, guys. Okay. So Louis pretty much pop locked right now. You're going to want to start losing a few more troops to get more HCs. It's annoying when you have to throw them into the army for that exchange though, because it means Jean is getting more XP. His lob is going to go though. The spin upgrade isn't there, by the way. Vortex isn't bothering with it. He has no front line. The Knights are having to hold back against Elite Spears. Scenarios just trigger. Nestibes also aren't here yet. They're wheeling over. It's a little bit difficult. Hand cannoneers up on the wall, though. And now they truly are snipers. 6.5 tower range. Problem is, the attack speed on these archers is stacking a lot of XP into the pocket of Vortex. Actually, these spin have become quite good at even attacking up against the counter at this stage of the game to scale health. Knights are going to be forced to charge in because of that. This is a meat grinder. This is the dream for Vortex. If it turns into an equal exchange, he only profits from the next upgrade for Jean. But she's dead. Whoa! Was that a control group issue? Okay, Can in the meantime is trying to secure the north side to block the goal, but key point here. Louis MT now confident to attack. Does need to re-rally troops. Still a handful of knights left here. And the siege needs to be protected. Nestabees is going to be able to shove them back, though. Vortex. Hang around here. This is where you dial in John. She's a great sniper against siege. Well, normally. Normally you're great at taking out things like mangoes, but China just built diff. 216 HP on these. One issue is technically Louis should be out of gold, but he's still got the flanks, guys. He's done a really good job at budgeting this approach. The taxation, the focus on other gold veins. Honestly, like, actually, I don't think it's even the gold veins. He's just been very cost efficient in his scaling. What's up, Jet Set? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. I mean, this game's got to go up on YouTube, so, you know, this perfect moment for people to subscribe and get etched onto the recording. This is crazy, though. Like, I'm kind of flummoxed by the fact that Louis MT, with so little hardcore gold tapping, has managed to build like this. A lot of full stables. Keep in mind, some of the consecrated, so they are pristine targets. Take down. Looks like he's going to die from them, though. Louis MT, this guy's looked shy in a corner for a long time. Now the confidence surging. However, check this. This could be the decisive moment. Both of them rushing the gold on the north. Issue right now is the triple cannon does give Vortex the edge in a siege trade. As a result, Louis like, hey man, I've played 40 minutes of this game without a big gold vein being tagged. I don't care. Take it. It's kind of wild. Guildhall was just pulled, by the way. So Vortex direly needed this. I can't believe that. Has Vortex seen the bottom gold? What, this one? Yeah, he's seen it. He raided through him. He already tapped the big gold. Oh, you mean this one? No! Good eyeballs. Untouched. Louis does know about it for later, but he probably just assumed it's on. This has to be getting a little bit jarring. And yes, 14-minute level 3 Jean. She's close now, though. Next fight should trigger it, and that's where I'm a little bit worried for Louis. I think he was trying to rush out to end the game before that happened. The attack speed buffer is kind of nuts with archers and knights. Because you're playing mass spears, it just gets erased. They're march forward now. There's a choke point fight, so spears will last a long time. The Nestabees aren't moving up for the backline snipe. Nope, he's just going to plow in. Says, yes, please. Thank you very much. Jean down. She was 50 XP away. Louis, has he got enough firepower here? The knight count, it's shriveling up. Spear line is falling. Hand cannons are now exposed. The Nestabees is still alive. And cannons are sniped. He has no siege control. Nestabees are still in action. Vortex has to back away. Louis MT is just so vexing when he plays like this. You know you need to get in. You know he's never running out of gold or food. You know he's scaling into an insanely threatening late-game gunpowder comp. And it forces him to make plays like this. Full walls versus practically none. We've got a single palisade on the north side. Now the cannons are wheeling up. That castle's not going to last long. Trip cannon to guarantee it. He might just dive to secure it quicker. Edging. Nestabees are also being repaired. Shots coming in. Archer's about to mount. Second wave of knights are there, but the spearmen in position with the blocks. Hand cannon is pretty much just in A-click mode. Are starting to get a little bit sagged, but the castle's down. The bombards are now firing onto the knights. Vortex, can he actually keep this up? If he loses the gold, no. So it is mandatory, compulsory that he holds here. Louis, meanwhile, still has more gold to work with. Knights wrap around the back. Bombard cannons can at least force the cannon away and kill it. hand cannoneer count is still at 20. And now the villagers are starting to be sniped. Does get the wall back up. Double gate control is smart. Gives a quicker retreat. Louis, he giggles to himself like a school kid and then walks back behind the walls. Come on. He's still not out of gold. He's got 1,800 down here. This is about to be tapped. And then, what? Wood? He's still got some wood to work with. He can also just secure the north side because it's so close to the edge. This is wild. And yeah, this is all pre-ancient techniques. So more meat blob coming. Unbelievable. Every time they fight, afterwards, my brain immediately goes, how is this not over yet? We do have marketplaces now being set up by Vortex, so prep himself for the late game, and he's going to need it as well. The gold has been harassed. He has to fall back. Wait, Shiv's out against Palace Guard Imperial? That's a death sentence, sir. I think he knows it as well. Meanwhile, Knights... Whoa, no, no! No, he got baited so hard! Oh my god. Vortex's reaction to this must be priceless. How the hell is he not out of wood? I can't believe that. And Vortex, well, you say he's about to find the corner gold. Yes, it's finally gonna happen. It only took 43 minutes. This, by the way, folks, is the importance of scouting the entire map. 1.5 hour game incoming? Why so little on the time? You think it's only going to be 1.5 hours? That's some rookie numbers right there. They changed the XP gain from Pilgrims? No, so Jean can still farm Pilgrims against Knights Templar. Also going to crumple, double gate down. I feel like I've seen this before. Maybe not. Louis actually takes the bait. He heads out. And Canese, is he trying to get them up on the wall? Kind of. He's hugging the wall. He's on the wall. The Knights are reaching in, though. And we have got blast speed. Oh, my. It's a very different fight here. He didn't respect it. That's the Valorous Inspiration. He didn't get the snipe. That's what he was trying to do. The hand cannoneers were trying to remove Jean. Was it an overcommitment, though? The Nestabes are still alive. They're hugging the wall. He can't snipe it. He actually can't dive. I cannot believe this. Louis, once again with a hold. Man of Steel here. I cannot believe that. Just a tiniest slab of wall. Deciding that. Because honestly, at that stage, Vortex, if it wasn't for Nestabes, he can clean up the hand cannoneers. Ridiculous. And that was like the best that Vortex could have asked for. The Valorous Inspiration, that's the attack speed buffer for Jean, was triggered. Practically the entire duration went off there. That's why the Spearmen died so fast, because Knights and Archers had a buffed attack speed. Once again to the breach. This time though, Louis lacking in the population flow. Siege is still his ring of domination though. Maybe snipe John. Might be worth it because he has got the attack speed again. Bombards unpacked for the shots. Palace Guard Spearmen go in. Palace Guard pretty much just the most efficient meat to block these attacks. It won't kill Knights quickly, but it won't die to the Archers. Splintering starts to happen, but the Nestabes count's still looking good here. Louis. This is the scary thing. Vortex, 2/3 of his army are Archers. Just look how quickly that number drops. It only requires one flurry. One attack, especially with the additional barrels. Vortex, yeah, why have we not got Sacred Side control this whole time? I think he's just become so tunnel visioned in this game. At least put the pressure on him. Force Louis to come out. Instead of forcing yourself to go in. Well, the villagers, they've got nothing to do up here now. And they will be guaranteed a retirement plan. Maybe a casket to go alongside it. Now, this is where you have to be getting suspicious. If you're Louis, and he's checking for it, I think. Why? How? Where did all these Knights come from? There's only one logical option. Vortex must be trading. Only just started, mind you. There is an element in Louis' brain that could be backing this up with the thought process if he's just guild hauled. But you need to confirm, because if you're wrong and it's not just the guild haul, then Vortex doesn't have an expiration date. By the way, that corner goal didn't get tapped. I don't actually think Vortex processed that it's a thing. Louis. Stone's more important to him. That's his liquid goal. Hands are trying to break in. Oh boy. Vortex not the one. Yeah, Archer's far away. What a crazy game. I don't think there's a world in which Louis chooses Ming here. It's just not worth it. The movement speed has been coming in clutch here. Because the thing is, Knights are really cost efficient from a population standpoint. So you actually need the movement speed on the Spearman to get the next wave in. That's what's been keeping Louis alive. He loses a lot of spears in these engagements. If you're wondering why did he go back to spears after Pascal looked super effective, it's because to remass hand cannoneers and siege, you need gold. And if you're using gold on Pascal, you can't. Now we have the classic Louis coming in here. He starts to create the encampments, man. This guy just has a very unique way of playing. I'd say a vexing way if you're on the receiving end. Well, instead of it just being Walui this game, I think it's about to be Walu CG. He's kind of the critical mass that you're looking for. He's there. Vortex, I mean, this is smart. He was trying to switch hand cannoneers. Like, there's no point in arbitrary at this stage. Used to be the popular one for Jean, but because you're setting up trade, you should have infinite gold. So you just want the best units. Awkward, like, see the way he's trying to crawl in, but just a handful of spearmen to slow him down means actually it's a divided fight. Nice victory on the south side here. Yeah, I feel awkward about the way Vortex is having to use this. This is half of his army. It's just not fighting. It just kind of stares. It says, hey, can we play now? Can we maybe be part of the... No, you can't. Because those Nest of Bees are still alive. Now, Louis. Siege is starting to reach the buildings. It's taken a long time. Almost an hour to get to this stage. I can tell you, by the time finals happen, someone's going to be feeling a bit of fatigue. And the red pulse is far away, so this shouldn't be a landmark victory in a rush. I wonder, does he even consider some stone walls here to secure more ground? More reliable. Problematic for the siege, though. And, oh, Vortex with the surround here. Knights go in. It's just not a comp you can brute force. Nesta Bees are shuffling over. Cannons get sniped out by the bombards. Nesta Bee shots are starting to rain down. This is the problem. The tail end of the fight always gets ugly for Vortex for this exact reason. The knob shot's just too good. And this is starting to feel inevitable, undeniable. Louis always just with enough resource. And I think he knows he's exhausted him. Look at this, a Pascal twitch on the way. Nesta Bees are going to keep marching up. Oh my god, no. Walk! Okay, that could have been a lot worse. A bit deceptive with that Nesta Bee shot. The problem now is Vortex actually has a lot of troops that are almost dead. These are all liabilities in the next fight. Because when you initially engage, like 20 of them are just going to die. Now, you have some low health bars here, but it's nowhere near comparative. Like, Louis' units tend to die more one by one, whereas, obviously, Vortexes are dying at certain intervals in mass. This is just getting ridiculous. Pascal, they're now going around for the trade. More walls. You just can't let this guy get to this stage. And Vortex, bless him, man. He tried his hardest to stop him. He was relentless in his pressure focus to try and stop this exact curse happening. Most of this game was Vortex on the offensive, Louis on the defensive. But now when you see Louis in full effect, even on the attack, he looks like the defender. And there's the PG interception. Trade's been found. Gold vein as well. Absolute jackpot he needed. 3 relics on the ground. That's also going to be 240 gold less. And he just went for Merchant's Guild. Vortex, 22 traders that are not going to be trading for long. A game outcome that feels all but decisive at this stage. And Louis MT must have had like an uncle or a grandfather or someone that like great uncle, grandfather, who was part of like the foreign mercenary squad that fought in World War I. I don't know. Like, this guy seems to like trenches more than combatants did in the First World War. He's trying to send knights now to defend, but it's already becoming costly. Lost the gold workers, that was 10 down here. Already lost a quarter of the traders. He's about to lose his base. Louis MT. The Spanish kryptonite. The reverse king. The storyteller. 3-2 comeback against Lucifron. But that wasn't enough. In the same week, just one jump deeper in the bracket. He had to go and do it to Vortex as well. What a beast. We talked about last year, maybe towards the tail end, it wasn't really feeling like Louis leveled up the way we expected in 2024. 2025 arrives. Not sure what to think after the first tournament, but after what we saw from him at the Garrison, what we're seeing from him now in the weeklies, in prep for the Elite Classic 3, this man is a force to be reckoned with. He can play aggro, he can play defense. He's your all-rounder. Even the tiniest of, like, this is small negotiation, just a tiny little creep. This is like when I play Hearts of Iron, I'm like, oh, if I just cut off the supply lines, let me send all the tanks here. Yeah, just like 1 more inch, we're almost there. We just need to like do a few more walls, and then we can reach the trade. It's not long. And the relics have been picked up, by the way. He just snatched it. Who cares about gold, mate? This is one of the most cost-efficient games I've seen out of a Chinese player. I can't believe how long it took him to tap 4Ks. Nestabee's cannons are going to back all the way up. Yeah, maybe some more palisade gates to the fort. And the archers are actually peppering the gates down. Well, hold on a sec. We have got cannon mass here. Vortex might actually have the anti-siege he needs. Louis, he backs off. Okay, we spent all this time progressing, and now we're going to go all the way back. Maybe not. Wait, hold on a sec. The cannons. Uh-oh. He does back up. That's important. If he loses just 2 cannons there, Louis can re-engage. And he got the... I can't believe this. Just your standard 55-minute relic heist. Nothing to see here, folks. Yeah, you know, like, we always praise relic gameplay because I love how, like, everything is in flux and relics still get exchanged between players an hour into the game. Just your standard stuff. This guy looks like a master monk as well. I'm not surprised he was able to steal that from the enemy base. Flash coming in. There is an opening. He's getting quick enough here. Cannons start to get sniped out. He needs to deal with those Nesta Bees. Louis edging it though. He's going to turn and burn onto the night line. The spears could just carry through here. And the Nesta Bees, they're getting in. If they get one flurry off on the cannons. Big hit there. Divine Restoration pumped early. And the bombards now clean up. Nesta Bees are still alive. They have 216 HP. And yeah, I think the hand cannon should now carry this. Village is actually frontlining as well. Zhong gets sniped. Archers are left to trade out against the better peers here. Remember, tower range. He has actually got an extra 1 tower range, but it just doesn't seem to be the difference maker that matters. We'll at least temporarily reset Louis, but you just saw that reblob. Vortex has 2 knights. Louis has got 33 spearmen. Oh my god. I mean, this is the power of the Zerg. I think the only thing that's missing here for Louis is some Ford Raxes here. That would just give him a lot more push. Mangoes can clear this. I think his problem is, like, Vortex cannot go Mangoes until he wins the siege wall with cannons enough. And remember, guys, to go Mangoes, it's not just about getting Mangoes online. He also, if I can actually find a single siege workshop, has to get adjustable crossbars, which I have no doubt he doesn't have. Wow, that's it. He has no way. Well, Louis has done it. Reverse swept both of the Spaniards in the same week. This guy truly is the beast from the east. Oh my god. What a monster. What an actual monster. This guy's the boogeyman they don't want to tell you about. What do we call that one? The most cost-efficient Chinese goal game I've ever seen. I mean, like, I think that actually was the most cost-efficient. Like, that's not even a clickbait. I'm trying to think if I've seen China, like, done better gold-wise. China is a perfectly balanced civ. Is that just going to be a series we start doing? I mean, we have got the other thing, like, around Lancaster for that. You have in your own games? Gee, I wouldn't know him okay. I've never seen you sign up to KPMM. Alright. Guys, that's just Series 1, by the way. Oh, and the boys are already ready to go. Alright. So, let me get everything reset. Chim, if you can send across the drafts, that would be great. I don't know if he's here. But I don't think we've got any time, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we do. Let's have a look. Okay, no, we got like a minute and a half. So I might better quickly grab the drafts. Ah, Tube's already on it. Thank you, mate. So, next up, B versus Anatan. Oh my god, what a day. Louis MT with the win. Do that. Let me check the best of 5. Is B on the left? Did I put B on the left? Yes, I did. Okay. So upcoming is going to be Relic River. It's going to be Jean versus Mongols. Look at me go, dude. 1-man army. Wow. Oh, we have to reset, don't we? So B, Anatan. God, this draft is kind of annoying sometimes. Import. And there's going to be Mongols up against Jean. Okay. I think we're good. Man, look at that. We're so speedy. Let's go! Freaking hype. Oh, the map tracker is broken again. Cal needs to sort that. I don't know why it does that. It didn't wipe and then it's being weird. Let me try again. Nope, still doesn't show. Weird. Please stop casting so many incredible games. I actually love that. Alright, let's get ready to go. I think that summarizes it perfectly, one and all. Please stop casting so many amazing AoE4 games. I'm getting in trouble for my wife here all day watching these games. Well, we're going to spoil you rotten, folks. Second semi-finals of Midweek Muster 20. The first one delivered fantastically. We didn't even have a chance to update it. Louis MT took down Vortex reverse sweep. Check the videos when they go live on YouTube. They're worth watching. But this has been historically on this channel the entertainer set. Anatan and B, it really is like you are just watching a show put together to make you smile, laugh, and enjoy a good time. We open up with Mongols versus Jean on Relic River for game number 1. Jean, this is the first time I think we've seen her picked on Relic River. Relic River's a new map, folks. If you haven't seen it before, it was added with the Knights of Cross and Roses. It's actually one of the best maps, I think. It just has some slight balancing issues that need to be addressed around food spawns and tree spawns. But outside that, loving this map, and been loving Mongols for this map as well. Everyone moaning that Mongols underpowered, they suck. Maybe try picking them Relic River. They can be super effective because of this. The river at the south side comes stacked with 6 shoreline fish. So you can inflate your economy a lot. And the cool thing about this is no one really wants to contest Mongols on the opening. Because if you try to spam spears, they'll spam spears as well. So normally what happens is a Mongol player basically gets fishing for free. Word banners just be honored. We try to honor them. I've talked about this before. You can't ban words like at, the, whatever, like connect words. It's just stupid. So we don't allow for it. Got to balance you guys having a good time with cast making sense. Damn, that is crazy, by the way. I just checked like the viewership tracker. We were 160 people, and then it went down to like 90. And I'm like, bro, chill. We're not done. There's 3 sets today. Oh. Okay, so what was the predictions like at you guys? 59% Anno, so very tight between the two. I mean, it should be a 3-2 set. Sheep haul overall, pretty good actually. Anatan just a bit behind. B was able to get 13 compared to the 7. That actually hurts, as Anno. Obviously, you don't want to have to rush out if there's going to be Keshik versus Knights. But there is a deer shoving to happen here, so I wonder if B's going to come over and deny that. Because the thing is, like, you probably don't need too many people in sheep. He hasn't got any left at home. Yeah, so if he had 2 or 3 at home, he could probably run over and just lame these deer before coming back. But he just doesn't have time. All 3 goals on the left side? True. Usually there's something to balance this out, and yeah, it's most of the stone is on the east side, I guess. This is the thing. So this map tries to balance its spawn perfectly, but because of the river and the way it divides and it's a bit randomly generated, it's always going to have a slight lean. I still think of the new maps though, and I will say I don't think any on the new maps got this perfect so far in terms of like spawn balances. But that's to be expected. I'd say Relic River is probably the closest, which is good. Because the usual spawn issues are either around tree lines, which this one quite different in, and the other one can sometimes be the boar spawns or the deer spawns. Outside that, it's usually the gold or the stones slightly leaning one way or the other. But it's not like when you play Dry Arabia and both big gold veins are, you know, north side closer to one opponent. Overall, I think this is like a very smartly thought out map. The cool thing that I appreciate the devs done with this is they didn't need to make it insanely different from like your standard maps. But they found a way with the addition of waterfalls and the way that impacts the map to give it a lot of character. Love these. Sure, it's a tiny bit janky, but that's random gen for you. Okay, so fishing count is up at 3. B is about to trigger the deer stone. We do have pro scouts coming from Anatan, so still a big believer in that. And Jean, I believe, has she got enough XP required to build an outpost? She does indeed. Kortai picked less than Redoubt? 100%. Step Redoubt is just a lot more safe. It gives you options like the fast Imperial build. I think the biggest change you've seen since Kortai was really popular, Mongols can still all in, and then you will Kortai. But a lot of the time, this Mangadai Imperial Rush has been looking a lot more beneficial. A step Redoubt over. Also, players who fail their feudal aggression usually rush into Castle instead of Mongols. If you rush Castle Age, there's no value to Kortai. Kortai only is useful if you have an army. I think he should be able to get the kill here, by the way. B didn't prioritize a bow because he can't. Like, this is the smart thing that Anatan done, guys. Building this outpost, you can't go for a bow. It's impossible. You'll die. So your only option is to get Keshiks out here. Now, you might be wondering, why not just snipe Jean? She has 150 HP. You can't snipe her. It won't work. And then what happens afterwards is she gets fed XP. In fact, this is going to be quite a lot of XP. Yeah, 7.5 XP per boat, and then the dock. And you can't really stop him from taking all. Even the Kesh Goblin is going to feel a little bit weird because of the tower. Then again, it can at least block the Pro Scouts. Yeah, this is just kind of sad. But we will get them soon. The reason he's leaving Jean here is so a villager can't come to repair. Yeah, I know, he just didn't want to sacrifice his optimal deer timing because he saw that Keshiks were coming, it seems. And it kind of freaked him out. Okay, it does bring one more scout down. Final drop-off is going to be there. B realizes his days here are numbered. It is going to be a high tower moment. He gets the sniper on the fishing. Okay, this is really cool though, because Anatan's player here now draws attention away from Pro Scouts, which he needs because he got double deer forward. Yeah, I kind of feel for B, it's just very vexing. You're stretched between two different goals. And it is going to be the double greed. I don't know if you guys have noticed this recently in B's games. He's a really big fan of and another greed. So, for example, fishing plus Pro Scouts. He does it a lot on maps like Dry River as well. Interesting attempt to get the sniper on Khan isn't going to work. And, wait, is he going to attempt to redock? Oh my god, it actually might work. Wait, one... Okay, it's only for one food, which isn't great, guys. If it was 2 food, this is kind of worth the investment, but 1 shoreline fish is a bit rough. Yeah, because before anyone says, well, KP, he's got a boat and it's 500 food. Yeah, but his villager spent 150 wood and had to run all the way out here without wheelbarrow. This is pretty pricey. I don't know with the spearman. Because B went Pro Scouts, you're not really going to see archers in a rush. Magadai could be a possibility here, though. It's just a bit tricky. I think usually people are more scared of doing Magadai against Jean than French. Because you can just feed XP so easily. Kurtai better if you have the trade set up, of course. But like outside that, if you are playing Deerstone and you've lobbed 40 plus military, Kurtai is really, really good. It's just if you're at 10 military, Kurtai is just Kurtai. It's just bad. Right, coming in. B actually just kind of feeding the beast here. Trying to get the snipe. I think he's out of shots here. It's coming off cooldown. Oh, yeah, he saves it. This is brilliant. He can get another one. Dunks it. Damn, that's a lot of XP. 162 of 500 already. I can't believe that. B, he's trying to secure space. That's why he committed. The heist is on. Anatan yoinks from underneath B's nose. Okay, I'm worried now. I actually think B is in a pretty shaky position because he's trying to choose castle. Is this spawn great for it? Not really. He's spent a lot on Pro Scouts plus Keshiks already. So step redoubt like isn't good on its own. We've seen Mongol players struggle with this if they spend a little bit too much time in the feudal. The step redoubt doesn't get enough payoff because you have to move forward. Get the dunk. She goes in the charge, 2 HP, so that should be a kill. Maybe. Ooh. Ano, sick micro. Baits him back in. That can be a double kill now. Maybe a triple? Okay, yeah, the recharge is still in effect. Ano is vibing right now. And he's just chasing, more rather than attacking. He wants to try and guarantee it, but it's not going to be enough. Needed the knight to connect again. B, forced to reinvest. Has added in Magadai. I mean, it's just knight spears right now. It makes sense. Like I said, John can farm you up, but the problem is she can't do it alone. And by the way, Ano did go for the dock in the end. There is an archer ship. Maybe he could sneak in, but he revealed. Yeah, Ano saw it. So now it's just a dock here, which could have an outpost with an arrow slit. You can't really contest that as B. Honestly, the investment on water to kill this dock just wouldn't be worth it for him. So it means that Anatan is going to get the majority of the food. Because if this outpost does have an arrow slit, you can't fish here either. I know he's playing counter Pro Scouts so well here. That's another dunk. That's another Keshik down. Didn't get the XP though. I find this a little bit weird. And I know people like very skeptical about Jean buffs. I don't care what the range is. If Jean gets the last hit, she should most definitely get the XP. They could be 20 tiles away. But if she'd done the final shot, Gale should be getting XP. I still find that very weird. But I get it. Like, simplicity-wise, what happens is when a death happens, it does an XP radius check around her. And if she's near it, she gets XP. Which is why quadruple Jean is OP in team games, guys. Okay, please don't. So the Magadai weren't really committed to it yet. Which means Anatan's in a better position to fight. The Spearmen are now getting counted out. But the Knights alone is a problem. Fashion's going to be underway. Spearmen do end up getting pushed towards the Archers, so good for B. Has he got the numbers to defend here? Anno, not really peeling away. Divine Restoration was already used. John is now getting sniped. And a good hold from B. Okay, so has the numbers. Anatan kind of deceptive here because he only had 5 Knights left over. 4 more elsewhere on the field. Let's go for the recharge. That's smart. The start of the fight is better for Jean always because the charge damage. Being said, Jean herself is dead. Buyback has to come out. Yeah, like this is the awkward thing. When you fight that close to base, there's also Yam risk. So it's hard to get the disengaged recharge. Knight is going to flop dead in the end. It just feels painful when you're watching when your expensive Knight dies. Perfect charging again. So at least makes it a trade. But militarily, B is in a great position all of a sudden. 31 to 16. Anno's being forced back into spears, but you have to wonder if Knights only would be better here. Maybe he's worried that it sets him up to just get countered by spears. I think, is that all deer gone? That is all deer gone. Yeah, there was a lot going on, but I think we can agree that Anatan won the deer heist. Oh my dear god. Yes, he is the deer god. B has maybe 2 deer left? 1, 2, 3, 4. I think it's 4. 4 compared to, was that 7 or 8? And Anno also has more fishing. So B is in a more risky position with his food eco. Yeah, he's already on berries to try and compensate. So for now, Anatan is more just play defensive for the time being. And what's up, Michael Bow? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Welcome back to Swarm. Remember, guys, get those subs in. Supports the channel. We are currently 3 hours into one of our live streams that we do every Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And this is only the start of the second series. We've got grand finals after this. Whew, we provide the entertainment for sure. Okay, so Anno, he's going to go for the attack now. This is what I was a little bit worried for B. Is like you're scaling Knights versus Knights, basically. But your opponent has a much better upgrade path. Thank you, Reveal. First time subber. Welcome to Swarm. Thank you very much, mate. Hope you enjoy your stay. I do need to talk to my emote asked about getting Lancaster and Knights Templar made. I'll remember that. But plenty of emotes to spam in the meantime. Do you guys know that when you spam the Jean emote, it kind of looks like you're giving up? Yeah. We really did capture World War II French there. It just looks like a white flag. I think maybe we should have made it more yellow. Like, maybe Anatan levels of yellow. Well, this is a painful Uvu, I'll say that much. And Gilthal's coming in. Anno desperately needs to dodge fight. Because right now he is pretty heavily outnumbered. You need to be careful about how you siege this. Remember, there are demo ships. And Keshiks don't tank those very well. Anno, is he not going to go for it? No, I'm a little bit surprised. Cheap demo kind of feels worth it against Keshik. I know they'll heal some of it off, but this entire clump being down to, 30% HP, maybe getting up to 50 again before fight, has to feel good. Just gives it over. Imagine if we were AoE2 and you just had you can store demos inside. Not here, baby. That's just a physical. Wow, instead, Anatan says, screw that. If you're going to attack, so am I. What? You don't think to do this while teching? Attacking. Okay, so he does back away, which is crazy. Yet the gold, it did just get seen. But he's fine. So this is an interesting dynamic, guys. Because that knight skimmed the gold, look at what B does with his army. He can't chase. He has to be worrying about this. Because Anatan, this is his new target. So it's kind of crazy. Ano techs and he gets away with it entirely. Like, you can't punish him. Okay, so what's the follow-up here? Probably Monastery makes a lot of sense. We do have him rushing out to the secondary goal. Now, fishing has been reclaimed for B. Knight upgrade has kicked in. He's a veteran now. But the Yam is difficult. So diving this doesn't feel very attainable. He is scaling arbitrary behind, but it's slow to get online. And one busy turn. Yep, there we go. Charge comes in. Remember, he's just trying to edge the fight. Hit, 2 strikes, back away. Don't let the Spearman engage. Good turn for it now. Level 3 Jean there. He's going to summon the champions. Divine Restoration gets pumped as well. B, I don't think he has enough spears for this fight. No, and the knights are munching down on them first. Handful of Keshik left over. Archers welled upon as well. Arbitrary baits entire fire. The archers are frontlining. That's going to be a wipe. And B is all in. And that has to be game. No doubt about it, man. Anatan, he threaded this beautifully. Understood the position he had in this game. Played patience over aggro. And comes out miles ahead of the 3D clan member. Oi, oi, oi. Well played to Anachad. I was well executed on the timing to switch. So, right side, win. Anachad first to get on the board. No Magadai, no win? Oh, no. I don't know. What's the focus on that one? Is that uploadable? If it is, someone do probably Jean on the opening. Was it a crash from B? You're a funny dude. You should try comedy. Yikes. So... One second, I should double check. Yikes. Oh, whoopsie. It's not muted there. Okay, so... Next stop, where are they taking us? You genuinely thought he crashed? Oh. The guy just micro nothing at all? I think there's like no getting away from that. Like no, he definitely didn't crash. Marine Lord, you can tell he didn't crash because there was a moment where the archers chased the arbitrary. So he definitely didn't crash. That's like the dead giveaway. So no crasheroo. You said hola to Vortex. What the hell? Why didn't you say bonjour? Everyone knows you speak Spanish to French people and French to Spanish people. The incompetence. I just can't believe it. All right. So let's get predictions up in a minute. We've got... Oh, actually, guys, I'm going to run ads now. I'm going to run 3 minutes ads. Subscribe. And then we can keep chatting. Also supports the channel that is putting all these tournaments together. All 30 of them. What do we speak to English people? American. There we go. We've completed the circle. You should like turn up in my chat and you go, Buongiorno. You even do like the full accent for from the Quentin Tarantino movies. Brad Pitt it, baby. Arrivederci. I'm going to do a 5-minute prediction, so you'll have 2 minutes once we're in game of being able to see the map and then get your predictions in. Oh, this is great. This is enough time for me to update the bracket as well. Yes, yes, yes. We speak Italian to you? I mean, like, you kind of do, but you're also just doing it to be, like, iconic. Like, okay, so if I went to you, Buongiorno, Is everyone in here just immediately flashbacking Inglourious Bastards? Because if so, then it's like it's American. I'm sorry, that's just the way logic works. If the first thing you think of is Brad Pitt, it's the way it works. All right, so let me update bracket as well. For those that didn't see it, highly recommend going and watching the VODs later on YouTube for Louis MT versus Vortex. Insane series. We've still got so much insanity to come today. Probably going to be looking like a 7 or 8 hour broadcast day. We go the distance. Wait, why was the, there we go, yeah. Boom. So Louis MT waiting for an opponent. And it's good because by the time he's going to be playing, it'll be in prime time. He loves playing past midnight. He used to. Why Beasty doesn't play? Because he doesn't want to. It's up to him. There's no force to play. I know he's got a lot going on, so could be that. He's in the middle moving. It's not just that. It's like he's playing, like he's doing a subathon, and we mandate that you have to have a 5-minute delay on finals. So like even if he makes finals, right? Like I don't know how that would work for his subathon per se. So maybe he comes back and plays. I don't know. Like the tournament elo system, and I think some people like him don't like the tournament elo system. The thought that you can lose like 50 elo and only gain 10 from a weekly. Just win, lol, like Marine Lord. But like besides that, to be fair to the point, I do think the tournament elo system is flawed. But I also think like participation in these is like, I wish I had enough money for that to be compelling on its own. But the tournament elo kind of without it, maybe these weeklies has bigger problems. I don't know. The reason like why I think participation in these type of things is important is it creates a baseline experience from which to build the esports scene. Instead of just having like overbloated like tournament funds into one event that maybe doesn't return like enough. Don't get me wrong, I need more of you to subscribe so we can actually make a return on investment doing these. But, you know, it's like we at least have it currently at a scale with KPMM where it's like I'm not remortgaging my house and making my son grow up wearing my daughter's leftover clothes, you know? Any proof like the current ATR system? And some like the idea of it more than the old one because the old one was like, it just rewarded grinding and they didn't like it. It's like, yeah, it's kind of weird. There'll always be people that side each side, you know, with anything. But I genuinely just don't like the tournament elo system. I'd rather, like, we minimize its usage as much as possible and then do things like round robins in tournaments so that seeding doesn't matter for playoffs. I think that's much better. I feel like this matchup delivers some of the wildest experiences on this map. One and all, welcome back for game number 2 of this semi-finals between B and Anatan. Dry River is where our journey takes us next, which is also like false advertising because there's not really much dry about it. Like there is literally a pond here and a here, and it's not a river, but there's plenty of fish that seem to have gotten stuck in here, and Anatan's going to be taking full advantage of them. Okay, so usually the way this matchup goes, you can see a mirror play, and we're going to see it in this game. Sometimes it's actually just a feudal rush on both sides. I feel like you have to understand your player's intent, your opponent's intent. If you see them fishing, you kind of want to fish. Otherwise, I almost feel like when I've been seeing Abbasid Japanese, the feudal rush is only when your opponent forces you to do it. The reason why you feudal rush is dry on like, say, a map like Kawasan, Abbasids can ram rush with military wing, and then Japanese shinobi rush. The problem is on this map, and you can see it by the way they've actually placed their docks, they're so far away from each other that if one goes aggro, they're very likely to arrive too late. So for that reason, we're going to see a more chill opening to this game. Your son's wearing your older son's leftover clothes? Sure. Like right now, like it was, like instead of buying loads of new baby socks, we're just like using. I think it's the other week my son was sitting there wearing frilly baby socks because they were Freya's old ones. Oh dear. Yeah, like this is so guys. Here's the hack in life. You know, we had kids a little bit later than my siblings and whatnot, because, you know, I had, like, issues to overcome with, like, the idea of parenting. Long story. But the benefit again is that we get all the hand-me-downs, which is important, because I don't make tens of thousands of dollars on content creation each month. So I can't afford new Gucci's for the kids. Now, these boys might be able to afford some Gucci's at this rate, though. I just thought about this. Anatan and B, like, these are two of the most frequent participators in the Midweek Masters. I think B has played in every single one. Yeah, dude, B. Shout out to B. Nobody has more participations than he does. Dumu played all the weeklies, but he didn't play the All-Stars at Christmas. B has played every single one. 21 entries. Do you guys know the other players that have participated in every single one bar the All-Stars? Let's see if you guys know, like, your history of Midweek Master. Anatan has done 18, by the way, in total. And he was present for All-Stars. But there are, minus All-Stars, outside of Dimu, there are 2 other players with 100% participation. One of the names will really surprise you. So military wing on the way, Coca Township other side. Everything is expected, but B's timing looks a little bit better, actually. Yeah, and they both only went 1 pond. So Sass is a reasonable guess. Sass has actually played 19 out of 20 that he would have been barred before. Voldemar and Lash have also played 19 out of 20. It's Mio, Micah, and Myriad. Those are the other 2. And Kiliadi as well. Kiliadi is up there, but he played All-Stars. He did skip on some. Yeah, a lot of participation. Love the commitment. I think it kind of proves that, like, the format helps. With exploring ways of trying to expand Midweek Master and what to do next. If people, like, want to actually help with crowdfunding, by the way, I'd never say no to that. I really am interested in trying to, like, level up what we're able to offer on a weekly and monthly basis and expanding different formats. So, like, there's definitely an interest in running additional different tournaments. And I've heard there are some people that, like, have been asking around about, like, you know, different tournaments they want to see. So definitely reach out to me if you're one of those people. I will be seeing what we can achieve via Microsoft for the next financial year as well. Maybe Midweek Master again? I don't know. 30 weeks of non-stop. I'm surprised my hair is still attached to my head. It's a lot of work. Okay, so B. We do have double Shinobi on the way. Tricky thing is if it's triple Shinobi, you can actually kill the archers quite quickly. We do have second dog. Okay, Anatan being very greedy. What? And it's going to work. That's so crafty. Do you guys notice what he done there? He skipped the second dog. He went third because the scout is going to be running south side with the Shinobi. He knows he's been seen here, so he draws attention away from the expansion. That's so smart. I know, he does have Camelot on the way. This used to be the classic way to go against Japan. Does require good food control to scale, though. Can you say some time back that you wanted to find a way to reward players for playing KPMM? Yes. So that idea kind of got put on the back burner because we were originally targeting time around June, and I heard loads of rumors of different, like, tournaments and things happening. And the idea was, like, I mean, I guess I'll, like, be transparent. Right? Maybe we'll do it differently in the future. Maybe it'll be the next iteration of KPMM if it continues. The original idea was to try and get an initial funding point of $2,000 to $3,000 for a prize pool, and then crowdfund it up from there. And then invite the most frequent participators of KPMM to, like, a top 16 or something. And then we'd play that out across 3 weeks. And we'd have 2 formats. We'd have, like, the upper league, lower league. And lower league would be a small prize pool. And then theoretically, with, like, crowdfunding, get that to over 5K. But there just wasn't a 3-week-long gap that involved weekends. Because the idea would have been to have weekdays be the group stage and then into the lower ranks. So, like, basically, let's say you have top 16. You, after a week or so, would then put them into an upper bracket, like an upper league and a lower league. And then you play the lower league on the weekdays and the upper league on the weekends. So I really want to do that, but I didn't feel confident. I just didn't have 3 weeks safe that I could lock in around June. So the idea kind of got kicked down the road. It would be nice to do. I think at this stage I've kind of relegated it to it's something we'll probably have to look at doing for an additional KPM. If we do it again. We'll see. Yeah, focus on the game though. We can talk more about KPMM in the future, like game in the series when like there's a calming moment. Because I do think there's a lot of interesting things to dissect there. We have got Yuumi spam and spam. Yuumi aren't like the quickest killers against camel archers, guys. And we already have horsemen coming. So it looks like Shinobi is going to be able to rush in. Archership is not going to be coming out. So good blocker there. So this is going to turn into 1 dock versus 1. There was some harassment into the base. No worker kills so far. Okay, but like at this stage, does B keep playing the Age? I mean, he's got enough stone to go for the Yuumi bannerman. Anatan still has food source though. Does B know? I'm starting to think he doesn't realize. And he's getting traded out on the north side. Wait, he queues up another... That must be a misclick. Archer ship makes sense. Another fishing boat when you've got 4 is kind of crazy. There's only 2 shoreline fish. Onamesh still down being pried by both sides. We do have Ona Bugacia. Bugacia's curious, guys. Ona Bugacia sucks against camel archers because the ladies get counted. They are light infantry. It's good against horsemen, though. The reason why it's kind of better than spearmen is Ona Bugacia can catch horsemen. Spearmen cannot. Steel Arrow is coming in fast here, but Undermesh is already in effect. Shin. And B is eager for the battle here. I know, is the Cam Archers being prioritized? The awkward issue is you already used the Shin. So Blink's on cooldown for 15, which is why Anatan can edge the fight. I don't want to have those ninjas gone, though. Yeah, like, your priority is Archers kill Shinobi, then Horsemen win. But B is... It looks like he's intentionally just kind of pushing the Yuumi forward, so the Archer auto attacks go into them. He's getting low, though. Shinobi, another Blink in. He has cleared most of the Horsemen, and now he reveals his own! Archer ship is going to be there, somewhat smuggled inside the fishing boats. Yeah, this is an ugly fight now for B. This is an overextension. I think he knows it. I'll consider backing up just a little. Shinobi spear. Okay, so I think he pushes him to the edge here, but you don't commit in. Against an archer ship? Because, like, if he pulls fishing boats, you're never killing this. I'm starting to wonder if B actually realized how much damage that archer ship was doing. No, it almost seems like he kind of lost track of it. This is what I said, though. It's kind of weird. At a glance, when you look at fishing boats and dhows, they are very similar. Obviously, one is bigger, but you can literally see that they took one asset and scaled it up a bit. It is literally the same, bar size, net, and flag. I know that sounds like a lot of differences, but like when you're glancing and you're zoomed out, it's like, and you're focused on micro on this, you might not realize it at first. Okay, so full switch, Uma Bannerman. B's going to make it cavalry. Premium cavalry in a way. Those horsemen get hit hard. When you cast for these S tier tournaments, sure they would pay you. So to respond to Mark Staple on YouTube with that, I do cast for the S tier tournaments, but the S tier tournaments aren't exactly breaking my bank. Age of Empires 4 doesn't have much money in it. Outside of like big lands happening, and even then, like, unless you're talking about, you know, someone on the caliber of Red Bull, you're probably not getting paid. And also, we'll better shut that down. We do also have an interception. Didn't quite get the ability to kill though. He does now know there's additional docks coming through though. And that's cheeky. He actually tried for the south side, but good villager snipe there. But yeah, let's just say, you know, if you look at what I earn from AoE for content creation plus casting, in some ways it looks more like a passion. Which is crazy, because I do put a lot of hours. I say that with a laugh that undertone hides a feeling of insanity. More money to SE2 with SE2 migration? Possibly, but you need to see an uptick in viewership and player count for that. You don't just like wake up one day and go, StarCraft 2 is dying, and then just like put $1 million into AoE 4. In fact, like one of the biggest awkward issues of statistically driven investments nowadays is they tend to identify trends long afterwards, because you have to keep in mind that like devs and different brands, they have a fiscal year and they can only allocate budgeting through that year, and so they're essentially planning a year behind. So like I've said this before with Age of Empires 4, Age of Empires 4 Sons of Sam wasn't enough. It had to keep doing well to then justify big updates. See if he can do well in this fight. Yuumi are going off those camels, but you just see they just tank a whole flurry of shots. Oh, now starting to arrive though. I think this should be the difference maker, especially the Uma Bannerman if he can get in. Nice body block there. Anatan just draws fire with the A-click. Now B, he does have a military advantage, but it's kind of a lie. Something that's missing for Anatan is the boot camp. Very surprising here. Yeah, he doesn't have that extra health. We do, however, have melee priority. And this is where the premium horseman effect I talked about comes in. So you're going to have an extra melee tech over any other civ at this point in the game. That's going to put you up to 11 damage. And then the Uma Bannerman is going to buff you for 15%. So that ends up being an extra 1.6 damage. So you're hitting as hard as a Ghazi does. Japanese horsemen are kind of secretly the ace up the sleeve of you. SC2 dying can only be bad for AoE4? Not entirely true. It'll initially seem bad because people will read it as a genre dying, but then someone can take its place. And it might not be as big, but like SC2 is at apex. Like, of course, no RTS has ever been that big. Yuumi? Okay, we finally have a way of killing a Dao. It just took 33 Yuumi, but he's done it. Stonk's rising. Needs to be careful of a demo ship play here. Has got the sabotage. That should buy enough time so Yuumi can now forward. And the torches can come out. Man, that samurai switch is kind of crazy. It ruined Anatan's comp. However, he stockpiled for Castle Age. And I'm wondering if B realizes that mathematically the numbers in his head just don't make sense. Something feels off. He's not that close to his own castle play. And Mass Yuumi, I mean, it would be a sick upgrade path, but if you can't rush that upgrade, you're just left with units that shoot tiny twigs. Yeah, he was doing it intentionally. Anatan literally embedded the dowels inside the fishing boats so that you couldn't tell. Crafty son of a gun. Everything dies? Yeah, and like the whole goal is to bring lost next. You know, I think the meaningful joke I've made about AoE4 is, like, imagine how big AoE4 would become if they just done the Overwatch 2 treatment and made Age of Empires 5 with, like, the same stuff and maybe some new campaigns. Some people might be a little bit vexed, but, like, I don't think so. I think launch brand exposure is crazy. Like, AoE4 from a design standpoint is in a really not perfect, definitely things to still improve upon, but like the progress that this game has seen in the last 4 years, I got a lot of respect for this. Especially with how easy it could have been to lose faith along the way. Anatan, I don't think I've lost faith in him here. He has a switch for Eco Wing that he can lean to. In the meantime, he has veterancy advantage. Camel Archer. Oh, if he just kites this out, this is so jarring. Yeah. Okay, that's correct by B. He doesn't pull all because it just wastes his idle. So he pulls a few. Start step not quite on point for Anno. And nice body blocks. B will get the kill. Blown gate about to complete in a few seconds. A Yorishiro drop in an archery range would make a hell of a lot of sense for your Yuumi timing, but I think realistically, that ship has sailed. Mounted Samurai is your best bet. You see Gulams, and also Yuumi aren't going to be able to combat composite bows. The veteran archers of Abasas will destroy you. Wow, I think, did he go for a samurai switch up? Yorishiro drops in the stables. Live coming through. No boot camp still for Anatan, mind you. Gulam, oh my. Shoot me harder. Harder, more. It takes so long to kill one. And he's spamming samurai into lances. Looking grim Reaper, in fact. Anatan, maybe a little bit of an overextension, is starting to feel the firepower of the defenses. Start to back up a little bit. Also, the interception of reinforcements slowing Anatan down. Yeah, he's lost mass. Okay, so B Stands Up Tool says, I'm not dead yet. SC2 is also a Microsoft game. Yeah, but so this is something I think people sometimes don't understand is like acquisition doesn't mean control. And what I mean by that is like while you could take control, you don't necessarily want to. So same logic is, for example, years ago, I don't know how many people realize this by now. I feel like this should almost be common knowledge now for esports. ESL owns DreamHack. They bought DreamHack years ago. But I knew people at DreamHack that could not leave because part of the acquisition required them to sign on for X years to get their payout. So just because you buy a company doesn't mean you just take over full, like, everything. You leave autonomy in place. So for, like, Microsoft, they don't want to immediately inherit the mess that would be Blizzard and Activision and all the different, like, arcs. There'll be areas they'll probably want to intercede and get involved over time. But you know where's a closer to home example, guys? Age of Empires 4. Age of Empires 4 was managed by Relic, and over time, World's Edge has been integrated more and more into the process to take control. They didn't immediately get given control, because that would be a nightmare. Like, logistically, you just don't have enough devs, you don't have the experience with everything. So, you know, it could be 2 or 3 years from now, nearly overseas StarCraft's budget, maybe, but, like, not now. Okay, so I know he went Eco Wing, but we still don't have TCs yet. Is that about to change? He also somehow still got away with the North Dock, but that's now exhausted. He's adding in farms. This is like the most uncomfortable phase of the game for me. Maybe an opportunity now to make it uncomfortable for Anatan. What is happening up here? The outpost is going to see it. I know, he's not reacting quick enough, though. He is going to get scouted. And the Yuumi, they're quicker. Uh-oh. B, if he splits off. Okay, no, he goes north dive. I don't think he actually saw the extra villages. So, Anatan, it will cost him. Only an arm, not the whole body. He gets 14 villages out. 10 SA. What happened to AoE 3? Same thing that happened to Age of Mythology Retold. It's an old game. You can repaint it, but like, you know, what's that like? You can't put pig on a lipstick, not to insult the game, more the concept of like, it is what it is. It is an old game. And people usually don't like old things. The people that did will come in and play for nostalgia, but then there's of that a percentage that will just say this isn't as good as I remember and leave. And even then, in the current ecosystem, people just want new stuff. Don't call AoE a pig. It literally has an ability that turns people to pigs. Yeah, so Yuumi, he doesn't even try to trade out. It's not even worth staying at reach. We do have a Bugacia switch, which is actually really good for Anatan. Onimusha will deal with the Gulens, but like, I'm still worried at the core of it. Like, B doesn't have an answer to Comsabos. SC2's almost old enough to vote. Yo, do you want me to, like, mind boggle you? Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is more than old enough to vote, and I'm pretty sure on average, across a year, it has better average viewership than StarCraft 2. People are going to fact check me now, and they're like, wait, what? It is admittedly a very heavily Eastern European and CIS crowd. Flash coming in. I like the forward with the Mad Samurai. That's actually absorbing a lot of fire. He's littered in the Bugacia as well as the Samurai. The Mango does need to be sniped. Yuumi are perfect for this. Remember, if you're doing 1 damage, you might as well have more units for the same price. Feels faster. Front line starting to fail a bit. I can't believe it. B, this was so sick. The way he laid in just a handful of heavy cav completely ruined what should have just been a winning comp for Anatan. Telling the fight is at least going to get a little bit better for him. The machine gun bows proving effective, but the golems, they're drying up fast. And also remember that Anatan is playing on finite resources. He does not have a farm transition. Meanwhile, B, he has a tidy little nest egg here. 13 farms of info food. You see that? I love that from B. He's just queued up about 8 different kills to go for 1 by 1 in a row. Tell me about Command and Conquer. Okay, so like Tiberian Sun was incredible, and Red Alert 2 was incredible. Those are the standouts. I'm gonna make some enemies with that. I think Generals is overrated. It's good, but not as good as people think. Red Alert 2 is good. And B is just turning this into a meat grinder right now. And it's kind of crazy that Yumi are winning against Comsabos. Okay, that's much better. He snipes the Onimusha. So B, he needs more frontline. Really good news here is actually like Samurai can gradually win this, but he's missing Odachi tech. That's a huge buff of +4 damage that isn't there against Gulam Archer. Like, for reference, if he got Odachi and starts spamming Samurai, he gets bonus against everything Anatan's doing. Anyone play American Conquest? Oh yeah, American Conquest difficulty scaling was confusing. Cossacks was like a better iteration of American Conquest, visually and difficulty curve-wise. But they were both cool games. Humphrey definitely had a higher skill ceiling, but like Humphrey is a very different style. No one's mentioned Tempest Rising just launched. That's because they didn't sponsor me, so we don't talk about them. Same reason we ain't talking about another RTS this month. Meanwhile, here I am sending you all to Heroes of Might and Magic 3 for free. They don't pay me. Alright, guys. Like, I need to do a vibe check. One's if you think Anatan's going to win this. Two's if you think B is. Because this is like... I don't think this is easily predictable. We're 25 minutes in and it's not clear. Okay. I think that's more twos coming through than ones, but a little bit of balance there. We do have Yorishir drop TC, but... I'm sorry, where were the ones? Might need more of them here. Triple TC now out of Abbasids. His farm transition is going to be a lot quicker than Japan's. Did I know that Anatan was 800 elo in Hom? I figured he must have played a decent amount because he came in and said that he'd smash me in it. And I was like, step back, pleb. Yo, Olden Era comes out, me and Anatan grind that game, I beat him in a month. I'm calling it. You gotta realize something about me, chat. If I sweat, it gets dangerous. That's why I've just focused on doing historical battles over like sweating 1v1. Because if I sweat 1v1, my life disappears. Historical battles, half my day disappears. Okay, so with the hunker down going to Imperial, let's talk about like upsides both sides. Abbasid economy is ludicrous. Golden Age, agriculture, improved processing is very hard to beat mass farms. Especially for Japan. You miss out on the base ecotechs. You only buff farms close to the TC. Unit quality, though, Japan has edge. Hand Cannoneers with Yumi Bannerman is a nice buff. Composite Bow Archers is not going to feel desirable if your opponent is pumping Hand Cannoneer Samurai in late game. And forcing Japan to not do Samurai, difficult. Even Onabu Geisha, I think, do okay against Archers in the hyper late because of the movement speed. But likely we're looking at maybe Samurai plus Hand Cannoneers versus Gulams plus Hand Cannoneers. And an extra 20 HP on your Hand Cannoneers doesn't beat an extra 5 damage HC. Not with the frontline element as well. Like, deflective armor is big. So, like, I think, yeah, if you get your best units, I'd favor Japan. But economy is a really big deal. And Abbasids are, like, S tier eco late game. Japan's more like B tier. Caesar Free? Caesar Free was an incredible game. Caesar Free was incredible, but I would highly recommend, if you have not played it, Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom. In some ways, a much superior product from the same developers. Pharaoh, I think, was good, but I think if I had to rank them, I'd say top was Emperor Rise of the Middle Kingdom, Caesar Free, and then Pharaoh. I never played the Greek one, which surprised me. I didn't know about it at the time. If I did, like, I love anything Greek. Oh, we have a surge timing from B. Military Academy, the way he's prepping this, I think this is actually about Imperial into spam. And he has good map control for it right now. find the villagers on the north side. Wood-wise, if Anatan wants to keep spamming archers, he's going to need to secure more map. Long walls from B. Possibility of trade, if only this was the correct map, guys. Remember, gold is going to run out. And that's another economy detail that matters here for Abbasids. What does Japan do when all the gold veins are gone? So I do feel like B is on the clock here. He's got a timing in mind. Wow, actually he doesn't go Imperial, he reinvests. I never played Caesar 4. It didn't look that compelling. I think there's a lot of early day, like when the 3D Switch came in, early day games that just didn't resonate and didn't hold. You know, it's kind of crazy how much more beautiful like OG Stronghold looks compared to a lot of the early 3D games. Hom as well. Here's a Man Magic, just with a HD like reskin uplift. Like the way it's aged is substantially better than other games. I also, as a kid, the only anno I played was I'd say the hardest one now that I've experienced more of them. Was it 1602? No, it wasn't Anno 1602. It was the one afterwards. 1503. 1503 was like ultra clunky to figure out. I played, I think, 1400 years later, and it was like, wow, this is much easier. Yeah, I love how with Anno it started in 1600s and then went back. Like, what? Anyway, there's no going back from this. Something big is happening here. Look at B. Oh my god. He's going to trigger Imperial into Rush Delete Text with Yoroshiras. Oh, this is a sick timing. And look at what he caught Anatan doing. Anno was thinking camels. Hand in the cookie jar. While B's hand is around your throat. Dive comes in. He's massed out. There's no extra units to build right now. Mad Samurai absorbing a lot of fire. It's Mass Onimusha only. And Tanegashima Gunsmith being rushed behind. Look at the timing. He throws away the samurai on horseback for the foot samurai to arrive. B, this is ridiculous. He's not even backing away. He's just A-clicking for glory. And it's working. I know. There's just nothing left of that back line. That premium back line that's been keeping him alive. Barely feels like it's putting a dent in this. And that's going to be a strike back by B in game number 2. Oh, what a sick read. Anno, I think he was patting himself, getting ready for more and more greed. He's got the 45 farms online. 2 more minutes, maybe a very different looking game with reserves. But while Japan, as we've been highlighting, is about the quality of units, Abbasids is about the quantity. And these numbers tell no lie. Quantity and quality in the camp of the 3D clan member. Border member about to be dismembered in game 2. What a cool game. And I love the way that this played out in Feudal as well. Like, I feel like we're getting a lot of games today that it's not just like greedy castle rushes. Both players are feeling strained, pressured to play the age, but we still find ourselves deep in the hole with that late game potential. And this series will be going deep into the format. You get Odachi. I didn't glance it, but I'd expect so at that stage. He was wiping the front line really fast. Is that one uploadable? Maybe. Secret attack boats. Surprise Masayumi? I don't know. Something like that, maybe. Is it finals? Nope. This is semis. We've still got another series to come after this. Whew. Let me pay out on predictions as well. So that's a strike back for B. 1-1 scoreline. Left side win. Let's see where the boys are going to take us next. Did they make the game viewable? We'll find out in a sec. Might be just potato PC. I mean, I hope they made the game viewable. Duh. Oh, there it is. Yep. It's okay. We're not missing anything. We're actually perfectly timed. I was like refreshing around the 1-2 minute mark, but obviously the like stream delay. So start the next predictions. Okay, 30 seconds out. Where are we going? We're going Gorge. And it's going to be Japanese versus ABBA, and then we've now got Chinese up against French. Oh, I hope this turns into the micro matchup. I love this as the micro matchup. It's like one of the few situations where I'm actually happy to see China. Weird to see maps waving? What do you mean? Her? Rogan? Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's kind of trippy. I didn't even notice that. What the hell? Time to dress up for final. Oh my god, dude. Remind me after this game. We just got in. Give me mercy. I have my door locked so Freya can't interrupt. But it's hot in here. I'm going to have to open it in a sec. Otherwise, it's going to get sway. Full disclosure, this is one of my favorite feudal matchups. One and all, welcome back to our semifinals between Anatan and B. It's French versus Chinese. I genuinely do love this matchup, and I think some people may be surprised to hear that, considering my disdain for certain French mechanics. But before the Pro Scouts meta, this was incredible. This matchup was mass versus mass, and it was a micro battle that felt like it never ended. You could have 15 minutes of Knight Archer spam versus Spear Chicken Noob. Has Pro Scouts been nerfed enough to get us? Something tells me no. The question is, who's going to Pro Scout? Because, like, this is one of those matchups where both could Pro Scouts or neither could Pro Scouts because of the threat. And I love this from Anno. He is obsessed with this opening on Gorge. And it's super effective with French, actually, guys. Yeah, look at the impact. Against China, it's not easy to get more sheep than them, but he's going to achieve that. Double side for him. The reason this is really good with French is with French, you're going to build more villages anyway. So sacrificing one at the beginning for a scout can easily profit. Fortunately, the profit hasn't been like crazily high here. It's 16. Okay, make that 17 sheep now to 11. A little bit better. Okay, so we've already seen today a double scout opener from Louis that was designed to bait his opponent into Pro Scouts. I'm wondering if Anatan is trying to do the same thing here against China. Yeah, and that's smart as well, because if he lames the deer, it forces B's hand. You either play risky eco against French, which was terrible, or you go Pro Scouts. This is cool, man. I actually love the way that people are using double scout again. It kind of fell off the side of the cliff. But the difference, guys, the reason why double scout felt really sucky is in a Pro Scouts meta, it's irrelevant. Like in a Pro Scouts meta, as long as you get a handful of sheep, you don't care, because you're still going to go deer. And you could argue, well, KP, if we 50-50 split the deer, the sheep difference matters, right? Sure, but the window of opportunity to get more deer presents a great way of just playing for that timing step. Double scout just wasn't worth it. But now, with double scout, like now with the change to Pro Scouts rather, double scout has become a bit more viable. I like it and I dislike it in some ways. So one thing I'm not a big fan of, as you guys who, if you've tuned into the stream more than a few times are aware, I don't like the sheep roulette. I've never been a big fan of sheep roulette, and the more I've seen it over time, the more I'm like aware that the devs must be long-term working to a better solution, because this can't be like their favorite Final Four. Sheep roulette is we both go around the map with one sheep, with one scout rather. I get 80% of the sheep, you get 20%. That can happen because of the spawn pattern. There isn't an easy solution right now, because let's say you had a fixed number of sheep that kept spawning TC, that benefits certain civs and cripples others big time. So, like, the best solution, actually, is long-term, just adding more food types. And I do believe, in my whole heart of hearts, the devs will try to do that over time. because it just makes so much sense. I love this. We got the dish off. Okay. Like, this is exactly how we saw Louis MT play his deciding game against Vortex. Funnily enough, the roles were reversed. It was Jean against Chinese and Lou was on the Chinese. So he's going to dish shove in one. He's going to try to force Pro Scouts out of B, who right now isn't rushing it, but with 2 on gold plus taxation, I could believe he's heading for it. When they put more sheep around TC, slightly, but like once again, even that had a certain impact on scan rotations and certain matchups. You have to be very careful with the way you bounce things. So, for anyone who's been watching our cast here, please go watch some of the ones on YouTube, the Lancaster. We talk in the Lancaster matchup, especially in the early days, about how really powerful the 4 extra sheep start is. Because Lancaster plays the scan rotation more like a berry sip. That's very interesting, isn't it? They don't have the weakness that French or China does, which is you scout and then you have to bring sheep home quickly. So you just see how big these type of impacts would be, how they change the game. This is a great dish shove. B is going to come by trying to intercept now, but like this stage, the goodies are pretty much fun. You can lame a few of them, but they're practically on the edge of TC range, so B could get this with Pro Scouts, but like it's so difficult. Old Pro Scouts, no doubt in my mind, he just walks in here, giggles, runs away. New Pro Scouts, if you shot near this TC and pick up a deer carcass, your ass is going to get chased in the afterlife. Yeah, you can just see the vision from TC as well. There's no easy sneak. Okay, Anno, let's see. Yeah, Pro Scout's going to be coming for B. 4 on gold. This does just seem like macro for Knights. Hey, he's already into archers. That did get scouted by B, by the way. And because he's going Pro Scouts, he's inherently going to have to build stables. That, by the way, I think is a big part of why people are still very much, or some anyway, are very much fixated on the Pro Scouts. What people realize with Pro Scouts is Pro Scouts offers a way of transitioning into a unit type from a very advanced age. Normally, if I drop a production building and you scout it, I'm in trouble. You know what I'm going to do. If I drop a Rax, okay, you drop an archer. But what Pro Scout's done is contradicted the design of unit transition. If I drop a stables, it doesn't mean I'm going horseman, it just means I'm going Pro Scout. But you still have to act in a way that is appropriate as if I could go horseman. You see how that changes things a little bit, guys? Like, you know, in chat, I imagine a lot of you have had a similar experience when someone plays Men-at-Arms Civ in Feudal Age. You know, they drop racks and you're like, oh, I go archer. But hold on a sec, they start building Men-at-Arms. Okay, now I'm confused. It breaks the dynamic. This is really frustrating. Should have enough spears to create the space. More archers are on the way, though, and Knights actually could just brute force this. Yeah, exactly what he wants to do. Good micro, pulls away. Gotta be careful not to get overwhelmed, but on point so far from Anno. He's even baiting B into just chasing without hits. This is sick. Horsemen turn up at the end. Spearman, you've got to be kidding me. Anno is just styling. Beautiful micro. Loses one archer, kills all the spears. Now, some of the Pro Scout deers did get home, but there's a snowball effect to this. Your opponent now has military advantage. The health bars don't look great, but the initial hit is what matters. And look at where he's hitting. Straight onto the scouts. Can you get the low HP one? No. This is ridiculous. He's skimming it. Anatan, this is monstrous. He is basically waiting for B to look to attack and then moving away instead of getting the hit in return. So he could hit with these knights, but what he's realizing is the attack speed is so slow on the spearman that he actually has enough time to walk away. And it means that while B is then like cycled up to a 2-second attack window and is waiting, the other knights are clubbing him in 1.5 seconds. Beautifully done. And now maximum value out of Chivalry. More boyos are on the way. B does have the correct idea. If he stays in his base, he just dies. If he waits at home trying to defend the initial deer, he dies. He needs to try and force Anatan to react to him, and this is the perfect time to do so with all the injuries that Anna took. He's the kitty cat to come by and lick these wounds. Anno Knight micro MVP? Quite possibly. You know what, guys? Like, if you see amazing moments, by the way, another reason to join the Discord. We might have to create a channel for it. but maybe use general in the meantime. If you see epic moments that you think are like plays of the week, I want you guys to let me know. We might be working on some way of highlighting those. Definitely helps if you guys clip and then drop those in. I think like that's like we've had some crazy moments of the week, like the Lucifron Louis series, game 3, game 5 of Louis versus Vortex. That moment there in game 3 of this Anatan, one of them. Okay, so B now playing north side. You can see the macro is intended for castle. He just wants out. Barbican first, pretty much the standard. We see this all the time. The reason is this now gives you gold secure. Anatan isn't really going to ram rush this. I think Barbican is like still a ridiculously powerful landmark. It's just never first. But because it's never first, you always get the benefit of song, and you also get what feels like an unkillable building in the other game. Still think that Lucifron's the best knight micro? Quite possibly. Anatan's impressed me though. I think Anno has really leveled up his micro in the last few months. Okay, so B. I guess he just wants to try and draw attention to Anno's side of the map again. He's close to what he needs. 11 on the gold, so it's definitely going to be Castle Rush. He can flood Lancers. He's getting a decent amount of deer home. It's only like 1.5 deer stacks, but it's better than nothing. Actually, wait, did he get more? No. Yeah, the deer icon missing, remember, is because Anatan got one of them. It shows you how different Pro Scouts now is after nerfs. Does Anno consider it? There's got to be a temptation towards siege engineering here. Oh, nice hit, B. What? Double kill on the gold. Only 6 horsemen as well. The problem for Anno is because he's playing back and forth on the map like this, you know, it's very difficult to get archers with you. It makes the fights kind of harder for knights. Especially against that many spears. It's going to back away. Clock tower on the way in here. Chiv's out this time. Yeah. Oh, man, but it cost him another 2 villagers. All right, this is getting pricey for Anno. Props to B. The horsemen, you know, they look like they were designed for the main archer fight. He realized that's not possible anymore. He pivoted in a really impressive way. Archers are going to snipe back here. Looks like the pro scouts could actually get shut down. That's all the scouts remaining alive. So actually worth sniping. However, the knights dove deeper. He does find worker kills over here. Holy crap. Yeah, he dived onto the mill. The problem here, like B, he stopped the tech up. Oh my god, there's no one teching. Anno, I mean, this is threading the needle right now. He could so easily just get wiped on the army and then B's free. But he took the risk. Instead of just saying, I want, 20 knights and Royal Institute, he saw value in the dive. Gonna see if it ultimately cost him though. B, now only 1 villager behind, but an age ahead. Crazy. This probably changes things from Anno's perspective. What would have previously likely been a Royal Institute game is now, I think, a Guild game. Because you just don't have many knights now. He could rescale in theory. He's playing out to the deer. 4 off that as well. It's just so difficult to all in China, I find. The issue is this Civ has really good economy, but also really good production rates. And B with a mass monk 4 queued up. Supervision's there, guys. These come out every 12 seconds. Yeah, this is the, if I send so many, you can't kill all of them. Like, man, many of you will die, but some of you will impress me. Good luck. Fairness, Anatan could actually guard or relic. But with Parsley's Lancers coming, he's probably going to get scared to keep his army together. And B's trying to play off of that. Oh, we have a heist. Hilariously, the one Lancer is leading the defense force there. but this is still going to force idle time. And like you have to choose. You either kill the Lancer or you kill the Deer Gatherers. Spearman's going to try to make it the best of both worlds. Lancer, yeah, he could probably get a few kills out of this. Oh, he's over panicking though. Okay, so Lancer's going to go down. Nicely played. Anatan doesn't lose any villages. B, meanwhile, has to stop dropping the goodies. There is a dive into the main, though. We gotta find those worker kills. Good reaction so far by Anatan. You can see that B is full stress testing in here, though. I'm just struggling to see how Anatan gets out of this H. These first Lancers are doing way too much damage. Because even if they're not getting kills, they're forcing reactions. And it's the ripple effect of what happens next. That is beautiful. I know he does actually have a raider group still. So the issue of what happens next here is Army comes home and then B picks all the relics. And you're never ahead at that stage. So it's our heading all the way home. Looks like the scout is feeling cheeky, does get taken down. The boar hasn't been scouted, so that's good news for Anatan. That's safe food. That might actually give him safe passage to castle. And his Spearmen never got upgraded. But I understand why. For B, Spearmen are kind of pointless here. They're nice to defend, but they're just meant to scare your opponent. It's a heavy cavalry race. And it's one that B is on the verge of winning in raw number. He's already winning on quality. Problem is, he's kind of just sending these Lancers in one by one. The fights that they can't really possibly win. But remember, guys, they're not designed to win. They're designed to distract. Honestly, I think the dev's done a good job of rebalancing Pro Scout. This is, like, so much better. So much better. This is a pristine example of why Pro Scouts need to be changed. Think about how hard it would have been for French to contest Pro Scouts in older metas. He punished him for rushing it. He was able to. In previous metas, French can do that. They'd have to do it themselves. So you just got double Pro Scouts. It's boring. This is much more interactive. He's rallying all the boys over. You have Spearmen getting added in also. If you can front with the Spearmen and get a charge in, it's still a fight that French Knights can actually win from an age behind. The ball gets found as well, but I know, good priority there, getting the outpost up. B definitely feeling the pain of raw math here, but that's because he's raiding again. Finding additional worker kills. There's practically no one here to defend against Triple Lancer. Oh, no. He's got one spear coming out. Other side of the map. Would have pinned him. It feels like the longer this goes on, the better and better it gets for B. So many injured villagers here as well. Oh, my. So many more to die. There's only one spearman. Shivs are going to be brought out, but the pain is real. Even with textiles, look at the lead build. B is dismantling him. Yeah, I know at this stage it's all in or nothing. You can see he's even prepping siege engineering. He's lost way too much. Crazy game. Honestly, this is where Gorge looks good. So this is actually the pristine map, which I think devs had in mind when they made the Season 9 changes. They nerfed walling, if you guys remember. They nerfed it hard. Double the build speed now. As in, like, takes twice as long to build. But the problem is, the moment they'd done that, Gorge had a new problem because the Pro Scouts meta. What was risky was no longer risky, and certain civs just had way too much gold. Then with the Pro Scouts, they never came out. This creates a whole new dynamic, and it is fun to watch. Knights, now the dive in. Hello. We said Anatan needed that all-in timing. Well, this is it. He heads into the base. B, trying to prep archers for the defense. Choke point hold. Could be big here. Archers are going to start arriving. They're getting target fired down. The villagers are being ignored because Anatan knows if he has any hope of doing this, the army needs to be removed first. And the heals. The heals, that one Lancer holds on as long as he can. Now the taxman getting heals. The monks are actually doing a lot of work here. Shivs out from the villagers. B starts to pull him away now. The line is thinning, though. It's only 4 Knights left alone on the dive. And the TC can clear that up. At which point, what has Anno got left? He can afford farms, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold against the counterattack. I mean, you have to be thinking mass farms here. Yeah, like, it's your only hope. But, B, he's already there. French don't need castle. I think at this point, you feel like you need castle. He's moving out on the gold now. That's 14 onto gold. The problem of remasking on knights is technically veteran archers can beat that. He does need to get arrow 2, but once you get arrow 2, you hit for 9 damage. Your opponent only has 4 ranged armor. So over 50% damage goes through. And remember, it's a defense in the base, so choke points equal range better than melee. This is a crazy game. Castle Age overrated, you know? Even Spears now. No, does he think that B's going back to Lancers? I mean, B can't really afford Lancers right now. Obviously, like, Anatan doesn't know this. His dive didn't see the farms. They happened afterwards. B with this much gold, I understand why Anatan thinks there's going to be Lancers. Okay, so Anno plus B, similar farm count, but not for long. B is now overtaking him. So Anatan, this has to be Guildhall. In a mirrored castle game, you kind of have time for Guildhall. The problem in this game is the granaries. This is meant to happen halfway through when you're in Castle Age. So it's a very long wait now for Anatan. Let's see if it pays off. Triple granary being set up. He's pivoting to the east side, so now aware of where the farms are. That's going to be his squeeze point. 5th relic picked up by B. And back into Lance as we go. Nestabes as well is very smart. Anatan's backline is going to melt. And those are going to be clock tower Nestabes. Easy to kill. Even the Knights. Between the Knights, yeah, look at the archers. He actually just stand grounds for them to protect the villages. But their damage is so high. Like, once again, this is pre-range damage too. Veterancy is coming in, but that's going to be 50 seconds wait time for the archers. Does deny the relic again, but like, how do you actually get to this relic yourself? Meanwhile, Scout does sniff it out. Lancer on the way in the flanks. Only 2 Lancers in the field, but B has the right idea of what to do with them. Oh man, this is going to be hunt on hunt. Okay, so Berries get starved out. He's got like no deer left. Knights aren't really hitting the target on the back anymore. I think Anatan, this is kind of reminiscent of several minutes ago when he was looking at researching rams and going all in. It's a bit easier in some ways because there's no static defenses here, but harder because of the fact that B has a lot of food injected. Income diff's insane. Get more farm than China. I dare you. Looking to prove why they're number 1. He's number 1 in Eastern Europe. At least in the CIS region. Let's see if he can make it happen here. Bolts with just a lance and a PG. Double Nesta B's arriving, and Anatan is actually brute forcing into it. Reload charge is going to be there, and this is going to be a wipe. That has to be it. Yeah, GG gets called. B, he makes it work. But my goodness, Pro Scouts was not easy to execute in this one. Anatan giving us a preview of why Pro Scouts may not just be the go-to be-all that it once was. Really cool game. So B now on match point. The new Pro Scouts meta is so much better. Boom. Night Micro is insane. Oh, hell yeah. Like, that Night Micro in the... Like I said, go across the Discord. Drop it there. We're trying to, like, compile for something. But it comes down to you guys. Like, if you see cool moments you think are, like, Player of the Weeks, let us know. Exclamation mark Discord. Okay, let's get ready for the next game. Let me pay out. B. Take G3. Next up, we are going to be going into Dry Arabia. And B's getting the Ottomans out. Yo, against Lancaster? Actually, we didn't talk about this. How did Lancaster make it through? Because he banned Delhi instead, which I actually don't blame him for banning Delhi, guys. Delhi is like super duper legit on this draft. Delhi is like S tier on this draft almost. The map pool is just so good for them this week. Okay, I'm going to run 2 minutes of ads, by the way. Oh, I need to open the door and put tile. All right. Which color tie? Maybe? I don't know. The pattern clash might not be good. That kind of works, right? Oh. In this heat. Whew. God damn it. Why'd I do that? Ugh. Where are my shirts from? Oh, should I give them the free marketing? I have a decent amount of Claudio Leghelli shirts. Claudio Leghellis are pretty good. Double Windsor? Ugh. I'd say that's the main place I get my shirts from. But I'm smart. Like, I find them cheap on sales. People who've, like, resold and never worn them. Because they're quite expensive. Like, brand new, those shirts are, like, 90 to 120 pounds. I don't, like, we've been over already. I don't have that money. That's why I need everyone to subscribe. Go, go, go. Subscribe, super sub, do it all. Man, this... I tied this very short.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, it's new content. One and all, it took 2 weeks, but we've finally done it with the Knights of Cross and Roses DLC. Look at what's arrived. We have visibility on the Ottoman Vizier Council points. Oh, I've waited so long. I'm so glad it's finally here. Oh my, you guys, you can even leave it up. You can actually just leave it open. That's sick. Okay, this is going to be a fun one. B, by the way, one of the best Ottoman players in the game right now. Because not many people play it. Up against Anatan on the best Civ in the game. I can't believe it. House of Lancaster was not banned. Anatan prioritized a Delhi ban instead. And we have got spear spam. Are you kidding me? We're getting a Dark Age House of Lancaster spear rush against Ottomans. Wait, what's that gold spawn? Isn't that gold, like, stupidly far away? Am I imagining things, or is that gold further away? Feels like it. That gold, because it's diagonal, I think it's actually further out. And not just that, stone and... Oh my god. This is like a really bad spawn for B against what's happening. And guys, he went military school, but he's going to make it better. Okay, so like this... I think this is going to be interesting now, because Anatan, if he keeps adding spears, it's kind of better for Otto. Because look at the Vizier points. He's just got to get a few more units out, and he'll be able to get the Imam point. You can't beat the Imam point. And he's here to lay the deer. Okay, hear me out. Your play now is run across the map and do the exact same thing. Is he going to shove his own deer in? He might. What's the sheep pool looking like? Okay, only 9 versus 15. This is tricky for B, because actually he might be forced to go for the sheep point instead. Look at how far away he's shoving the deer. There's a double deer on one side as well, so just so much value in one area. Anatan just like full hit and run. Stab, stab, go. If he wants to full micro, he can like kill 2 at once and just keep running afterwards. Okay, he'll be scared away. So, like, Anatan, this is pretty good for him, though. You guys realize why? You realize what B just done. He built what I think you could classify as a forbidden unit against English. Because this is basically English. It's just a different form of English. But it has strong range units. So you see what the upcoming issue is going to be. You've built Spearmen against premium Bowmen. You're counted. And Yeoman, if you're a Lancaster, you want to build the Yeoman. Yeoman is like the backbone unit that feels best to scale right now. Because of the bulk economy they get out of manors. Wait, what was the bet on Anatan in the end? 326,000 to 37,000 bird feed. Wow. All right, someone has experienced a little bit too much Lancaster pain on the ladder. Oh my god, could you imagine if Ottomans now win this? Do we upgrade them to at least B tier? Okay, so Vizier points are still some way off. Lancaster cut. Oh, it's just going to be the normal. Wow, I've never, ever seen this before. And yeah, so he's just going to guarantee that Anatan can't now get value out of his own spearman. He's going to lame the deer. This is interesting to think about, though, guys. Because having to go spearman as House of Lancaster isn't bad. They have Billman tech, which you can access in Feudal Age. Which -1 armors, that's really important actually for Sipahi. Because if you -1 armor the Sipahi, the Yeoman can shred them. And we do have Sultani Trade Network on the way. I'm getting a bad feeling that this might be Pro Scouts from B. I don't know if Pro Scouts is quick enough against House of Lancaster mana spam. We haven't had many examples of it so far. Most of the time, instead of Pro Scouting, people just try to stop the manas going up. Wait, someone's saying House Lancaster not better than China H3 Delhi? I don't know about that. I think H3 is better than House Lancaster. We haven't seen enough of that matchup to know which one's like the true king, but if you're talking about like matchups in general, I think like H3 has a lot more they can do than Lancaster, per se. Whereas Lancaster's mana spam build, like a lot of people already discovered the counter is like a full send with rams. Okay, so B with the number advantage now. Anno doesn't really want to fight this, I imagine. Wait, no, these aren't upgraded. Well, he technically could take the fight then. He has better damage, better health. The +1 shouldn't be too much of a difference maker, but then again, yeah, he's got one practical against. So we'll keep running. Yeomen are being queued up now. For B, is it just a stable switch? Boom, there we go. Stables and archery. Okay, so he's going full comp. So I mentioned the Billman tech is big, but also something else that's really good for Ottomans is you can offset Billman entirely with the meta. By the way, point 1, he did go inwards. I love that players are doing this. It actually puts a smile on my face. What we're seeing more of is players playing into imams, even against range saves. The reason is you only get counted by ranged when they have enough to insta-kill you. Early on, you don't do enough damage. So if you get the right timing with meta plus imam, you can stop them in time. We've actually seen B against, was it SAS? There was an insane game where he just spent the first 10 minutes full-on micro-battling outside of his base. Didn't let him scale. He has surprised me, though. Like, I still think he might Pro Scouts off of this. because he's got this gold gen coming in. It could just realistically have been a play into castle, but he's pulled off the gold. He on the way, folks. The Metro is key here. He's got a little bit of time to do birth, though. 50 seconds until he's born a full adult. That must be painful. Imam healing or a stat? No, it's more to do with the fact that they cannot die. Like, they cannot survive, rather, if there's only one. Because, and I don't know why dervishes heal themselves, but imams don't heal themselves. The field work heals everyone nearby. So the logic there is, like, if you only have one imam, then you have a liability. You can't keep topping them off. That's why most players playing imam feel like they've GG'd themselves out if they lose one. It's so silly compared to the dervish. Like, dervishes don't need an ally. They just heal themselves. And he's actually doing it. Wait, against Yeoman's Spear? He could sneak the enemy side, but your own deer is just going to get... What? In fairness, this has slowed down the eco-skilling for Lancaster. We have second mana now being added. But now with like the mana spam, mana's going to return investment much quicker than Pro Scout, surely. So imperative that B wins this engagement. Zapahi needs to give chase. I know he's just trying to waste time so the Yeoman can get further away and then snipe. You're getting the ranged armor focus and no melee armor. He knows that most of the damage is going to be from the Broman. He gotta be a little bit careful. Imams are going to prio heal them. This is the tricky part. Like, over time, you are going to get low HP bars because you're playing too far forward from the healers. So far, pretty good recovery from B on each of these. Scooping them up, making sure they don't die. And pretty good aggro to get his double deer stat. How ridiculous the Yeoman movement speed is, that crap needs removing. Not really. I said before, just change the range. This whole idea of like, oh, they shouldn't have movement speed. They cost more than standard archers. So like, what we pay, if you take that movement speed away, what are you paying more for? I generally think if you nerf their movement speed down to 1.25, they become like the worst feudal archer. Because you're paying 90 resources. The Lombos with no downside? No, they have less range than Lombos. They have one tile range less. And I've said already, just change it to 5.5. What that means is for 10 more resources per Lombo, you get slightly more movement speed, and you get the first strike on engagement. But, due to attack speed wind-ups and wind-downs, it allows an archer player on the other side to get in range to shoot back. I know someone's going to mention sync shot, but synchronized shot is like, we're talking feudal. You're looking beyond the scope right now. Sync shot probably needs some risk reward adjustment. I actually think sync shot should be scaled to be stronger, but harder to use. To that effect anyway. Such as a channeling ability, for example. No, Yeoman, so just to clarify for people that haven't like actually checked the stats, but just like going crazy about them. They have less range than Lombos. Lombos are 7 tower range, and Lombos also have higher base damage. So Lombos are slower though. They're 1.12. They're old men with walkers. But they have first strike capabilities and they hit harder. Sync shots cooldown's too low? Sure, it should be up at 1 minute. It's at 45 right now. But I'd love for it to be a channeled ability. Like, you target an area and start shooting down. Because the problem with sync shot is, like, you shoot the flurry out so quickly that you can then move too soon afterwards. And the idea should be you should be able to channel it, but channeling will, like, prolonged, if you do the full channel, do more damage. Obviously, it's spread out across time. The alternative route they could go with Yeoman, if they didn't want to change tile range or movement speed, is you give them less health. So 60 health. Anyway, focus on the game. Beast comp looks pretty damn good for this. He's got the ranged armor, which is mitigating a heavy amount of Anatan's damage. Ano is trying to sneak castle because he knows he needs that sync shot possibility. Also, his manners are on the backside, so kind of difficult to have him protect him here. It's so difficult for B to dive that deep anyway. The problem is, like, everything that Ano now needs for an A job is behind. He's even setting up farms. B, by the way, is all in, guys. He's not stockpiling, he's not saving. And we do. Yeah, like, honestly, this is a bigger problem for you right now. This is about to completely change the dynamic. Because B now has to react. It's just all of a sudden, out of a landmark you built, 8 demi-lance. And they're heavy melee cap. They don't hit very hard, but they will whittle away your economy. They also don't die that easily unless you have Spearman. And you're playing against Yeoman, so why would you have Spearman? I respect what B's doing here, though. He realizes the timing doesn't make sense. He's going for tech. Okay, like, this is inspiring. I think this is the way you have to play this. One thing that is a bit worrisome about this matchup is you can't play into some of your strongest elements, such as Janissary, because Yeoman hard counter. Wow. Oh, okay. So this is actually really good for B. Anatan, he was thinking King's College. He switches White Tower. Yeah, because look at the vision for Anatan. He has to act like he's about to be dove. He doesn't know. He's going to find out quite quickly that B has turned it into a tech game. Might not actually give him the edge. Hold on. Sapahi. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. That timing. Spearmen are there, so we will eventually get the tech up. But this is closing the distance. And because Anatan is now checked in his base, B with the imams. Is he going to go for it? He could actually just go for 2 relics. Complete. This would be the time to grab those relics, but B, I think he's a bit distracted right now. Yeah, the imams aren't moving, so some inefficiency there. His tech isn't complete yet, but it's going to take the imams time to reach the relics. And Anatan, well, he already saw the imam play, so he's going to want to try to play blocker here. Veterancy for Yeoman. 35 seconds out. Spearman just as important, and we do have Earl's Guard spam. Smart. Your opponent's likely to play Archers of Pahi to counter Yeoman. So Earl's Guard is the counter. Yes, Demi-Lancers do immediately upgrade. They're like Shinobi. In fairness to the devs, they didn't think this was going to be a problem because it wasn't a problem for Shinobi. And Shinobi have been in the game for over a year. These units, it's the tempo they bring. They are quite ludicrous. They don't look like... This is the stupidest thing about Demi-Lancers. You look at them and you laugh. Their stats look terrible. But it's just... They exist so early in a game on a greedy build that they completely change the dynamic. He's just biding his time. He wants the veterancies before he takes the attack. Unlikely have to take it head on. Ano... He hasn't gone for sync shot in a rush. That's one thing B does not have to worry about. Melee armor is a priority, it seems. Villagers are going to get picked. The Earl's Guard wave hasn't arrived yet. Love this as well. He's just checking the back end. Looking for that sneak out. B's entire economy on one screen. He's going to stretch it wider, though. Definitely a dangerous way of playing this. There's not many spears here. Problem is he's target firing with the Earl's Guard. Uh-oh. Imams need to get in there. No men at arms. It's just the archer defense for B. So he's going to snipe the back Yeoman. Spears Earl's Guard are practically being ignored here. The meta is going to get sniped down, so no ranged armor anymore. Yeoman damage just got upgraded. Anatan numbers are leaning more and more in his favor. I think B's defense strategy just not working out here. Full archer, no melee. Sapahi, though, they are going to leak through. Hold on a second. Okay, this is starting to win in the fight, but losses elsewhere. The villagers are now getting dove. Yeoman cleared up. B. Damn, that was one hell of a hold. That looked ugly at first, but the Spearman, there was just too many targets for them. And Anatan, instead of going for the kill, he was forced to wrap from the other side of the base. You're going to go for kills instead onto workers. That being said, this is crazy. There's Olsgaard, but the throwing dagger hits. Doing huge damage. B. Oh, man, you feel for him. He didn't realize this whole time. I think that's just won the game for Anatan. B probably was checking himself for bullet holes after that fight. A little bit blown away with how well he held it. And then you look across at your tree line and see 10 plus worker kills. And it's not just that, folks. Anatan has also got mana, 6 of them, in fact. 2 more relics on the way home to go with the 1. Like, he's a mile ahead. I can't believe that. Like, it's not often you see someone take such a crazy good fight and then just still ultimately lose the game, but eco hemorrhaging, baby. Yeoman plus Olsgaard. Both fantastic villager snipers. About that dagger throw. This will be the last of your Warlord's going to be there to stop him in circle. It's not really close enough to truly threaten him. I know. The Olsgaard are just being ignored. This is... Like, they hit pretty hard. This is problematic. Just trading out. B. Could he still make this work? The Olsgaard is kind of getting scary, guys. The numbers are stacking up and also the mangoes. Yeah, this is where Olsgaard suck. That dagger throw is against siege weapons. They just take so long to kill. An admirable effort from B, but Ottomans still struggling to find their place in the meta, it feels like sometimes. The daggers did nothing to siege, that's because it's range damage. So the dagger throw is actually worthless against siege. It's only really good against bio units. Yeah, this is, remember, it's a dagger, guys. You're not throwing an axe. Chill. At this point, B's just kind of going through the motions. He went for the punt because you might as well. But this should just turn into a unit vomit now, kind of time. Maybe, so if B had like 2 more minutes, maybe the Springwoods? Actually, I've got to keep in mind, the Springwoods come out every 1 minute, 15 seconds. Like, in theory, although I said the Olsgaard shots are bad against siege, like in fairness against Springwoods, they're not terrible. You still hit for like 4 or 5 damage each into a Springwood. It just feels like B doesn't really have enough time to get an army together. A bit of a raid in the back. Still, it just feels like B is losing full map control now. And Yeoman, there we go. Just look at that. Only 60% range reduction is kind of irrelevant. Filming tech also just getting him hit big easy. Well, oh, and oh no, B! Oh my, he gets it all! He gets them all! 10 villagers immediately learn how to use a short bow. And is going to make sure this is not a short series. No wheelbarrow at 20 minutes. That's the price. Oh, man. Wait, you didn't know they get short bows? Yeah, I've seen that in an English game like years ago. It was hilarious. All of a sudden, just 40 villagers with bows. Like, wow, these weapons are good. So, Anatan, be able to strike back. We get a game 5. What's the focus point on that? Cool devs? I mean, it's just like, it's unit tag identifiers. It's the way loads of things work. Like what, F tier versus S tier Civ? Okay, so deciding game, by the way, is going to be on Carmel. Shushi versus Roos. Don't think I've seen a Roos pick here so far. Shushi we've seen a decent amount of. And how long we got? I'm going to run 2.5 minutes ads. I'm going to do a 5-minute prediction. Double hydrate? Oh, lordy. Whew, trying to bathroom break me. I should probably actually make up one of those little shakes to eat. Oh, what flavor? Banana? Maybe. It's good strawberry. Ugh. Boy, smelled some good cooking for a moment there. Whew. I really need to get a new milkshake sponsor. Oh. Of course, gotta remember the tie redemption. See, you let the air out that. Yeah, it's like I feel like I've just spent so much time on the grind of content. I haven't actually had as much time as I normally would to chase sponsors for myself. Oh. I don't know, I feel like I got ill for 2 weeks and then everything went to catch-up mode, if that makes sense. All right, you have to remind me about the push-ups. We're not doing push-ups when we've got 15 seconds to go in the game. Like, bruh. Gotta read the room on the timing tee. Can't remember the last time you were sick for more than 3 days. Good, you have no reason to not turn up every single stream. One and all, this could end up being the longest day of midweek muster finals we have ever had. Series 1 for the day, 5 games. Series 2 for the day, 5 games. And we still have a best of 7 after this. Deciding game between Anatan on his Roos and B on the Shushi. Map is going to be Caramel. Some call it Caramel. It's got like tiny blocks of caramel because the gold is baby level. 1600 safe gold, then you have to move out. Roos and Shushi make a lot of sense here. Roos, of course, has the cabin generation, which Anatan is already setting up succinctly. And then for B, it's going to be the taxation. Gives you a lot of extra one-way here. But this is also because of a certain other detail why you pick the Civs. Do you guys like Pro Scouts? You a big fan of Pro Scout, Civ? You like playing Pro Scout meta? Because if there's a map where it's still alive, this is the map. That's 20 deer on one side of his TC. Another 7 down here. 3 that start near your base. You have 30 deer per player. And double ball. Bounty galore. Yeah, this map is crazy. And yeah, you did hear that correctly. Have a look at the draft. Anatan got both Roos and House of Lancaster. And he got double French. Crazy draft, actually, from Anatan. That's the unorthodoxness of B as well. Imagine this map with old bounty system. I don't want to think about that. Thank God they changed that system, by the way. This, by the way, to me, is a perfect example of a map design where we were talking earlier in the series about adding new food types to the map. This is an example of that. Imagine if you minus some of these deer and you had elephants and giraffes and other things instead. Then it makes kind of sense. It's still a lot of food, but it's a food outside of the base. Current Pro Scouts is more choice than a must-have. I like that. Exactly. That's always what I've been asking for in Age of Empires 4. You're always going to have a meta that is dominant and is the go-to. But you should also have that opportunity to choices. The meta should be the meta because it's a small percentage improvement over the alternatives. There's always an undeniable factor. You have to keep rebalancing the game to give people different opportunities. Even old games do this. But the issue with previous Pro Scouts is it was mandatory. You didn't feel like you could play the game without it. That's why I think a lot of people were driven away in Season 9. Hopefully they are revisiting the game in Season 10. New civs, new metas to be discovered. New meditation gardens to be discovered. Hello. Well, that is going to be a beauty right there. So that's going to be 60 food. Probably about 40 wood. Not bad. And pretty much in his base, so not easily harassable. Alright, hear me out. You don't play Pro Scouts as Shushi, you play aggro. Your opponent has got a very predictable spawn. Most of his food's going to come north side. What happens if you just Chuganu? Now, he's got 10 on wood. So... kind of sensing some aggro. Meanwhile, for Anatan, he did go triple into Quadra Scout. It's guaranteed Pro Scouts now. Imagine if Anatan, instead of Pro Scouting, was just getting the biggest deer shove you've ever seen in your life. I kind of want to see someone do it now. Just push 20 deer into your face. Okay, so just to the Legend Lumber Camp, but it's still 9 on. I mean, it's 10. Sorry, on wood. Gold gathering isn't intentionally higher here, so like this does seem as if maybe Skilled Arrow is what he's thinking about down the line with this. Double Broad Axe would make a lot of sense if he's trying to go into Chug. Guys, I think he's mirroring Pro Scouts. Yep. Okay, so stables for Horseman opening to harass. I guess I should have seen this coming. This map is just way too tempting. There's way too much deer. It's classic flashback of Season 9 in that regard. You see this map, you go, well, I have to Pro Scouts. Because if I don't Pro Scouts, the risk is he's going to get 50 deer off the map. So if I Pro Scouts, I take 25 of that deer away, which is a lot. That ends up being 10,000 food almost. Yeah, I've got the racks as well. So likely we're seeing B Pro Horseman for the opening poke, Spearman to rush the enemy side, and then a few scouts to pick up your own. Meanwhile, Anatan is basically playing the routes that we've seen. I don't know how many seasons out of 10 at this stage. Is it 4 seasons out of 10? Mass Pro Scouts into likely FC. How did you guys predict, by the way? Wow, neck and neck again. 53% for Anatan. Understandable. I don't think anyone got the OP Civ out of these two. They both have viable plays. Okay, so Horseman here. How many scouts does it take to beat a Horseman? We're not going to find out today. I really wish we did, but I think the answer would be 8. Not gonna lie, this might be the most boring opening of the series. And it's because they both done Pro Scouts. Should we just watch this? Man, I really feel like I'm there with him on this journey. He's just like, I could have watched 3 seasons of Gotham in this time. This is not an RTS anymore. This is an RL simulator. Like back in the medieval days, you know, if you went and hunted, you want to take that deer home, it's going to take a while. Okay, so we have spear spam now coming from B. He loves to do this, by the way. B is one of the most prolific spear spammers from last season. He has these really cool strategies around just bulking 10, 15 spears and then castling. But instead, this is a bait. He's trying to force Anatan to react, which he kind of wants to. Old Pro Scouts, you could have just ignored it to a certain degree, but not new one. So good denial. Anatan does have the backup plan though. So it's like what, double deer stack back? That's jackpot. All right, let me know your numbers, guys. This doesn't look like a jackpot high trade house to me. Your number might get deceptive, by the way, because he's going to get bounty tier 2 by the time you see it. Deep. Trying to do was castle himself. Chicken is not a bad idea against horse archers. If you can get them in position, you can force really bad fights for Roost, but I'm going to do my second slow-moving unit zoom in of the day. Hey, guys, at least it's not the slowest unit in this game, huh? 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 I don't think he likes it when we look at him. Probably Shallow Monastery. Whoa. Okay. I was about to say, Mount Academy is kind of wild here, but I guess you could argue it for the push timing. Like, you would get them out quicker. But the risk is if you go... So, like, the reason why I don't think you want to go for Mount Academy in this matchup is if you send monks out, then you can attack your opponent's monk. But if you send non-challenge out, then your opponent's monk can attack you. And reminder, religious units cannot convert other religious units. That's right. The plebeians will believe anything you tell them if you will love hard enough. But the Bible readers... no Lutheranism here. Oh, such a men at arms open. Not a bad choice here. Chiganu are going to hit like the firing pieces of plastic. High trade house is going to be... See, this is the thing. You moan for me to check it early. That right there should be you need to subscribe as a penalty. Got trust in the process, guys. We wait for a good reason. We've only had one generation of gold so far. Wait, is that... There we go. 114. I was about to say, there's no way that's 53. 114 gold. Does this mean Hospitalier cannot be converted? No, because they worship the heel, not gods. Would be kind of kept up. So there's a big fight going on right now, but you guys keep doing what you're doing. You got this. Not got this. Drop and run. Drop and run fast. Chiganu are at least eventually going to get cleared up. And oh, that's so cheeky. Anatan, he pulls the ball. Okay, so that's going to scoop it. The Pro Scout's going to be safe. However, we have got extra troopers coming in now. Crossbowmen also now arriving. Chiganu, he's doing the right thing. He's trading out against the horse. Scrappy engagement. Keep in mind that this is all pressure on Anno's side, though. So it's like slowing down his deer pull. Meanwhile, B's just casually getting all of his with no pressure. Not really the rush timing you're used to seeing here because he had to go wraps as well. So B, with 3 shallow monks, can make this really good for himself. The High Trade House Shamer has not subscribed. This is where you now use your bird feed to time him out. It's like, I'm finding the credit card. So Mount Samurai Lancers rather now coming in. And then Horse Archers can counter this at scale, but the timing is going to be really annoying. I don't know, I really like B's position in the game right now. If this wasn't Pro Scouts, then Anatan's going to just run you through with Horse Archers, but with Horse Archers, what B can do is just build Chiganu to stay at home and Lancers to raid. And then Horse Archers eventually just don't have any value. You thought Carmel Deer was safe? It is. All 3 of them out of the 6. Body of iron! He didn't iron hard. If you zoomed in, you would have noticed because his toga had creases. Where's my little badumts when I need it? I keep forgetting to add that to It's kind of comical just how long a Shaolin Monk lasts when you actually activate Body of Iron against them. You know what? Okay, we need a better animation. When they activate Body of Iron, they should start spinning their bow staff around in circles. Full helicopter. That would be so much cooler than like glow gold. How does that work? I've played enough Minecraft. Wearing gold doesn't make you more defendable. So almost all deer collected. The interesting thing actually is like in some ways this is better for B if it's a 50-50 split. Because he gets 20% more food with supervision. Now the trade-off is long term. Roos obviously have high trade house, adding in a lot of Bambi. Like, yeah, we've got 4 sitting here already. He's almost got a new deer stack in his base. Mounted Archers look OP, completely game breaking. You know what? Mounted Archers should basically like only be allowed to shoot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7. There's no way that quiver has more than 7 shots. Yet instead, they have infinite ammo. See, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 understood this, guys. Ammo card. Oh god, can you imagine how horrible that would be in Age of Empires? You have to send your units back to an ammo card. I think one of the coolest games I've seen for the concept of ammunition in RTSs is Cossacks. So if anyone in the chat hasn't experienced Cossacks, I highly recommend going and checking them out. They're very cheap to get on GOG. In Cossacks, you spend... So you had 5 resources. 2 of them were iron and coal. So I think you had 6 resources. 2 of them were iron and coal. And you spend iron and coal to shoot. If it was an archer, you spent only iron. So for now, it looks like Anatan's winning the engagements, but keep in mind B is scaling to like a better fight directly army. Anno's army is very raid oriented. Relic Call, by the way, is 4-1. So Anatan, knowing this, probably feels some urgency. He's holding a lot of food, but I can't imagine this is a fast imp game. I don't know what you get out of fast imping here. There's no way you'd switch Siege right now on an open map against Lancers. Speaking of which, Lancers have just revealed themselves in mass. No Dali horses. Upgrade for Chiganu is coming in big, though, if he can get it in time. Stone gathering on the front side, B. He's making his intent clear. By the way, I'm going to TC. I don't know if you noticed, but big stone. Bye. Okay, so Lancer's just going to stick to him. Ooh, bit of a weird steer. That's some extra horse archers. I guess he wants to get the troopers home because check this. Chiganu now marching across the field. I'm a bit worried, actually. Anatan, like, switching horsemen is correct, sure. Can he actually scale it quick enough is the real question mark. Boy's Fortitude is going to be a big deal. But it would be fair to say Anatan's entire comp is still focused on raiding. He's living his deepest My Little Pony fantasy right now. Even the scouts want a piece of the action. Oh, no. Lancers. Wait for the troopers to catch up. Wait, is he going to keep dropping? Oh my god, he might. No, this is Central Gold. This is the pivotal moment. This is big. B, I mean, do you actually just keep drop his base? I don't know if Anatan could stop you right now. There we go. He's going to play it safe. It's on the gold. This is the big claim that matters. That 8k gold decides more games with Carmel than any other factor about this map. And I don't think Anatan even knows what's happening. He needs confirmation. It could have just been 2 TC play. With the amount of aggro coming his way, he probably assumes it's a castle drop. He just can't do anything about it. Frontline's gone. Chiganu crossbows left over, which can beat horse archers easily. Yeah, you don't even touch that fight. You'd think a guy with 4 relics wouldn't need more gold, but carry on, soldier. Salute. Siege workshop. Yo, that makes sense. He's halfway towards the enemy base already. So we said Anatan needed a raid. He's trying to get back to... Unfortunately, B is now switching horse. Also, Nesta Bees. Double Nesta Bees should be enough to hold back horse archers. Maybe triple to be safe against poison. Archers trade evenly, it's not a counter. True, but you killed that horse, and now in like hunger times and war we can eat this way. Yo, villagers though. Finds him out on the ball. He actually didn't even start gathering yet. Meanwhile, dive into the base. Handful of knights to lead. Need more lancers coming out here. Villagers are mostly safe in the area, but it's going to be a bypass surely to the back end of the base. There's trickle of troops. He needs to bring them home. More lancers. Wait, are they going to lose the... Are the Roosts going to lose the fight? Okay, new wave is coming in. Lancers almost won that. Meanwhile at home, Anatan for that big dive. Found very little. Yeah, this game is just slipping further and further away. It's ridiculous. There's 36 military now to 18. So much safe food still for B. I just don't see him being in a panicked rush to get caught by the remaining horse archers. Meanwhile, Anatan is already rushing out onto these risky resources. He already extracted the boar on the north side. Okay, pause that thought. B is out here. He just snuck it very elegantly, actually. So there is still some hope then. If Anatan can catch B out of position, he can start chipping the damage he needs to take the lead. But folks, he needs a lot. An extra 2,200 food. Outposts? Probably gonna be a bail. Good luck diving this though. Oh no. No, he's baiting himself. Horsemen. This. Villagers are gonna start getting targeted. The nest of bees. He does actually get it. Okay, but like now with the aftermath kills, that makes it a what? Even exchange? I think that castle's very good when you only have 5 horsemen. Even other ponies. We're at this again. 2 horsemen should be mostly good enough to stay away. Sacred Sight's now getting locked in. Army did march all the way north, and wow, that just convinces him it's over. He calls GG. So that is going to be B through to the grand finals. A rematch of Midweek Muster All-Stars back in December about to take place. That series delivered an epic tale to end 2024. I think he just realized he was going to basically get like counter-raided then, because anyone's like, why did he call GG? Military numbers kind of told no lie at the end. B was just going to move across the map at that stage. Like Anatan had lost most of his raiders. So I think he just like said, screw it. I'm not going to continue this. I'm dead. But the day is not over. Guys, that was just semifinals. Yeah, that's right. We hit the maximum threshold. We now can confirm our grand finalists are going to be... Let me update it. I haven't had a chance to. We're going to have B versus Louis MT in a best of 7. Damn. This day has been incredible so far. Whew. Someone wake Louis up? Dude. I know that kid, he probably played like a few games, didn't even bother the power nap. So yeah, like I said, the last time this one happened was genuinely back in December in the KPMM All-Stars. That was, by the way, like in some ways, the group stage was a marathon more than anything else. Because you had to play everyone on one day. It was crazy. But I'm trying to think. Actually, if these two won outside of midweek... Oh, yeah, B has. Louis MT, I think, has won one other week. So B, like, collectively has more wins in midweek musters, if I remember correctly. In fact, I'm going to have a look here. Yeah, so B, 1, 2, 3, 4. He's actually about to take Poppy Paw's position with most wins. Well, we'll be able to if he wins too.
Now you're my sugar daddy.
Yo, what's up, M Lord? Appreciate the raid, mate. I take it you're watching the semis. Hope you enjoyed the game. Marine Lord's like, okay, 10 games casted is too much. I need to sleep now. We'll get you trained up, bud. Hope you had a good stream, though. Yes, welcome, one and all. It's grand finals time. We were just talking about the fact that B has won 4 so far. So he'll be able to match Puppetball's record of 5 V wins here. Meanwhile, Louis MT has only ever won once, and it was in a unique format, the Midweek Muster All-Stars, that had a very fatiguing group stage round robin format. He needs to eat. Yo, what's eating, bro? Like, we've only been live 5 hours. Eat the pizza before. But I think the boyos are getting ready to draft now. Actually, maybe they having a 5-minute break. Let me check with Tune. Okay, yeah, we got like 5 minutes. And then draft's going to begin. Because B just wanted a quick moment to like stretch his legs and whatnot. Need to cast in French for French viewers. Bonjour. Je m'appelle Gibi. Je suis de fromage. Chevalier confrère. Nice hospitalier. Kepa. I don't know. I'll do. C'est la magnifique. Très bien. We even kind of ASMR'd it, so that should keep him around. Oui, oui, nous, as of Lancaster, ce n'est de fromage. When it gets picked. Alright, there we go. Look, in my defense, I do accents better than I do languages. So if you guys like, I can be Marine Lord just in English. Best Chevalier Confrère. Dude, it's like not a hard word to say correctly. Do the French people justice. It's Confrère. You got to the R. Indian accent? I haven't tried in a while. I find like most people find Indian accents offensive these days. But like when I was a kid, I mean, sure, every Brit knows how to do like Indian accent very well. I'd have to like, I don't know, I want to try to butcher it now. I'd have to like listen to an Indian and then learn it again. Russian accent? Давай, comrade. It's very easy to do an accent for Russian. You just got to roll R's and kind of lean in. You can kind of sound very calculated and monotone, or you go really stereotypical. It's like, Давай, comrade, we win war and drink vodka, which is more like Rezanov from World at War Call of Duty. By the way, do you guys know who voiced World at War's Rezanov? I still like I'm surprised by it to this day. It was good old Gary Oldman. Wise man once said that you can mimic any language if you act angry and just toss random words. Putain! Yeah, yeah, it actually works. Yeah, so one language I did learn when I was younger was Spanish, guys. So I learned Spanish, and by the way, we're just waiting on the draft to appear. I learned Spanish because my partner, Emma, who we've been together for too long. We've been together for 15 years? That's more than 15. 17 years. So we went to high school together. And in high school, 17 years, like Jesus. So she was studying Spanish. And I learned some Spanish to be like cute and romantic. So I learned, for example, ¿Qué significa el mundo para mí? Which I still remember, and that means you mean the world to me. Obviously, once te amo, everyone, like, dude, learning te amo and then the name is just lazy. Like, well done, you love. Like, most is like, they say te amo, and it's like, yeah, you love, what do you love? So like I went the next mile, and I also learned all the bad words. But I remember, I love telling the story because it's like the look on her face. I can still remember to this day. I in front of her, like look in her eyes and go, let's do this to full justice. So like look in her eyes and go, ¿Qué significa el mundo para mí? And the look she gives me in return. Huh? And that is when I knew that she was failing Spanish. It's a good story. "17 years and still no ring?" Oh, we got engaged a long time ago. But it was treated more like a promise to stay together, right? So. Personal fear in Australian accents, the louder, the better. Well, crikey, mate. Good eye, guys. How's it going? Well, no, like, so one of the key things to doing a good Australian accent is you inflect. So Australians, like, not all of them, but there is a habit of ending sentences almost like you're saying a question. That's good, isn't it? Right? Like, I'm not going to do it justice here. Like, someone explained to me, it's like ridiculous when you hear it. I don't know what they're going to do. You know, like, hope you had a good day. You know, like, it just, and he made a very fair argument for it. Because I remember, like, the next Australian I met, I was like, oh my God, he's not wrong. Aussie Drongo just got here. I was like, good eye, fellas. You just got to open up every day. Go very loud with it. I don't know. We usually go, so what's our thing? I think, like, yeah, I just instinctively at this point do one and all. One and all is, like, my thing. But I have been thinking of just, like, becoming boring and being like, hey, guys, KP here. Being that person. Oh, I know. Okay, so map draft. We're going to have all the maps this week. So we open up with Relic River. There is going to be a splash around an archipelago that is unavoidable. We've got Carmel, Dry Arabia. Oh, sorry, I need to say these all in a French accent, don't I? So you've got Relic River, Archipelago, Carmel, Dry Arabia, Dry River, Gauche, Liparny. And that's it. Wait, where's Liparny? There we go. Boom. Okay. So let's switch back over to my boys. Can you do American accent? Sure. Where do you want to be from? You can kind of go for like the nasally one from like is it kind of like around the mid territories, or you can be a little bit more aggressive. Maybe go with like the drill sergeant-y stuff, or maybe like, you know, hillbilly. There's loads of different. I like this one. This one's like believable because you're not like being really, I don't know, stereotypical. Get Drongo's co-caster in one of the grand finals? That would be challenging. He's usually asleep now, so I don't see it happening. Scottish accent? Oh yeah, they're like, I think like like if you want to do like a stereotypical Scottish person, it's probably the most dramatic of all of them, right? Like, they can take our freedom, but they'll never take. Wait, that's not right. Well, my favorite one is actually, I think the best Scottish accent I've heard in a video game is Lone Druid. It's just so deep and meaningful. It's like, Lone Druid. Really get that kind of Celtic feel. Actually, like, there's another goated Scottish accent. Can you guys guess what I think the other goated Scottish accent in gaming would be? Go on, like, one guess. No, in Mel Gibson? No, dude, in gaming. In gaming. There's one that I have to call goated because I say it so much. Because it's goated. Willie, Kratos. Kratos isn't Scottish, what are you about? No, it's Stronghold. It's the Trebuchet crewman. I hope they like beef. And Lunar is Irish, so that's deeply offensive. Need a cat like ML? I mean, dude, I've got 2 cats. I do better than him. But like my cats, So like for a start, I'm not one of these lazy content creators who just uses the bedroom. No, we like converted my garage into my studio, and my cats aren't outdoor cats. So getting them in here, I'd need to build like a little tube run into the house. But that's not the only issue. The other issue on why I cannot have my cats here is one of them, called Lena, bites through wires. And I have a lot of wires here, with a lot of expensive things. She's even electrocuted herself. You can tell because, like, if anyone doesn't know, when you have a cat that dribbles, that's why they dribble. Most of the time, cats that dribble is because they bit a wire and it electrocuted them. So, like, can't let her out here. Because she wouldn't bite a wire and go, that was stupid, I'll never do that again. She'd keep doing it. Greek accent? Prostagma. That'll do. Zero survival instincts? Oh, dude, don't get me started. So Lena. So Mirana was born with a weird looking eye. It looks like she should be blind in one of them because like there's a blob in there or whatever. But she's fine. She actually like she's one of the most attentive cats I've ever seen. She like nothing gets past her. The cat that should have been fine, which is Lena, bites wires, electrocutes herself. She's allergic to dust, dirt, grass. She escaped the house a few months back, and I scrambled around the whole neighborhood looking for her. And then when it's raining, I went out to check again. I could hear meowing from next door. She had been out of the house for over 24 hours, and her grand escape had got her one house across, hiding underneath a car meowing. Out of all the cats I've had over the years, she's the one who would be least likely to survive in like a whatever scenario. Any scenario. At the sexiest PC box? Thank you very much. And I assume that was not code for something else. Yeah, no, this is like our Beast PC. Exclamation mark PC specs, I think. Was it exclamation mark PC? It might have been. Yeah, there you go. We got the pieces in there. Maybe? I don't know if all those Amazon links. Amazon sucks at like tracking links, actually. But yeah, we have a beast of a PC. Top of the line. There's even a VOD on YouTube that has the whole story of how it got built. Okay, so we're just waiting for the boys now. I think they're getting in lobby, so we should be kicking off in a minute. I'm not just making this about me. Actually, let me update to the just chatting section now. All cats are outdoor cats? That's not true at all. So both our cats are indoor cats. Because the original reason is when we first got Mirana, the concern was that we needed an indoor cat because we live next to a train track. So, like, for our own safety, especially because we thought she was blind out of one eye, she set the standard for an indoor cat. She'd be fine on the outskirts. Like, it's actually the second one that would be screwed. Did they pick civs? Let me check. Yep. Okay, so Mongol French to open. Huh. Was this... Wait, didn't we get this as the opening matchup in the Anatan series? I think so. Or was it Jean? I think it was Jean. Bit similar, yeah. Interesting. Look at the drafts, by the way. Like, Archipelago was on the mind of both players. B got English. But, like, English doesn't really compare to Knights Templar. I think it is simply English for that map, though. Dude, we've got to do push-ups. Bro, where's the mercy? Order the Dragon? I feel like you should keep Order the Dragon for somewhere better. Unless he's got, like, some crafty twist with the English pick. Like, maybe... Could you English Dry Arabia, maybe? Or Gorge, I guess? Oh my god, it's got the baby chair out here. It's always in the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ugh. Oh, nice. You can even kind of see me in the background going up and down. Maybe I should set up that second camera underneath. I don't know, like, the problem is it's dirty on the floor. I really need to, like, clear everything out here. It kind of, like, this garage, part of my garage kind of got used as a pseudo storage over time. And every time I was like, oh, we need someone to put this. And then it just, like, the next day it's just out here. I'm like, thanks. The foot cam? Dude, like, what's up with the push-ups, bro? This is for all the French accents, isn't it? Louis, start the game! 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh. How have they not started the game yet? Bro. If you don't start the game in the next 2 minutes, I'm keeping your money. Do I... Oh, for God's sake. You know how hot it's getting? I really should have went for like a bathroom break or something. Oh, wait. Push-up streamer? I mean, the joke we always make is if you keep making me do push-ups, I'm just gonna like track you down and date your mum. With a buffed up chest, she won't be able to resist me. That's your own funeral. I'll rename me Mom Banger 69. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Was that correct? I think so, because we done. Oh wait, no. 1, 2, 3. How long we got? All right, guys. I'm gonna run ads now and quickly pop to the bathroom, because bio breaks are important. This will be a long series. And I can pretend I didn't see your push-ups. Actually, we done them all. All right, so running ads, 3 minutes ads now, and then we're into game, okay? I'll even leave some lobby music. I'll even leave you guys the good stuff, despite the fact you tried to kill me. Korra is good. Be right back. Hello there. Wrong title? Yeah, thank you. We need to update title. Louis MT. Grand Finals, baby. Okay, I think... Oh, predictions. We need to get predictions up. I'll wait until the minute mark and then give you 2 minutes for predictions so you get a moment in game. More KPMM stats. Oh, we'll I think revisit them to start off is a good way to start the series. Yeah, Louis has been runner-up multiple times. He just kept getting denied. So Louis MT was runner-up the last 2 weeks, and then in Poppy Port and Wham's reign, he was also runner-up. So Louis MT, this is his 5th Grand Finals appearance. Actually, sorry, 6th. He's only 1-1. Oof. But let's get ready. There we go. Predictions up, guys. Seven-game series, maybe? Tempting. One and all, it's grand finals time! Welcome back to Midweek Muster, edition number 20, a B versus Louis MT grand finals. Interesting stats for you. Louis MT has been denied many a time here. He has actually been in the grand finals now. This will be the 6th time in all the editions of Midweek Muster combined. He's only ever thrusted the trophy once. That was the unique format of All-Stars. B, on the other hand, is chasing a 5th Midweek Muster victory title here. It all kicks off on Relic River to start us. Mongols up against French. We've seen the Mongols actually be a really phenomenal pick on this map, guys, because of the fish. A lot of players have started to lean towards this in the last 3 days. Shoreline fish on the south side were 3,000 food. I wonder, does Louis just go pro scouts in this matchup? Because there's an interesting thing here, guys, about Mongols from B. And, whoa, okay, that was an interesting choice. He chose the gold and the berries. Ah, the deer, yeah. So what I'm wondering here, guys, is actually B likes going pro scouts even with fishing. It's so greedy that he usually gets away with it. I wonder if he'll try it this game. Like, it just might be tempting to deer shove and then make Louis play pro scouts instead. Because what I've been seeing recently is pro scouts feels like it actually just sets you up for defeat against all ins. Which actually I think is fair. I think that's how it should be. You can't believe I didn't go for the fact that Louis MT beat B last time they met up. That's right. This is a grudge match in a way. B's definitely been a bit more consistent making the deep runs, but Louis MT, last time he did thrust the trophy, it was by walking over B's trample body. Interesting thing about that one, actually. Midweek Muster All-Stars, the grand finals? It was, what's the diplomatic word I'm looking for? A bit of a wash. So we done a best of 11 format, and Louis MT won 6-2. Scary Beast. Kind of a preview, actually, of him going into 2025. I think Louis MT is definitely the one that people have a lot of eyes on. Anatan, of course, another one that comes to mind. He's not going to be here in the grand finals because B already beat him. And I think, actually, B is the one that people are question marking right now. When you look at him in tournaments, S-tier tournaments, he does reasonably well. But I think in some ways, at least when you look at Midweek Musters and how consistent he is there, maybe people feel like he's falling short of expectations. We've got Elite Classic 3 just around the corner, so it would be the perfect time for him to start proving people wrong. Did Louis get like 0 sheep? He got 12. They're just hidden by it. They're inside the compound. They're safer that way. Yeah, like how can you hit these villages? Look, they're inside. So other side of it is going to be 12 sheep. So 12-12 split, but remember there's fishing as well. And looking at the gold gathering as is, it's not like crazy economy burdening, so no rush towards pro scouts. It feels like we're looking at, yeah, wheelbarrow into night timing. Normally, when you see someone go wheelbarrow, they're unlikely to be going pro scouts. These two techs kind of contradict each other's role, if that makes sense. If you have deer, you don't need to move. So why do you need wheelbarrow? Especially when you're playing French, because French is just going to want to spam knights. So all you need is food and gold. Once your gold workers are in position, they're optimal. It's not really worth wheelbarrow as much. Whereas tree lines are really where wheelbarrow feels better. Deer still on the other side of the B. His own little version of wheelbarrow. Another nice thing about this build that I think just makes it so comfortable for Mongols. Because you know your opponent doesn't want to rack spam you, you're able to set up this dock without harassment. But you're never going to pass on the Uvu. The Uvu is just so invaluable at this stage, adding in 70 stone a minute. But what it means is when you do this type of build, by the time you do tech up, you can do things like a double Keshik pump twice. And that's important because you're about to get into a heavy cav number race. If you can get ahead of the French, they can't actually fight you. Because if there's more Keshiks than there are knights, there's always going to be a Keshik that can just keep sustaining and healing past. With a little bit of micro, it just puts you a big disadvantage. So first knights to get queued up. 500 gold now. Could just be a consistent knight pump, but the 600 wood's got me curious. What would be kind of crazy here is if you actually open racks. Okay, it's going to be the racks from B. So, does he go racks Keshik, though? It does feel like a more powerful comp. Normally, I feel like Mongols are more inclined to go archers because of the deer stone, because it gives them more range. Oh, he's going to be sniping down with the deer. Okay, he is actually going to go pro scouts. So I wondered if it was going to be about the secondary and third knight. It's not. It's just raw rushing scouts. So the reason why you want to put this many people in wood is to get good timing on like the second stables, so you can then balance scout spam with knight spam. I wonder if B is going to mirror. 5 on gold, no signs of Keshiks. I think we've got a pro scouts wall. All right, what was predictions like? 60% for Louis, so fairly balanced, like nothing too crazy. What civ do you think is secretly good on Relic River, by the way? Like, we've seen some very potent picks. I think Delhi have looked really good, and Lord Paul's coming in. Mongols, I think, are looking pristine. I think the thing that's nice about Mongols is, especially in like this week's map draft, where else do you really want to pick them? Outside of that, Knights Templar aren't too bad because of the multi-sacred site choices. I want to say those are my front runners. H3 is good since you can push deer and fast castle. The deer's not always guaranteed to be like insanely close though, right? Sometimes it's a bit weird in its position because it can be a 4 deer, and 4 deers are more easily lameable. The only issue with maybe fast castle is all the maps are central bound. So you know, if your opponent's playing feudal, he can, let's say, more easily block all relics. Whereas compared to like Dry Arabia, if you get an all-in opponent you fast castle, you at least end up with 1 relic behind your base, so you have like a safety net. All right, I'll just pause the recording while we wait for the boys to get back to it. Do we have an explanation? Probably a connection issue, I reckon. BB Anatan? Yes, it was free too. My bitrate is really inconsistent, like pulsing artifacts. That's the nature of the game. Alright, there we go. We're back in the action. Apologies for the pause, folks. Yeah, so if there's any bitrate artifact issues, that's more like a limitation of Twitch and how much bitrate you can push. There's not really anything I can do about that until Twitch decides to start letting us push higher bitrates, which they're still not doing. So archery is now coming in. Like, legit, if you want that changed, I always encourage this to the masses. You should be atting Twitch as to why they are skimping so much on what streamers can do. Only a select handful of streamers has access to the apparent beta 4K streaming option. And even that has a weird bitrate limitation. It's kind of dopey because like other platforms are allowing over 4 times the bitrate. I'm getting the bitrate at 1. I can see it in OBS. We're constantly around like 8,000 kbps, which is basically on the threshold of Twitch molding our bit push. So, looks like Pro Scouts is dragging back the goodies. And B, we've got Magadai opening. Yeah, this is great. This is a really good denier against Pro Scouts. Unfortunately, Louis is already switching to Archers, which should be the answer. Usually the trickiness of using Archer against Magadai is you can't keep up with them. But it's good in this situation because what Louis wants is linear. Move 1 location, guard it, shoot, move. It's not like you've got a widespread economy that you need to protect on all your flanks. Like old French style before Pro Scouts, Magadai would have been better because you find them out in the deers. Here, it feels weaker. How's French not ahead on villages? The Mongol fishing boats. So I wonder, does he just go back to archers now that he sees that it's archer bolt? Because your archers are better. With the Con Hunter, you have better range. Ah, no. See, the one game where I don't mention it is the game where he's going to do it, isn't it? This is fast in. Look at the macro. The Doc's only now getting harassed. It's low harassment, really. Just 3 torches, so you can kind of kite it a bit. Up to 5 becomes problematic. Louis can burn this down. He needs to be a bit careful, though, because of demo ships, and I think that's why he's backing away. Okay, B does reinvest, so we do have cash ships. I think the concern of doing fast imp here against French is they have a very good bloat point into knights. And there's no hesitation to dive. Like, if this is Roost, for example, and they go knights, you, like, suffer pain from one dive, but then after that, they're almost dead. French is more jarring. Any civ that has feudal healing is going to be a bit more consistent with pressure. Interesting. Was he worried Louis was going to come out into the pond? Yeah, so I feel like this was paranoia about Louis fishing as well. So he just guarantees that's not going to happen. In the meantime, towards the base. Louis fishing for targets. Deerstone does make this difficult though. And Wheelbarrow is going to follow up. Love that from B. A lot of players playing Mongols will be greedy. They won't go Wheelbarrow, but there's 2 reasons here. One is you are inevitably going to end up having to come out to the second gold at some point. 2 is it gives you enough movement speed to essentially dodge knights. Against knights, it would be a quick way to GG with fast imp. Not necessarily. So the whole concept, we had someone on YouTube asking about this recently. They were like, you know, I've tried fast imp Mongols, it never worked. They always all imp me. So fast imp Mongols, I feel like it's rarely a default you do it plan. Fast imp Mongols is more of a dynamic play, which is why it's just like looked a lot better at the highest levels. You have to access the possibility, and you do that by forcing weird reactions. So going Magadai is like intentional to try and slow your opponent down to archers and not knights. It also keeps them defensive. If your opponent's defensive, you get away with techs. That's why Magadai is so impactful. And then the cool thing is if you keep them alive, this scales really well to bodyguard you in castle and then come online as your real combo. B instead though is going to be bloody in the Keshiks. That's for food, it makes sense. Problem is, he hasn't really stopped the pro scouts from getting the goodies home. He has mirrored at least, so he can match pace, and with the fish, he should be capable of more heavy cap. Ooh. I like the idea of B just kind of extending this age between them and going for the It's risky because Louis can mirror with Royal Institute for his own benefits. But with Elegant Micro, like the damage increase, the extra heal, you can hold pretty firmly for it. Especially considering that Louis has gone pretty hard with the archers. It's not like he's just raw knighted. I think French is the best color. I can just imagine them being like... The yellow from the Fleur de Lis does look very weird against the pink. Right? It doesn't... Barely noticeable. But, gotta give it to him. The feathered hats are beautiful. Look at that. Look at what he's doing. Little tip for people, don't get touched by this. It's not just the Lance Charge does more, it guarantees you won't get a turn for effect because of the buff damage. So by delaying it and forcing it on cooldown, you can then try to commit. And it's less a pain point if you don't get your charge. Because now, like, the melee off is more easy. Imagine running a pink French horse in the 1500s. It would feel bad. I feel like if you wore pink in... So, like, if you wore pink in the 1500s, people would just probably assume you're a pink. And here's why. Because of how, like, easy it would be to get dirty back in those times. If you're wearing pink and it's remaining pink, there's probably a fair presumption that you like haven't really been in a fight. You know what I mean? Same as like wearing white with purity. Like, bro, if you're keeping that fully white, The ones who wear red are the ones I fear. Also, you don't mess with people who have purple. Because if they have purple, they can afford to hire a lot less. Because purple dye was like the rarest back then. I guess pink categorizes purple, so maybe it's in. I'm like, bro, you can't even afford full purple? Cheapskate. Step readout coming in though, guys, and we've seen that this is difficult for Mongols. He's about to run out of gold. Backup tech's at least being prepped. Meanwhile, Louis MT is fording. Uvu will at least get secure mobility out before being taken down. What's from Louis here? He's not quite sure yet, but there's his confirmation. He now knows he doesn't need to fear at least for like an extra 30 seconds. Okay, so Louis should not just a mirror. If this is Royal Institute, I think B's in trouble. What do you do against Royal Bloodlines, especially with forward step readout? And you will need to use the forward step readout. Yes, Louis knows. Any map with like a back gold here, you probably play it safe and go Guildhall. But Relic River sticks you in the corner and makes you come out for additional resources. All Louis now needs to do is just buy time. And because he was aggressing, he's done that. If B was allowed to be on the map right now, Veterancy comes in and he's diving eco. But this extra run is giving Louis the time absolutely necessary to try and survive here. It might get a little bit shaky because he still needs an extra 30 seconds. Yeah, he realizes it pulls more now to the Institute. Fighting the base. Yeah, I think the worst thing you can do is like, get bogged into a fight in the choke points. You want to try to leak over an economy, and that's exactly what he's going to do. Hunt for villagers. Choke point fight now. Defense arrow does get activated. Veterancy for the Royal Knights coming in 15 seconds. Louis MT just needs to drag this out. Villagers starting to get targeted. They are going to be found on the south side. They'll keep running away. Good body blocks there again. Louis MT. He's just trying to min-max this to minimize the losses and get the edge he needs. Veterancy kicks in. Keshik's now outmatched. He needs to leave B with a lot of heavily injured heavy cav units. He needs to get the hell out of dodge. And whoa. Okay, yeah, there is an escape there. Okay, but TC Fire is actually getting an extra few snipings here. Another flurry, so nicely done there. All of a sudden, B down to 17 Keshiks. Louis now with 20 Knights plus and the potential to re-access the gold and play into Big Boy Royal Institute. Looks like he was hit on the gold back. So 8 villager kills now for B. Keep in mind, though, that fishing's going to run out soon. Is he down to his final? Yep, this, like, okay, sorry, no, he's got 500 up here, so he's got 800 food left, and then the fishing boats are irrelevant. Keshik seem pretty bad. Against French Knights, yes. Because French Knights just have better stats anyway, and then the damage buff at the start of the fight. You're a low HP Knight compared to a high HP. So you immediately lose a giant chunk of your HP to the Lance Charge and the buff damage. It's brutal. You have to outnumber. I don't care if you're like the micro god. The reality is there's 20 Keshik versus 20 Knights. It's very hard to finesse that by pulling back injured Keshiks. Because Knights hit so hard. You are correct. Knights do also get the +1 melee. A little bit less relevant because percentile increase is low. You get a bigger percentile increase off of the charge and the health. But yes, every little adds. Is this a sandwich? Oh my. Oh, this could be a beautiful sandwich. Louis, he realizes if he's coming from the north side, he can catch more here. The spearmen need to kind of be ignored. The Keshiks are the best target right now. Go for charging. Louis, uh-oh. Runs back through them, gets the shivs out. Baits them in range. Look at the health bars. B barely gets away there. Close to being very ugly. However, it's looking ugly for Louis instead. Another 4 villager picks. This is getting a bit out of control. Louis needs to find a way of counter-offensiving. He has got Arbor Trade coming, but so much time has been bought. Look at what B switched into. He's a mile ahead on the crossbow switch. And just to emphasize that when you play Mongols, you have to play like this. If he was playing defensive in his base, the game would probably already be over. it would be difficult to get gold to build Keshiks and crossbows. And on top of that, Mongols don't have walls to hide behind. Why is Louis not making spears? Because your knight should just be better. He went royal institute. This is all about just getting to the point where you can get the big depths. The problem is that harassment on the gold was very intentional by B. It was designed to stop him going into rural bloodline. He missed his timing. He still doesn't have it queued up. We do, however, have a second third TC? Okay, I wasn't expecting this. Free TC from this position. Isn't that a bit dangerous? Because your opponent could go fast in. I mean, he could even just all in you. This is tempting. Crossbows are at risk of overextending. I wonder if Louis is expecting that. Okay, yeah, B realized. Because without the Yam, you'll just die. Counter-offensive again. He's doing a very good job of just trying to find ways of keeping tempo. The Night Master directly is too big to fight. I'm starting to wonder. Okay, maybe it's not free TC. He just gathered the extra stone, but obviously doesn't have enough for a castle drop. Castle makes sense. With French, it's discard 810 stone, and also you do discount unit production. You would also deal with the Keshik dives. You'd have to focus your economy around it. So, like, probably looking at a keep drop over here, actually. Or double gold, double stone. Would leave the back corner exposed, but I think you can just kind of put that in. Could he actually do it? Second gold vein's about to be tapped. I don't think B wants to do the Imperial at all. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, Louis. I love this. Yeah, just send him 1 or 2 knights. Try and grief the dunk. Oh, that's brilliant. Because Louis is much scarier in this fight right now, but that one demo kind of changes everything. Sure, it's not going to kill them, but minus 95 HP, that's almost a 30 HP gone. Well played. Be able to get that stay of execution, because right now he has to split the army. This is the key detail. His Keshik count has been eclipsed, but he wants to raid. But that means that you can't just walk everything across the map, like who guards the step readout. Great intercept here as well. Louis tried to sidestep it to get out of the situation, but still minus 3 knights. We'll play now under the way for Louis. We have to keep zooming out because we're going uphill. And now, oh, he gets the dive in. Okay, so he finds it all. I think he got hit on 6 to 8 knights by the demo ship. We'll actually block on the relics. Yeah, B has been edging out on that. So it's going to be 5 relic game versus 2 TC. Sensing meanwhile, though, I think B's ready to just dive. This could actually just be over. B doesn't know about the 2 TC. I don't think he ever scouted it. So he has to respect that. There we go. Keep drop's going to come in. Okay, so that's key. If it wasn't for that, I think Louis just loses the game. B's still going to be able to constrict him on the map. And we have got a freeze. Someone crashed? Okay. Alright, freeze over, we're back. Don't know what that was. We're good there. Keshiks are now diving the castle. Arbitrary also a big problem. Needs to get on top of them right now, but that needs diving even deeper. So villagers are going to find their way to safety. This is like no eco damage whatsoever. And B's fighting underneath the castle. This can go rotten very easily. The crossbows also aren't assisting. They can't come over here. Okay, so most heavy cavalry now dead. That was expensive and really didn't gain him much. But the problem is I think B's confidence comes from the fact he doesn't know about the 2 TC. He never scouted it still. So he just assumes the stone gathering was a keep drop. And he's got Louis on the ropes. In fairness, Louis doesn't really have much he can gather right now. No guild hall, no gold access. So I can understand why B feels confidence like this. You need to be careful that bulk of knights is still alive for the time being. I honestly don't know how Louis easily gets out of this right now. Horseman works if B stops building Keshiks. Because right now the issue for French here is they can only afford food and wood. Louis has no access to gold. It's too dangerous. But this is crazy. Knights die from the south side, and look at that. It's going to make a sneak for the big gold vein. Okay. And in the meantime, the chip damage is adding up. Dive into the main as well. Weirdly enough, actually hesitates there. That maybe a misclick, or was that intentional? Looks like he might be a bit distracted. Horseman, Mango is revealed. Okay, so B, this is where he's got good information. He knows that cavalry is still probably his best bet. Speaking of cavalry, these guys are actually doing a lot of work. It forces the whole army home. Anatan, I just thought it was Louis. So you should say that today. Louis needs to be careful about how he retreats here because it could draw unwanted attention. Yeah, and you see his skirt. So, pretty ballsy by Louis. But smart as well. On 2TC, you can afford to lose some villages. The gold is too invaluable not to have. Weirdly enough, though, he switches over to stone. Maybe feels like there's no point going heavy cav here when there's so many crossbows. He's not going to be fast him. He's going to be inevitable. What on earth? So silly. This is what makes step readouts so damn good. You can justify this many outposts because this is 6,000 gold. Louis has got back onto his own gold vein and it's going to be arbitrary. That's smart. If this turns into mass crossbow versus mass crossbow, you'd always choose French crossbows. With the Pavis, they're just unbeatable. Cognate going to be coming in. So for B, this is more like your economy isn't there, so you might as well take the extra bump. It doesn't feel great though. Like once you're past, I want to say like 75, 80 villages, Cognate percentile-wise, it's still there, but it's not as big as it once was. Then again, like overall, when you're max population, it feels like having extra economy through production. And I think that's why most players have leaned towards Cognate these days over White Stupa. Yeah, White Stupa is also very slow. White Stupa is more about the ability to spam stone towers, or sorry, cannon towers all the time. Louis, his own tech is going to be a bit more precarious. He needs gold. Some knights are going to be cycling in again. We've been here before. Yeah, but the primary chunk of economy that matters is moving further north. I think maybe Louis' thought process here is because he knows his opponent has to keep going north for gold. Playing south, like each time you come in and do it, you're going to just get more kills. The army's further away. What's that for? The army is close to Louis' line here. Now going to try to rally to the back. Meanwhile, the Mango's going to hide inside the arbitrary. It's only a single Mangonel, though. Veterancy for crossbows is about to come in. Mango gets immediately targeted down. Louis, he needs reinforcements now. Whole age behind, and it looks like he might be down and out. Once that upgrade comes in, I don't know how you deal with elite crossbowmen here. 6 tile range on these bad boys. And a full resource blocker. We're back to the awkward phase of no gold access. Louis is going to try to make this about eco damage. So the good news is because B's mainly crossbows, he can't kill you. You know, he can't snipe buildings. Standard defenses should be his nightmare. A type of nightmare coming in here though. So Louis with the dive. Yeah, but the Warrior Monk, handful of elite Keshiks. This ain't a great trade. No, Louis is just getting bogged down. He didn't find the eco hit he was looking for. And we're going back out for that risky resource, aren't we? I just, like, let's be real here, guys. You're a French player in a corner. You have no access to gold. You don't have gold. What kind of Frenchman are you? I thought, like, you know, we were just discussing wearing purple and pink means you're rich, but you don't look very rich right now. Clearly, pink is a sign of the poor, apparently. 0 gold income whatsoever. Horsemen should technically be the counter to crossbows, but you know, if we've seen incendiary arrows, you just don't care. I think you must be getting close to it. The gold gathered is definitely enough. Okay. Cheeky sneak out here. Khan does get eyes on though. The crossbow wave is coming in. Oi, oi, oi. Villagers trying to rush up some protection. Incendiary arrows is indeed there. Okay, like, this is where horsemen just get broken apart. It's not even really stepping away that much. Louis? Losing arbitrary will be expensive here. A lot of his horsemen are still chasing the car. This guy takes so long to kill. Oh my god, he's finally going to go down. And hold on a second. Next wave of horsemen arrive. Wait, B. Like, where are the troopers right now? Light the signals. Gondor needs aid. I just don't see his extra troopers in the castle. In the meantime, it's going to go up. So Louis may just be back in this game. 8,000 gold now secure. Breath of life moment here. Sacred Site also being decapped on the south side. That win condition about to disappear for B. These are now going to arrive towards the gold also. Very horseman feeling fairly tanky against this, but the more key important thing now is his access to premium units. Unbelievable. B now has a very big eco deficit to overcome. And we have got the new tech. Hello, monastic shrines on the way. Well, not new tech. We don't really see it often. Is more the fair point. Mainly because we don't really see Mongols getting into Imperial Age. Well, we do, but the Khaganate usually ends the game. So this is kind of usually an afterthought. That is going to give him the improved production. Louis, I think he just has an easy route now into Imperial now. You have to assault the castle, but where's the RNG? He hasn't rolled a Wheepy Pow. And again, you need what, double Wheepy? He's gonna go for the dive. This is a lot of economy. Hesitation though. It's crazy. I think if B could see the map, he'd probably just be committing a bit harder here. But was it Boiling All? Yeah, like Boiling All isn't. Wait, is it there? No. He's researching it somewhere. Yeah, it's coming in 20. You gotta be kidding me. Like, come on. I feel like at this stage of the game, you don't actually want VP power. At this stage, you probably just take more units that could raid. This is crazy. Louis, probably, like, what, top 3 best defenders in the game right now, I just want to say. This guy is giving masterclasses on how to drag out and survive. You know, we called him the Chinese Beasty cutie. At least the old edition of Beasty that loved that late game and ticks the box. Right, this is very reminiscent of Beasty around, like, 2022. Even maybe 2023. I think 23 was the primary for it, yeah. He used to be the master of holding on in the craziest circumstances. Louis MT trying to bring that style back in 2025. So Louis hasn't actually committed to a new unit type yet. Rib Palace kind of secures the extra gold vein. Not crazily, but it's attainable. You think B needs more sprinkle towers? How about cannon towers? Come on, guys. Oh, wait, we didn't go white stupid. Damn. And oh my god, wait, what the? What the duck? Surely not. No, he has to cancel. A cool idea. But reinforcements arrive, so Louis will not be able to secure the 8k on the south side. That's important as well. Step Redoubt doesn't have much left in the center. Now, keep in mind, like, both of these civs trade really well also. So, even once the veins are gone, this game isn't over. In fact, in recent months, I think French has been probably the most consistent civ at dragging Imperial Plus games. Because I feel like players just got a lot better at scaling into the trade. It's not a GG point anymore. I realized we're a few seconds behind because that lag spike. We are. We need to set up. I think it's paused for like 20 seconds. I don't know what that pause out was. I honestly thought we had a crash for a second there. We might be about to crash out. Oh my god, the villagers get blocked. Diving Arbalest is kind of crazy. I don't blame Louis for the slow reaction. You just don't expect that. Traction trebs, we've power now arriving. Castle's no longer safe. Can Louis play this game if he loses this area? Unlikely, unless he secures south side. Well, we do have horseman raids. This is such a budgeted French, man. I don't remember the last time I saw French so gold stuff. Game's been like pulling a hen teeth. It's going to be nice for intercepting the reinforcements. Left side is starting to get a little bit ugly though. Castle, definitely not going to last long. Stone's also running out. Nice. Are they going for the backline economy? I think so. Beasty's an opening. He's got plenty of resources to throw away. There's 6,000 in reserve to reuse. We'll just cut reinforcements. Crossbows are going to protect against the horseman backstab. Cool idea. Redford. Louis just needs more time. Incendiaries is still a minute away. I think that's the biggest problem here is Arbitrary just can't actually carry currently. Castle is down. Red Palace next on tick box by the magical wheelless traction trebuchet. Yeah, it's kind of ironic that this thing moves without wheels, but it's called traction. Wee wee. Double wee wee to kill the wee wee. No, I don't think the Baguette Lords can swing hard enough here. It's just so quick of a kill when PPs get added in. Also, this burns through the wood so fast. This fight. Looks a bit grim for Louis. It's not just the Keshiks, remember. You've got premium knights in there as well. That's the big backbreaker. Handful of Roost Knights really does make the difference. Louis MT has to break off. The Horseman cannot directly contest. He tries to go for the sandwich, but a handful of Keshiks held in reserve. Louis MT about to be broke. It's hand cannoneers. Like, you just can't contest this anymore. And the Red Palace. Less red, less pink, and more just dead. That has to be it. There's no comeback from here. Louis MT is about to lose access to gold. He's doubled up militarily. He makes B work hard for it. But there can be no denial anymore. Sick game out of B. There were points where this just looked completely shook on gold. I think both of them. It was an extreme scramble for gold access. B threaded that needle beautifully. Had the step read out moving station to station with little harassment. While Louis was start camped in a corner, praying for a better game. Got another castle up here. Did actually repair the Red Palace. Wait, did he get... Oh, he did kill the PP Palace. Maybe? I mean, this can't go on much longer. Louis doesn't have much to gather anymore. He's got one villager on the gold. Good luck with that. This tree line's about to run out. This tree line's feeling dangerous. And also up another hill. Okay, he has got wood over here. Dude's trying to make hand cannoneers now. About that. He's feasting on the gold. B has to be thinking trade soon. Maybe? Yep. Boom. There we go. Oh my. That is a nice trade route. They're already underway. He's 11 traders in. Okay, so he's ticked the gold issue. He also has step read out south. Lou's going to raid there because, haha, you're Mongols. You can't build balls. Raid, we need to rally reinforcement there. We have a switch into horseman out of here now. Yeah, because he's running thin on gold, so he needs hand cannoneers. Keshix is kind of irrelevant. Bombard is now going to start touching. Like this, just kind of rushing down buildings for the bounty. The gold is the most important thing. It's the hardest to get. Villagers. Luckily, there's no cannon emplacement. But these things also do not die easily. Does he see the trade? Oh, he definitely sees it now. Yeah, he had the outpost up here the whole time, so he knows the trade is happening, which is why B is just bodying into the fight to try and recover it. We have got cannon emplacement. That should be enough to scare Louis away. Meanwhile, castle down. At the gates of the kingdom just opened. Horsemen are going to try to slow things down here. Bombard's able to hide inside the formation. We do have hand cannoneers now from Louis. I can't believe he starts the goal for this. Into the final 1,000. These drop as well. Pascal going to start charging in. The cannons are great at just sniping these units out, though. And he's pretty much frontlining with hand cannoneers. There's only 3 in the fight. Or tripling in, but it's a combo line. The problem I see here is if Louis can't kill the bombards, he's just going to keep creeping units to death. A lot of infrastructure going down every time B getting paid for that. This feels like it's the end. I think Louis, he played a solid game. He showed you how frustrating he can be to just get a single win off of. The B played it right, man. Impressive with such a small economy, but Louis, the problem with 140 economy, guys, is it's only useful if you have something you can meaningfully gather. And credit to him, Louis done a good job of stretching that idea to the maximum. But without trade, I think he's just dry. He lost the war for the south side gold. His veins now tapped. He's out. Now, you can budget it with hand cannoneers and horsemen or arbitrary horsemen, but that budget only goes so far. You need some source of gold. Does he try and mirror trade down here? I mean, B thought he was going to. He's already blocked it out. So the only other option is marketplace in the corner and trade with the enemy side. Which I feel like these towers might have something to say about that. The other frustration is at this stage in the game, so many outposts and God knows how many have cannons. Yo, you guys want to see what late game good Imperial Mongols looks like? Welcome. Just so obnoxious. And he's gonna be switching into Akadai? I don't know if that's the full intent. I kind of like the idea. Even though it's against horsemen, you can just send a group into the enemy economy. This has been kind of comical. The run by is on the gold constantly. Oh my god, I'm never going to see my children again. This is game 1. We've got potentially 6 more games of this. And this game has almost added an hour on. Wait. Well, this is the last gold he can access. But the reason we didn't really highlight it before is it's not safe. The Rip Pulse doesn't protect him there. These viewable towers? I did. Like, guys, look. Yeah, I did. This is B. It's practically B's vision. Look at it. There is not much he does not see. Right, neat mosh pit. He just doesn't even care. Like, oh no, you get double damage against. tank engineers have now arrived. That's going to be the sweep through. Louis with only SIGs doesn't really hold a torch to it. I mean, we thought he was going to GG before, so there's a good chance there's like, you know, there's a good chance he's going to GG in 25 minutes. Oh, 5 seconds. There you go. B had to work so hard for it, but Mongol's able to flex an Imperial Age, and for once, they didn't need to rush it. Another night shift? Brother, it's already like 8 p.m. We there. We there. I don't know what you call that one. Probably uploadable. Maybe it's something to do with the gold starvation on both sides. Because I feel like both of them were getting gold starved a lot. So game 1 is going to be a win for B. We got 4 minutes until in game. Facial hair looks freshly trimmed. Nah, dog. Been a while. I don't know what to call that one for YouTube. It's like something to do with the gold starvation. The gold starvation is real, maybe. All right, game 2. Let's get predictions up. 5 minutes. Order the Dragon versus Roos. Oh, wait, what map? Gorge. Order the Dented pick. Well, that shows that like the intent is going to be English. Commentary is as high energy during games as a football match. It's so good. Oh, thank you. I mean, dude, like you got to do it justice. You got to read it. But also, like I'm not a big believer in just being hype all the time. Because like you have to balance it. So like something I learned. Big shout out to Dagny for this. She pointed out to me years ago on a DreamHack broadcast. She's like, if you're like, you can't always be at 10 because if you're always at like, and she didn't really say more, but I figured out what it meant, right? It's like, if you're always at a 10, then like nothing's a 10. You know, life's ups are so good because you have downs. That should be kind of inspirational for people. If you're in a hard time, think about the good times that could happen. It's the same with a cast. It's even like the same with a narrative. You know, you want to build upwards, but if you watch all good story arcs, the whole expense of intriguing moments is like this. It's just an upwards moving chart that dips and rises. It's really important. How's my foot? We're walking again. Yes, Scott. So we've been doing some physio for a while now. We're in the intermediary classes now. Some days it's like really rough. Feels really like it's going to snap. And other days it's fine. So it's kind of in and out. The tough part is just finding enough time to do like workout between all the content we're creating here and then the work I do behind the scenes, sourcing deals for other influencers, and then obviously like looking after kids. I probably don't do anywhere near as much workout as I should or want to. Ideally, what I want to do is get back to a point where I can climb on a wall and then make that like my reliable workout is doing climbing. Maybe even start streaming it or at least doing vlogs about it. Ronan King once said, life is a roller coaster. It's true. But it's also like life is not just a roller coaster. Life is a wavy road. A lot of people think it's the ups and downs, but it's also just the unpredictability of where you end up. A lot of people think like the life is a linear pattern of I work towards this career and get there, but it doesn't work like that. You only see a pigeon, so you're saying you're trying to score with the pigeon. Interesting. Baltin, this is why people tune up. They clearly just want to see me wearing a nice tie. All right? I thought you appreciate that. Who am I kidding? Baltin only likes people who wear fully armor-clad and ride a pony. These people. Nah, life is a survival slog on a hive world with Tyranids about to invade.
Слушайте.
Alright, that's depressing. I'm going to move on from that. Yeesh. Let me flip the score. Well, if Mongols somehow got to Imperial Age in a 50-minute game, these two are probably going to get us to a 2-hour game. One and all, welcome back to our grand finals for Midweek Muster number 20. B and Louis MT. A revenge opportunity. B last time ousted by Louis MT in the grand finals against him. Well, now he starts off with Swift Vengeance in G1. By Swift, I mean by Louis MT standards. The game was almost an hour long. But B... here to save my sleep schedule, he's opened with OTD. And it's gonna be a Dark Age Spear Rush against the Civ that doesn't touch gold. Huh. Huh. What? Color me a little bit surprised by this. This is not a Civ that outpost rushes well, because each spearman is very expensive as a garrison slot. It's not a Civ that deals with people not touching things well. Even the cabin, you'd think it would be a good thing to raid, but look at the TC range. If you tried to hit the hunting cabins, your opponent's going to repair. And if you want to kill him, you're going to have to die with TC. I think B is just trying to block pro scouts. But, like, could you not technically rush Age and spam Rax units when you start teching? I guess the thought process here is you can deer shove away. So B's valuing that extra ground, maybe? No, dude, he's legit going for it. Okay, so he's going to tap the hunting cabin. Oh no, not my 18 gold, that by the time you kill, I'll have made double the money back. Okay, so it begins. Louis, in fairness, didn't prep for this. Whoa, wait, what? Louis? That looks a bit concerning. Okay, he's switched on the wood now. He's a little bit slow on the reaction, but he's dealing with it. He'll be fine. 3 on wood's more than enough. So, like, B, the question now is, was the investment into Rack Spearman worth idling 3 of Louis' villages? Because he'll probably keep 2 on wood and then send 1 to repair. There is an argument it was kind of worth it. The thought process here is that B already now has Spearman to block pro scouts at first, and then he can force his opponent to go archers. So I'm wondering if B's real intent here is also pro scouts. Because what you could do is if your opponent's going to go archers, you fill up horsemen. Opening sheeple, by the way, 18 for Louis, only 8 for B. Which makes pro scouts seem a bit more viable, otherwise he would have already pulled onto the deer. Because that is actually a quite well-known opening for OTD. Huh, I see you've come back to repair again. What was the calculation on how much wood this is going to use? To repair from 20% to 100%, how long would that take? Is it roughly, without harassment, I want to say it's like 15, 20 seconds? So you're using like what, 20, 25 wood? But then the harassment's increasing that to like 30, 35. And then obviously you walk back with no wheelbarrow, because why would you wheelbarrow? You want to go pro scouts. I think like where this is really worth it isn't just this initial play for B, it's going to be the follow-up he goes, which is this, and then the potential for horsemen. He's got 3 on wood, doesn't feel like he's rushing ponies. I think he's rushing pro scouts. Yeah, he's going to mirror. Look at the gold. It's pretty crafty, man. So Louis is going to complete his tech up, but look at the state of his economy. The extra wood chomp It's going to hurt him a little here. And, oh my god, he's going to hurt himself a lot. He goes archer range. He actually reacts to it. Okay, this is like jackpot then for B. Because now, the dish oven's coming. It would probably be worth pulling over there. But obviously, B doesn't know this. He might scout it before it gets in, though. The scout's coming. I love this, man. This is so creative. B is buzzing. And Louis NT, he's going to get the archer reaction. But killing a Gilded Spearman is easier said than done. And there it is. Look at this. He beats the Pro Scout timing. By quite a lot, actually. Okay, so now we'll move over. He could technically lame the deer. The problem is he's actually helping now. Okay, this guy's like, I don't even know what you want me to do. Like, bro, I've carried the early game of hunt and cabin harassment. What do you want now? You want me to, like, kill all the deer, kill the scouts, maybe beat the archer? Like, when have I done enough with my life? When will you be proud of me, Papa? All right, go rest. He's going to probably lame the other deer. You can just camp and wait for the pro scouts in a second. But look at the difference in timing, guys. This is crazy. So by the time you're prepping pro scouts, your opponent is going to be 15 seconds out. He does need the stables. That is there. And food needs to be rushed up to get scouts out. This is impressive. I did kind of expect Order the Dragon to still be a pro scout civ even post nerf. The reason is, like, people got a taste of it. Without pro scouts, this civ really struggled. The moment pro scouts meta came in, Order the Dragon went up the rankings kind of by a crazy degree. You know, it felt like they went from a C tier to like an A tier civ. It just gave them what they needed. Because usually the issue with this civ is by the time you're bulking numbers that matter, you've no longer got resources. Hey, it's going to be a double staple. Yeah, so he's trying to outmass Hunting Cabins, man. Well, the Dragon only has one scout? Yeah, but he's rushing them now. Sheep is pretty much ran out for him, so the timing is going to be good. First one coming home now. So secure his own deer. He's not going to keep the Spearman over here. Are you happy with a 50-50 split? Louis definitely won on the sheep game. Horseman could still intercept here. I love this. Louis is aware. He's gone Spearman. I guess, yeah, B's just going to wait. He's like, okay, salute, fast castle, I guess. I think the horseman is just about baiting a reaction. It's kind of unfortunate for B because, like, actually, Louis already done the reaction. So you could have technically saved more on the tech. Because this looks like fast castle. Do you regnants? If you think your opponent's overreacted to spears, then you could get away with regnants here. It's just difficult because, like, if he has overreacted with spears, he now has units. And that means you can get blocked. Burgrave is definitely going to be very more all-in-y. And I think the issue I take with Burgrave is, what do you do against horse archers? Yeah, because you haven't added in ranged. You could add in more ponies, technically. I think you need to. Men-at-arms plus horsemen, but that's a lot of meat. Yeah, the other awkward issue is, like, if your opponent is scaling into archers via archer ranges, like, he can go horse archers or normal archers. And that means that everything in your Burgrave can get countered. So horse archers would counter men-at-arms, and normal archers would counter spears or lancers. So yeah, it is going to be regnants. Okay. High trade house on the other side. Be sure to start getting your numbers in. This is good timing, man. B is beating him to the punchline. He beat him on Pro Scouts. He's beating him on Castle. I'll be impressed. And so this was... And also, think about the math of this. He spent 320 resources to do this. He forced repair rates of between idle time plus the repair cost. I want to say repair cost was something like 75. Idle time made him miss out on like another 80. So like let's say it's like 155 cost to Louis. And then he missed out on the pro scout timing, so he didn't deny anything from B. I don't know, kind of worth, especially with the tech advantage now. Because by the time you complete your tech up, the first prelate's already there. And what is up, Rapaza? Appreciate the prime sub, mate. Smart lad. Things look good right now for B, but I feel like this is going to be a tight grand final. So you got to get those subs in, so you don't have to worry about the ads. Also, you do now have access to amazing emotes, which I'm sure my chat is about to start spamming. I wonder which one they're going to spam. Probably Order the Dragon Flag. Because this looks good. Double Prelate. He's already got 2 Gilded Knights out. That's big. That's huge, actually. Louis got, like, nothing. Yeah, he tries to rush Warrior Monks because he knows what this is going to be. There's also a Spearman out here, so you could easily just get grabbed trying to do this. Prelate? Okay, that was a bit weird. Didn't pull back the injured one. Okay, so we'll lose a Prelate up here. Every Prelate counts right now. Remember, this is not HRE where you can have them all ready and pulling back. Order of the Dragons suffer a lot more in fast castle builds compared to HRE. Nice to be here. Double. Oh, okay. Overkill slightly. This is like the mayor of San Marino calling your mum a name and then you just dropping an atomic bomb on him. Like, chill. I think he's dead. Louis, what can he actually grab here? Scout's going to see him coming early. He can actually run north to just try and bypass this. He's late to snatch from the enemy side, so you can see what he's trying to do. Louis. B actually just sends it directly home. There is another Prelate, but this is getting a bit weird. Okay, so Wallow's going to be there. He realizes the misstep. The Gilded Knights are just in the wrong position. This is the classic issue of Gilded Knights. If he was any other Civ, he'd have 10 Knights right now. Just imagine the ground you can cover there. But you've got 5. So you have to pick your fights very delicately. And let's talk about Snatch here. Hello, Louis. One of the more ambitious brothers. Ball's going to come out. I think you're dead that way. Oh, no. Okay, so that's going to get time wasted. That's going to allow him to just move away. That's crazy. I think if B just committed there, he gets the kill. Spearman damage plus Gilded Knight charge. That would have been a kill, but I think he was paranoid about extra troops. He kind of outfought himself out of a winning situation. Nice. I mean, the problem right now, B, he really needs to win the Relic race so the Prelates afterwards can just be bulked up and heal all the injured Knights. That's meant to be the value of Gilded Knight play, guys, is you just don't lose them. If they start flopping dead, like, the whole plan unravels. This is chivalry French Knights to an extreme. Did you see that? That Warrior Monk looked at it for a second, like, I mean, maybe I can carry 2. Like, Pony's got 1. I'll hold another one in my hands. Maybe we move at, like, 0.2 movement speed. Alright, when you guys first saw the dervishes, who thought they'd be able to carry 2 relics? Stick one in each bag, you know? I need a wall moat. I don't know what we make it. I don't know. I want something cooler than just having the word wall, you know? Oh, maybe like a screaming pigeon, and it's like, just like the bubble pops up while it's screaming, it says wall. And high trade house income is 143. I am deaf. I mean, Louis is just far ahead on the passive gold income right now. It's free plus the high trade house and the hunting cabins worth another 2 relics. Meanwhile, B, he's only got 160 gold. Really hold up. It's going to be able to scale it up to be 320. It's not really going to be blazing it. Louis MT has more gold income. This is the absurdity of high trade house. It makes it so easy to split the relics and just be ahead. For a guy who's been spamming mass knights, getting 2 worker kills is pretty bad. What could have been sick here for B is like a transition into gilded archers. I almost feel like this is one of the weaknesses of playing relic focus. It's like you don't actually get wood off that, you get gold. You kind of want to build gold units. You could trade for wood, but that's just like inefficient compared to just using the gold. So most of the time you get pushed towards gilded knights, arms, crossbowmen. Even if archers could have been super sick. So B is going to secure the flanks now. We do have blacksmith techs on the way. Undermesh the highest of priorities. In fairness, gilded crossbowmen are your S tier unit. They are probably at the heart of Order of the Dragon, the best thing they can build. The problem is you're now hunkering down. You lost the relic race. We're probably going to be seeing farms, and he likely thinking about Imperial. Which is great, because he can just build into those really, really strong black right. Wait a second. Ah, this isn't the one that has the gunpowder horseback. I kind of feel bad for the Dragon, because it almost feels like they needed it more than HRE. TC now from Louis. I think he's prepping for the inevitability of Imperial Rush. And because it's Order of the Dragon, you're more inclined towards Palace of Swabia than like the HRE that at least has value out of Black Riders. Nice block from 1 6 sites at least. So he's decapping North as well. Louis, the only thing he's really missing here is wolves. And if you say that out loud to Louis, he turns into like the most eager, hardworking, enthusiastic boy you can imagine. It's like, oh boy, Sarge, you want more wolves? I got you covered, buddy. All of a sudden, 20,000 wall tiles. He's now getting them up on the flank. Really good night time is good though. Yeah, Inspire buff lasts a decent amount of time, so you can use it very well. Remember, it gives you a 15% DPS increase, which is ridiculous when you consider how high the base damage of OTD is. That's why you usually see people doing Inspire buff on Order of the Dragon, but not on HRE. Because for a start, every pro that you build is population space. But also, percentile increase, which you don't get that much. You'd have to buff the entire army. And that involves buffing double what Dragon has. Man, this game's tempo is completely slowed down. There is something really scary about that Lord of the Dragon, by the way. You guys know what the biggest scare factor for OTD in like late game against Roost is going to be? There's a few, but one that I think is especially spooky is like high armory into find gun, which basically allows you to just one-hit snipe any skill that is. That's kind of worrisome for things like hand cannons. And you have to remember, the Roost gets discounted. First, we do need to see some farms. That was an ambitious wall. We were already in. Starting to chip some more worker kills, so things are at least getting a little bit better for B. There's a lot of the wallers from Louis that are just dying right now because he's being ambitious with his reach. Yeah, and the Knight's crossbows are ready to fight. I don't know if Louis is. Surely he must be. Like, look at the size of this army. It also counters everything that that B has, rather. It's just blob designed to overwhelm. Horsemen to counter the crossbows, and then spears to the Knights. Dream matchup here. He's trying to get this right on the way he threads the needle with the Knight defense. It's just not working out. The Horsemen stack on top. Just keep chasing. This is ridiculous. 68 military on this push. He has got more walls, but he has not got many crossbowmen. Look at the count. We'll be able to break through. The problem here is even if you stood here and shot twice, like these guys could just burn the wall. Seems like he's not interested though. Instead, Louis is going to move more central. Night raids have been mopped up, by the way. There was no additional worker kills. So Louis can now scale his lead. Meanwhile, B is stuck in castle. Order the Dragon and the Archers wipe this? Yeah, but like, how are you scaling them quick enough? He needs to get veterancy, he needs to get scale armor, he needs to get them. And you're now being go. Your repairs does not exist. It's an if. Gilded villages are also not. Textiles coming in big. Good night defense here. The crossbowmen might be able to hold this for B. Especially considering the melee can't surround him. Knights are pretty much just facepalming the fight, though. I mean, they're just getting bludgeoned to death. More horsemen now arriving just as the knights die, so it's just crossbows wasting a lot of target fire on the limited horsemen. And Louis, happy with the result, is going to walk away, and look at what's happening here. The passive gold is just kicking too high. I think Louis is going to end up Imperial soon. Does still need to solve for the farms. He's adding his first ones now. This is literally the first farms he's built. So there is an awkward transition ahead for him. Boar hasn't got much life left in it either. I think he's been here a while. Okay, yeah, 1300. He's halfway through. You know the crossbow's attack speed? Oh, it's totally reasonable. Just 1.25. Do you not like crossbow stirrups by default? Don't judge them. Just do their business. Totally reasonable. The funnier part is why does Inspired Warriors not buff bonus damage? Okay, I probably shouldn't be asking that. Didn't think it was actually bugged. That's nuts. It was always faster than standard crossbow. Yeah, wait, actually, yeah, wait, what? Yeah, my brain. What the hell? Wait, what? Because it's meant to be 1.76, I think. What? Was this the latest patch? This is recent. I know this is recent. Because I used to say, like, basically, you've got crossbow strips by default and a high base damage unit. That's wild. What? So I'm pretty sure it's usually 1.67 or 1.78. They are faster than standard crossbows, but they're not meant to be double the speed. Okay, guys, like, if Genuine's crossbows were like this, that'd be great. What? 1.69. There it is. Yeah. That's wild. They're Gatling guns. I mean, like, screw building hand cannoneers. Just build these. Oh my god. Arbitrary, move aside. You suck. Order the dragon to S tier? Alright, this is like... this actually might just be an abusable civ on the ladder now to get, like, top rank. I shouldn't say that out loud, but I just did. Who wants top elo? I mean, I don't think the civ's going to be bannable. Not early, anyway. Not the first 2 bans. It's like, you know, Lancaster would run you through, Atria would run you through before you got to this. This is crazy, though. So Louis, realizing the problem, is just going to avoid the fight now. B gonna come back into this? Beasty placed them in D tier? I don't think he realized they have attack speed like a Gatling gun. Also, players can be wrong about things. Remember when Vortex was a top 3 player and said that Order of the Dragon was S tier and then couldn't win with them in tournament? Look at that. Behold, Gilded Chuginu! on. They are literally gilded repeater crossbows. You know what? I didn't want to see what Shushi would look like if they had a gilded version of like Chuganu would look like. I didn't want to see what China would look like if they had an Order of the Dragon variant. I just did. Gilded repeater crossbows. Oh my god. B now pushing forward. Horseman raids are trying to hit his backside. B is still stuck an age behind. Like, despite how powerful these look, guys, he is now up against Imperial Age. I think this might be their limitation. Elite Horseman. Range 3 already in. Melee 3 on the way. And this is the full commitment. This is the send it. Because if we go home, we're going home in a body bag. Villagers are going to run away. There's also Lanchneck here. A touch of death. Waiting to happen. Hey, they can't kill us if they can't reach us. They only have 6 tower range. Like, it's a crossbow with a scope on it. And also, like, a gas-powered cylinder so it shoots fast. But, like, it's reasonable. We just need artillery. Oh my god, he's going to actually try to ego shower. We've got ensnare arrows in the way. God. And they keep on coming. Now, usually this would be considered an overextension. Have you met gilded Gatling guns? Well, let's find out. Horseman. Can we dive in? I don't think B can stand it. I think this is the threshold. He gets melted. He's dead. Gilded Tommy guns is not enough. If that doesn't put Roos at top tier and competitive, I don't know what does. Oh my god. The devs added gilded Chuganu. Oh my god. I just like I can't, man. Like what the and they still lost. All right. Right side win. 1-1. Oh my god. Yo, be real. Who thought Lou was gonna win and started like sweating? Like, be real. Like, one's in chat if it was squeaky bum time for you. Oh my god. I hadn't seen that before. Has that been called out and banned on the EGC channels? Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just getting spam in the background. I'll look at that later. Alright, we're waiting for the boyos to get in lobby. Wait, why have we got the slowdown? Did B have to, like, restart the game or something? Because we don't actually have a lobby yet. I hope they just add a tuning pack. Yeah, they might have to. Wait, no, dude, it's like Order the Dragon buffs. It's fine. There you go, Marine Lord. Like, now you can take 5 minutes to stop molding about Yeoman, and you've got something else range to mold about. I mean, they don't have movement speed, but the attack speed pretty good. Genuine crossbowman spammers are sitting here going, why can't my unit be like this? Alright guys, I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads. I'm gonna get the full ad spam out of the way so you guys like don't have to worry about it when we're in the next game. Okay? Or subscribe. Winky face. Well, the cost of all the dragon crossbows, it's double the standard crossbow, so 240. So 160 food, 80 gold. Okay, let me check the draft and see what they pick for the next one. Tree Sentinel Knight. Alright. Rogan? Alright, Byzantine Delhi. Lipany? I think Lipany. Yeah. I know my civs. Okay, so upcoming. Delhi for B. Byzantines for B. Do I snack on something here? Maybe. Snack bar. Who won Order Dragon Mongols? We didn't have Order Dragon Mongols. You heard Gilded Chukanu? That's because the crossbows are Gatling guns now, man. Whoopee. Huh? Who won? Louis. Series goes deeper. Oh. Whoops. Mm-hmm. Okay. That snack will power me through to the end. I was weighing up pulling another Red Bull, but I don't know. It's getting late. What I said was, did you guys know that when you gamba, like you need to use bird feed? If you're subscribed to the channel, you actually generate more bird feed by watching. So then you can bet the house and the Mercedes. But like without the subbing, you can only afford the house. Okay. I think we're good to go. Everything's set up. Oh, by the way, guys, if you didn't catch the games, VODs, watch them on YouTube. That actually supports the channel more than watching Twitch VODs, weirdly enough. And also a lot of the good games will get uploaded to the YouTube channel over the coming days. So yeah. We need to talk to my editor. We might go back up to doing like 2 a day. Because I noticed we've actually started to stockpile quite a lot of games. You start pumping out that content like... You have 742,000 bird feed? What? What? Jeez. That's a lot of bird feed. I don't want to math out how many push-ups that is. Good God. Oh no, did Baltoon just get timed out? Understandable, he was rude. Oh no. Did he actually just get that in? Oh. Uh-oh. Wait, is that... I can't remember. Does that remove Crackety's mod? I think that removes Crackety's mod. Oh no, he's a peasant. Wait. Oh, crap. I timed out the other Baltoon. Oh, you got me. But I got you. I forgot. It's Bytoon, not Baltoon. Alright. We've seen this matchup before, folks, and it does not bode well for the Byzantines. Something that Louis MT is all too aware of. He found himself in this exact scenario earlier today on Lepony. I don't know, let's see if he can actually solve the puzzle this time. How do you want to try to approach this? The biggest issue we saw with Byzantines is by the time you're set up and ready to start pumping things, Delhi have got way too much value off of the map. They've just got sacred sites, just painting them a beautiful gold number, and the scholar count just kind of gets out of control. Not to mention Ghazi scaling. Ghazi scaling is just great because although you can spam Spearman to counter, the sad reality is Spearman can't catch Ghazi. Is in a weird spot right now. I never really understood them at all. Okay, so like for you, they were kind of always in a weird spot then. So Byzantines has changed a little bit. They're more greed central than aggro central now. Because the change around systems hurt their initial scale point because systems are more expensive. So people adapted with this new build where they go on the stone straight away. Honestly, in the grand scheme of things, it didn't hurt. In the grand scheme of things, it actually buffed them. It hurt their initial merc timing around like 6 minutes and what they can do. But in matchups like this, there's an argument you don't really want to do anything with the first Longbow or Javelin Pool. Because if your opponent opens Ghazi and you've only got like 3 Limitane, it's very hard to defend yourself in the middle of the map. So, trade-off is, in this matchup, although you are buffing your economy more now with this build, and you're getting the second Merc group earlier, the weakness is you don't even have an opportunity to be a threat, in my opinion. I think from what I've been seeing of this matchup, Delhi just gets sacred sites for free. And you have to sit there on your hands and kind of wait until they've got at least 2, and you have mercs. Another thing that's scary in this matchup, Byzantines were never a Pro Scout Civ. Delhi basically got buffed with Pro Scout nerf because now other Civs, when they go Pro Scouts, they have to rush it. And it's a big investment and a big block. Delhi just do it for free. So I'd say like Delhi is one of the biggest winners of Pro Scouts change because it's just a thing that happens. New Biz build is 1 on stone. There's variants. So some players like to do 1 on stone. People like Vortex, for example, I've seen them do 2 on stone. But I think 1 on stone is more about you need to get your Limitane timing quicker against Ghazi. So this will gradually stock you up. And the Biz market, it would be Royal Knights. Not a bad idea. We're not going to talk about this one. Usually I like Sipahi the most, actually, for Byzantines in this matchup. Because if you have Sipahi, then you just front Limitane and your second line attacks. It's really good. And also, like, the other benefit of Sipahi there is they can raid. Javelins, longbows, they're not going to raid. You don't want to build Keshiks, because if you build Keshiks, it better be a fast castle build. It's very difficult to keep pace with Ghazi spam. And once you get out blobs, you just die. Okay, how did you guys gamble, by the way? 68% for B. These Delhi families. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Like, I'm wondering if by the end of the season, Delhi will get some sort of nerf. I've got a feeling that this new meta is going to push them back into, like, the top echelon. Because they fell out a bit because of Pro Scout. I will say that they even then felt overtuned if they reached the elephant point. Just not as unkillable. And I will also say that, like, when you think about the new maps introduced, I think there's several that feel really, really good for Delhi, such as Enlightened Horizon. I also think that Relic River is great for them. Carmel, less so. But the other thing to keep in mind is also new civs introduced. Watched this a few times, and like Delhi versus Knights Templar feels like a hard counter. It might just be people haven't really found the way to play KT against Delhi. Might be that Axemen offers a way, but based on recent results I've seen, and keep in mind it is early days with Templar, Delhi feel like they have their number. Okay, so Pro Scouts, like we said, coming in for free. It's 3 minutes away. He didn't go for the double mill. We used to see double mill because Pro Scouts was being raced, but now with the changes, like it's just take your time. Don't waste the extra 50 wood. Tistin is in. Timed it perfectly to get one berries. First Ghazi coming out. Limitane reaction. Mercenary House should be dropped in about 10 seconds. And Javelin seems most likely here. Is there anything Louis sees that could be exploitable here? Not with what B is doing. Laming the deer is intentional to set up Pro Scouts later. Would have been cool if Louis could have maybe had a deer shove just to push these somewhere safer. His berry spawns, he definitely has variants, but the problem is like variants isn't always great against Delhi. If you have all your berries on one spot, you can camp somewhere. But when it's spread like this, it means Ghazi Raiders have more opportunities. And yes, market mercenaries are random. So you can't be like, I've got a strategy that revolves around war elephants, and then you get in game if you don't have war elephants, the strategy's wrong. You know? So it's really something you have to react to. And this is one of the better maps for it. Typically the trade post, I want to say like 30% of the time, spawns really close to your TC. And if you get something like Sipahi in certain matchups, it's very dominant. For example, Iabid versus Byzantines, you get Sipahi opening. Iabids are like, great, there goes the Desert Raider plan. And again, you can still kill the Javelin. Like, it just gives you more versatility. Okay, so, wow, Louis, okay, I love this. He goes a different way. Javelins is the expected, because it complements the Mitane better. But Lombo's, if he's planning a delayed horseman switch, which he is, this is cool. Okay, I've got a smile on my face now. I actually am a really big fan of when I see Lombo Limitane opening. It's hard to thread. You kind of have to bait your opponent into a weird situation, but powerful if they don't read it. Okay, and right now, B. He hasn't made that switch. Wood has been gathered, so he's ready to pull the trigger. He just needs info. Likely we'll just see him go archers anyway, because he sees Limitane. And there we go. But with Horseman Lombo coming, that's going to be problematic for B. Let's get the info. I think he actually saw the Horseman also. First Sacred Sai is going to be captured. No. Okay, that's big. So no gold gen. Limitane arrives. He has to back away. Damn, what a timing there. Really important as well. This is where the snowball begins, the Sacred Sites. And he's going to block him on both. All right, Louis switched on. This just became a very interesting game. Normally, Delhi just get at least one, if not two of these for free, and you begin to roll the eyes. Because at this stage in the game, with 30 villagers, a Sacred Site's worth 3 villagers. So that's a 10% eco booster per Sacred Site. It's crazy. Instead, the only person getting a percentile booster is going to be good old Byzantines. Although this hurts me deeply. Get those systems up. Go, man, go. This actually still hurts because like you're split gathering. It comes back to what we were saying about having all gathering in one location. You can at least then move cistern to cistern, build outposts there. So he's losing a bit of efficiency with his economy, but overall this is still a good buff. And Lombo count already up to 10. B does know he's against archers here now because he got hit by them. So this is where it gets awkward. Anytime you have to add spearmen in against Lombos, you just feel like you're taking the knee. It's probably, to this day, the worst civ to have to build spearmen against. Lancaster's definitely creeping up, I'd say. Right now, Louis, he doesn't actually have steeled arrow. This is a bit dangerous. Yeah. Louis. Louis. Whoa. Really important you don't lose these initial lombos. I mean, it'd be 50% of his current impact, but this is a snowball factor. If you want to play long feudals Byzantines, they live or die by the Muslims. Blocker again. Can get the Sacred Sight. Does need a decap on the west one. And Scholar is going to go down despite the extra HP. Yeah, he tries to hold him here to pause the timer. So he can eventually pull another one, but he's going to have to essentially camp units here. Okay, so B. We do have the scouts now getting added in. The free pro scouts has activated. A lot of extra food safely. That's really important because Louis, if this had been like no pro scouts and your opponent's going berries, the horsemen have a job, and it's a scary job. B's at a disadvantage for military count, but I'm still seeing a lack of blacksmiths. Okay, there we go. Boom. And this is crazy, guys. Look at Dialecticus. 27 seconds. This is the catch-up. Does want to dodge a fight for about another minute maximum, but then he'll be ahead on Tex. What a good timing. Well, Lombos. We'll get rid of the Scholar. Spinman cleared as well. Also starting to leak in. An extra group of Longbows arrive. They're slightly out of position here. Limitane are going to come over to try and assist. And it's going to be a trade out. He says, okay, you want to kill the Lombos? Fine. But my horsemen get to chow down too. This is starting to look like an ugly exchange. This is without Undermesh Shield Arrow, by the way. So, like, actually sacking your Lombos to let horsemen kill is worth it here. It sounds so weird to say, but they're doing so much more damage than the LBs are capable of. It's going to be a fun retreat. These Dialecticus means we're 10 seconds away from the upgrade in damage. The horseman very tanky now. Limitane also. And the Tug of Fire, he goes straight after the Scholars. Just enough Lombos to two-hit them. And it just got better. Steeled Arrows in. Louis doing it! Whoopsie. So hard that he changed colors for a moment there. He's gotten by the long curlies. I mean, this is full premium army for Louis. Full map control. A much better economy as well. He's approaching, yep, level 5 Sistan. So 25% buffer. Right now, he has got an extra 10 villages. Wait, 8 villages. Math. Wait, 10? 10. Yeah. Trust my brain. B can't compete with that. He's got no Sacred Sites. He's hemorrhaging Scholars. So even if he had the resources to go cast Lage, his tech unlocks would be terrible. He also has full production, which means this happens every time. Crazy game out of it. This is one of the best Byzantine all-ins against Delhi I've seen in a long time. 24 Lombos just feels unbeatable. You just can't get Ghazi out quick enough here. No, he's just outmassed, outgunned, outplayed in game number 3, and he's going to do it. Louis MT now the lead with one of the best Biz Delhi games I've seen in a long time. Kid Prodigy. Damn! Louis be cooking. What do we call that one? Are struggling against Delhi? Time to think different. Boom. So many good games today. So, Predickies, Louis MT now the lead. Let's get that up on the board. Win for Biz. Well played to little Louis. Next game is about to start, I think. Yeah. Okay, we've got Chinese versus Mali. Is this Carmel? No, Dry Arabia. Actually, yeah, like I haven't seen Malians even try Carmel. I imagine it's just a terrible map for them. So Dry Arabia, Mali versus China. Gonna run a minute and a half of ads now, guys, so you don't have to worry about them. Don't worry about them. More systems as well with a cheaper cost? Yes. Like once he's at that scale, it's better. It did look a bit weird when he split between the double berries and he lost some income there, but like he had the majority on the system. That was a really cool build. Okay, so G4. 2 minutes of predictions. Any other comments I'm missing on the YouTube side? Nah, everyone's chilling there. Whew. And Predickies should be up. And the amount of spam bots I'm getting on Twitter. Bunch just add you in groups. Then there's the ones like, hey, I'm looking for like friendship or whatever. And like, I'm 37 years old. How old are you? It's like, 37? How old do you think I am? Get out of here. Jesus. I feel personally attacked. They're like, oh yes, this 42 gamer will feel seduced by the 37-year-old. Hold on a sec. I'm not that old. We have a conundrum here, one and all. Welcome back to the channel for Grand Final Showdown Midweek Muster 20. I've been wondering for a while which Civ is the most crippled by the change to Pro Scouts in Season 10. And I think it actually might be Mali. Meanwhile, China still doesn't care and does it all the time. So what's the plan here? How does Malians overcome the Chinese greed? We're going to find out. Louis MT on what's considered one of his signature civs, the one that was able to slay Vortex in game number 5. B, always crafting creative with his Malian ways. I wonder if we've got another lover of the old school Farimba build. I say old school. Last season, Javelins were taken over, and I think if there's 2 players on my mind that would still try the Javelin near rush, it would be these 2 here. Looking at spawn as well, mentioning Pro Scouts. Really good split. If B wants to try and block, going to be difficult. Gold spawn's also less than ideal. 1 forward and then 1 very far out behind. Tree lines make it wallable. You're usually not thinking about that pre 8-9 minutes. Scanning rotation-wise. Lou MT, I love this. He immediately went to check on what the type of spawn was that he's working with here to know about his options. And that is a horrific rotation for B. Where are the sheep? Oh my god, what? Okay, so he cut across here, so he definitely overlapped a bit. But look at his rotation. Here. He got nothing. What? Please find something. Okay. He's doubled his sheep, guys. Tripled his sheep. Okay. I was starting to worry for him. I've seen these type of games on Dry Arabia. We like to say it's the most balanced map that's available, but in some ways it's actually the most unbalanced when this happens. So at least makes it a bit better. Louis MT is statistically expected to be ahead on sheep. If you pull Chinese games, they should always, like, on average, have the lead because they see sheep quicker. And he has got more back hit. That sound was clapping. Dude, like, whoa, that was a clap. Can you get your mind out of the gutter? All right. 1s if you think Louis is going to see this. 2s if you think he isn't. You're going to have to be quick on your bets. Nah, that doesn't look suspicious. That literally... that doesn't look even remotely suspicious. Don't worry, Cheryl. They'll never find us. I can't believe that. Robbed. Those sheep will probably still be alive when the game is over. I've been noticing these type of spawns more recently. I don't know what they've done with the spawn code, but it definitely seems to happen more. Subathon over? I don't know. Sounds like perfect opportunity to drop subs here. Wait, is B gonna do it too? Don't worry, Sherry. They'll definitely never find us. Okay, I'm done making that joke. So B is going to lane the deer. That's smart. Louis could come by and shove this in to make Pro Scouts a lot more efficient. That shove-in, by the way, is so much more important now with the nerf to Pro Scouts. How does B want to follow this up? Okay, it's going to stay. Is he going Pro Scouts as well? I wondered if Marlene would still do this, but B has been one of those players holding on to Pro Scouts. You have to remember, this is the psychopath that would do Ottoman Pro Scouts last patch, but no one else really liked it. Would even make it work. And this is cool on timing, because you start pushing out the scouts, and then by the time they're in position, like Pro Scouts is going to be maybe 20 seconds out. And in the meantime, your scouts block the enemy scouts. So Louis, correct call, is going to have to react with Rax. But the extra vision was it. Yo, like, okay, so I'm going to let you in on a lesson here in life. You can have like binoculars, but it can't see around a wall. So that's the problem. Is when like you're not going to catch many players run like this because it's too close. It's inefficient. Normally players, because of the scouting vision, they're going to want to run like this to maximize efficiency of checking for things. So if you run like this, like there's just no real angle in which you see into this tree line, because Chinese scout vision is big, but it's not like I see from here to here big. Even if you did, if you just do like basic trigonometry, you like here wouldn't see. To see these sheep, you would have to be here. Wow, look at that. I somehow made this game about math. Yeah, RTSs are actually a lot about math. Why do pros like Dry Arabia? There's barely any wood. Right? I mean, there's only like 50,000 plus wood here. It's so lame. Everything is about math? Oh, don't be that guy who tries to argue that hockey is just maths. I mean, it is, but like at the same time, if you're just like a full math nerd and you don't actually know how to swing a stick, you get into the ring, you're just going to get bullied. You know when you get that post like, ice hockey is simply math, and then they just get ripped into. Don't be that guy. So I expect to check back in on Cheryl and her husband in 20 minutes. There better be more sheep. Archer's coming out. Louis has built a few spearmen. Yep, just a few. Just a few. Just a few. Actually, I believe in Heroes of Might and Magic terms, this is categorized as a lot. 11 spearmen is kind of wild. Louis really wants the pit mine gone. I mean, you stop at like, what, 6 if it was just about the Pro Scouts? I mean, it's fine if Louis can now just pull the deer away, which technically he should be able to. If the horsemen start showing up, the archers feel uncomfortable here. B only has a single Donzo. Spear blob. It's just gonna A-click in. Expensive. I don't know, I'm not liking this opening from Louis right now. He looks like B read straight through it. 6 archers good enough, and now you just switch Donzo. Because you don't really need to commit to your opponent. Right now, Louis is trying to commit to you. So you don't need as many troops, because it's always that classic of like getting on top of your opponent is much harder than defensively retreating. Louis MT gonna grind, stream for 9 hours off this grind ladder? Only 9 hours? What kind of like lightweight stuff is that? That's not the Louis I know. 24-hour stream, mate. Wish we had more AW4 streamers. Blade, how many hours do you put in? Like, you can't say that when you could be streaming more. Huh, Blade? Come on. Where's the 14-hour stream? Why is Faye carrying your region? I mean, I'm sorry, Wham, but it's true. Like, Faye streams more than, like, the rest of NA combined, I think, at this stage. What's my solo rank? Don't have one, mate. Technically, it's infinite rank. That's how that works. Okay, so overall, B's doing pretty well in the Pro Scouts pool. Louis is going to go back for his own now, but it's got to feel bad. Like, you pushed in and did you get much? You technically got space for your own Pro Scouts. So it's not outrageously bad. B's switching javelins. I'm sensing the possibility of a rip. You're aware you're not streaming. Yeah, what's up, fam? Come on. Secret strategies? What have you discovered? If it's Order the Dragon crossbow, we already know it. I still can't believe that game. Face streams more than Puppy, Wham, Blade, Philsbo, GOA, Jiggly combined? Most definitely. I think GOA has more stream hours than those others combined now in the last month. You just wouldn't know it because the only hours Faye's usually not streaming is like usually when KPMM happens. Okay, so it looks like the deer now fully secured. He's going to try to be a little bit annoying, but with spears here is difficult. I think this is for Majav Javelin air rush. Is Louis reading through it though? It's quite a lot of horsemen. Can he actually? Could he actually break him quick enough? That feels hard. That feels really difficult. You can at least burn down the buildings, which technically, if you can force javelins out of the base, then yes. But he's so confident he was actually coming out of the base anyway. He's going to show up. Louis will have to back away. He doesn't have Steel Dagger yet. Big edge if he rushes this, which he is. Supervision's coming in, so have the double Beastsmith advantage. It's just so sticky to try and commit into Donzo Javelin. Get it? Because like they all use like giant stick. Seriousness though, this is the premium feudal comp of infantry. Most civs get one. You know, you get like longbows are better than standard bows. Your spears are normal. Meanwhile, for Malians, javelins are better than the other ranged options, and Donzos are a premium spear. They have extra health, they have melee armor, and they have attack from range. Pivot to the north side. Is Louis getting baited here? Because B's creating a lot of space with this move. Look at what he's prepping. There it is, Furimba. This is crazy. Remember, Javelin upgrade, Donzo upgrades, they do not take too long. They're 30 seconds. And then the Furimba, you get the Javelineer status in, is it 10 seconds? 10 or 20. I think it's 10. He's going to bounce him though. Here we go, Horseman. Pull him across the line. Beautiful engagement right now for Louis. He's going to wrap around now. There's a handful of Donzos being left over to try and defend against this, but there's way too much cavalry. Louis threads the needle. He gets in. The javelins are the primary target. They need to go. Go to Valhalla if they were Vikings, but I don't know where the Malians go in the afterlife. All I know is there's no longer an army. B gets punished for his crazy positioning. Tech up complete, but Louis now has an attack point in mind. Likely going to start saving up. Maybe, but right now he seems more interested in sending it. Why did he fight there? B thought he'd have time. The Javelineer, look, it already teched in. It comes in fast, so he wasn't expecting Louis to rush north that quickly. The whole goal is if you're at home, your opponent's still going to dive you, in theory. Could even stop the tech up. Even with a full reset. Not much military to flex here. They rush Iraq just to try and survive. Archers quickly clean up the Donzo. This looks over. How does B actually survive this? Horsemen are going to dive to the back. Javelins in trouble. And the villagers are going to scarper to the east side, but they were scouted, so that's going to be a chase. Horsemen left over to deal with the Javelineers. Louis MT is not letting up. Horsemen also find the villagers, but there is textile, so we'll be able to hold there. The archers, however, are going to murder. B. Remember, this is Farimba. He does not have branch economy. Louis with the body blocks. Slows it down. Okay, so expensive die for Louis. Most of the cavalry is now dead. B is taking a heavy strike to the face here, but he's not knocked out. Yeah, and this is at the point where, like, I don't know if you can keep diving. Just a handful of Javelineers against a handful of horsemen. You can kite him. B, well, since it is about Javelineers, more gold, more merry. It's also especially crazy strategically from the player style. Louis has that reputation. He loves his late game. Doesn't look like it here, though. He's playing full blocker to it. With a Civ that arguably should love late game. B, he 50-50 split the deer. So it's not like a dominant economy to get mass javelins. If he has one pump, if he hemorrhages them again, it's like over. But right now, Louis, he stockpiling for Castle Age. So this is going to give breathing room for B. Don't be beta, guys. It is 4x army, but it's 4x army and feudal. Which means a lot of them die on the TC dive. That's the problem. B's definitely starving. There is an argument if Louis kept playing feudal, your opponent runs out of food, but it's Malian, so cow. They never really run out of food. This is much safer. I think Louis could actually just rush relics. He has full map control, 800 wood. I would even actually kind of like double monastery, but like you don't need it with China. One monastery is good enough for supervision. Poking again. He's still camping groups on the backside, so waiting for that desperation for food to really eat into B. And there we go, monastery coming. So with supervision, he can get these monks out every 12 seconds. He's going to need to be fast because B is rescaling. He's up to 20 Javelineers. And Louis, he's upgraded the horseman. He's committed. Oh, that's bad news for B as well. Is that intentional? Yeah, he's going Musafadi. This is a soul reap. Are you kidding me? So first there's the call on the Gambit with the north side where Louis just takes a huge win. And now, B is prepping Musafadi because reasonably you'd think Lancers and Palace Guard. Like, who wouldn't think Lancers and Palace Guard? That's not happening. He's still losing units to veteran archers. And he's playing blind. Man, Louis is like on another level. Okay, so we do have PG now. That's going to enable the Musafadi a bit. But the horseman spam is crazy here. He's even rushing berries, ball, just to make sure he's got enough. Remember, horseman pump is not cheap. Most people shy away from it in Castle because you just don't have farms yet. And that's what makes it so dangerous. B is unlikely to expect this. Because gold is more bulky, shall we say, at this stage of the game. There's a lot more of it you can get your hands on. So Lancers being 50% of the cost, and being a cavalry instead, being better individual units for doing multiple things, makes sense. When a ram spam seal the deal after the TC dive, you would get harassed while ramming, like while building the rams, because it's Javelineers. You've got to remember that Javelineers are not Javelins. They are very different. The poison is actually the smaller detail. What matters is the movement speed. 1.38 is crazy on these units. size of this. B has got some scouts moving out, so he might get a whiff of it early. If he doesn't, I think if Blue just reaches critical mass, this dive's going to probably end B. Is 25 horsemen enough? Against 36 javelineers. From a balancing standpoint, it should be. That's the undermesh too as well. Does reveal himself. Now remember, B didn't really want to go Donzos because archers were still showing. So now coming home. Hard fight to try and fish for. That mobility. Allows him to easily mirror for now. Top tower springalds? Yeah, I think they're less impactful against javelineers than the javelin. Let's see if the horsemen are good enough. He's going to commit. Louis doesn't want to wait around. This was his ambush, his surprise factor. Sofa spam coming out now, though. It's going to bog the fight down. Horseman, flood pass. Pathing working a bit against them, but the javelineer count is threatened here. And the sofa's non-existent. This has to be it. The horseman, I think there's just enough to push him down. More troopers are on the way. Just send them all the way to the east side of the formation, but the archer's now following this up. B, he didn't really create a bigger gap. He hasn't got any time on his side. Second wave coming in. This one including Palace Guard and more horsemen. And at this stage, the archers, like, they're doing reasonable trades into the javelins also. Villagers now to be targeted. An eco lead that just keeps on building. He might even find him on the gold in the north. And the second wave of horsemen is going to be the nail in the coffin. Louis is looking to upset B again in a grand finals. In fact, I believe this might have been close to the trekking we had back in December, where B was able to take a game, but then Louis takes the lead. B going to be able to bounce back, or is this going to be over? Because Louis is looking on full form in midweek muster. Man. And what a crazy path as well. Slayed both Spanish bros, and now is one game away from victory here in the grand finals. Reminder that this would be the first finals win for him outside of midweek muster all-stars. Despite a lot of presence. Because Louis has played in, I think it's 15 leagues if you include all-stars. He's come close 4 times, the bridesmaid. Now in a very good position to take the win. We're going to head to a redraft, remember, guys. So let me mark that up. That was Dry Arabia. That's going to be a win. The right. And I believe the redraft is probably complete. Let's have a look. Okay, no. We're going to catch it midway. In fact, oh wait. We got auto logging into the draft. We don't need to do that. Hee. Knights Templar on B side. Yes, that's all correct. Wait, no. Flip. There we go. And then we'll hop across into this scene where it's all being added. Okay, wait, dude. What? Louis got Lancaster. Bruh. Oh, let me flip scores as well, guys. It's the other way around. Wait, it's easy to just do it that way, isn't it? Wait, what? No, we were... Where am I at? B's not 3-1. Other way around. Yeah. Let me swap the names there. It's been a long day. There you go. Just so that we keep, like, the matchups correct. Wait, no, the matchups are not correct now. It does need to be the other way around. Yeah. Like, what am I cooking? Louis, B, and then go do. Boom. There we go. Okay, correct now. Got there in the end. Do you think defending a base with castle behind would have been better? How's he going to afford a castle? Or do you mean just staying in base and going castle? Maybe. I think the problem is, like, the javelin. If it's mass horseman, your javelins maybe just melt. But, like, in theory, it should have been better, yeah. If he gets Javelinier upgrade before he gets Dove, the kite might have been good enough. But yeah. Louis a beast. Soul read from that man. Most ambitious Farimba rush I've seen. Maybe. Something like that. Okay, so next game, let's see where the boys are going to take us. Looking at the picks. Wait, they got the picks up? I don't see the pick thing yet. Beast choice. Archipelago, he got Knights Templar. Wait, no, sorry, Louis. Oh my god, no, dude, this is cursed. This is actually cursed. I don't think you have a pick here that makes sense. One sec, I need to give Cal feedback. You think no mana feudal build for House of Lancaster is viable? Help counter the current one? Possibly. With Abbey of Kings, and then you go into Ram spam because your Rams get 80 more health. That might work. Didn't Cal call you a traitor at Garrison? I don't know. Did he? I don't listen to anything Cal says when he gets on camera. It's better that way. It's the reason we use him as observer. Thank you, Cal. He fixed something behind. Redraft offset. Thank you. That's useful. Thank you, sir. Okay. Let's see what we got. Okay, Mongol Delhi. That's got to be Dry River. Don't think that's Carmel. That must be Dry River. Mongol Delhi. Mongols are pretty annoying here, no? Let me mark it in. So Delhi, Mongols, upcoming. Him and Vodka betrayed us at the Garrison? Hey, man. Go where the money is. Dude, like, what is this? What is this, like, betrayal? You can love more than one game. I mean, financially, you got, like, yeah. I haven't got enough people subscribing to not love more than one game. Bro, I have, like, multiple scenes I follow. I follow Home, I follow Apex, I follow Age of Empires 2, 4. What else is there? Dota's been a little bit more lacking recently. Dota requires a lot of attention, and it's very difficult when you've got no gigs coming up. KP would leave us so fast. It's true. I'm just waiting for Battle Aces to crush you. Players don't have the luxury to follow multiple scenes. I mean, not if you suck. Like, come on, Wham. Just like AoE 2 Pro's done 4 and 2 at first. Come on. Just play a genre that has more cross applicability, bro. Like Deadlock into Marvel Rivals into like Overwatch 3. Come on. Money. And we were right, it is Dry River. Beasty rescued a hut pigeon on stream. I'm sure he thought of you. Oh, bless him. They ate it, didn't they? Like, they probably ate it. there another prediction? Sure. It's going to be coming up in a sec. Game 5 -uru, 5-minute predicky. I'll run 2 minutes of ads now, okay? Subscribe. It means you don't have to worry about ads. And it also helps the channel. Because streaming isn't cheap. How's YouTube doing? YouTube's just chill. Occasional GG. They vibing. Noodle Conflux. Smart man. There we go. Prime sub in. Thank you very much. It didn't even cost you an iota of a penny more than you'd already paid to Bezos. Instead, you embezzled back to us. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Beasty with the Timu subathon that's 50%. I thought it only moves when he's actually live. I mean, I've talked about like subathons. I feel like if I'd done subathon, I'd have to find a way to like be live really 24/7. Because I don't I'm not like crazy about a fake subathon. Because like if you're live 12 hours and then go off and come back, I mean it's a commitment, don't get me wrong. But like, I don't know, just set someone up to watch you sleep, I guess. People will watch that. Do it proper. What's up, Skylon? I saw you there as well. I'm blind right now because I had my glasses taken off. But thank you for the Prime sub, mate. And welcome to Swarm. Get those Primies in. Prime subs are also Pog. I think, where are we at? Like, so each month we're trying to get at least 100 like unique non-Prime subs. The Primes definitely help, don't get me wrong. But to unlock the extra percentage, they need to be non-Primes. We're at 54 out of 100. So we've got some ways to go. But you guys are usually squared up to do it. Basically, there's like the plus goal, which gives you a bigger rev share as a content creator. But those ones that go towards plus goal only count if it's people subbing themselves directly and not Prime. Because Twitch is greedy. Louis has Delhi now? Super Monka. Oh, wait. Did I enter them the wrong way around? I did. Yeah. So that's going to be Mongol. Delhi. Hey! What's up, Magic Dragon? Thank you very much, mate. Appreciate the sub. For the tier 1. Welcome, one and all. Remember, those subs are definitely worth it because we are live 4 days a week, every bloody week. And I think this week, like, we've probably put in... Are we already putting, like, 24 hours or close to? Pretty Pog. Is Delhi S tier? I think they're close to. They're not better than HRE, but they're not far off. How much do you make from a sub? Presumably you lose a bit of ad revenue. Sort of, but like ad revenue generation is so bad that sub money is always better than someone just watching all the ads through. So you get 50% by default, and if you get the plus goals, it goes 60% and 70% splits, and that's reliant on 100 unique, 300 unique. But what's interesting within that is obviously it depends on where the person is. So if you're like big Americana, it's going to be $2.50 or whatever. But if you're in Turkey, like a sub's worth maybe about like 10 cents. Well, every little counts. And what's up, Goldfinger? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome to Swarm. Okay. In theory, this is meant to be Mongol's map. But one and all, welcome back to our grand finals, where we have a giant question mark over this pick. Delhi with ponds. People have started to explore fishing with Delhi again, something that just felt like a dead craft for the Civ that loves land so much. I'll have to see if Louis is enticed by it at all. Kind of crazy to pull Delhi out here, but with a 2-point lead or match point, he can get a bit wacky. And let me update the name tile in the corner because we are indeed on right. And Cow's back end is broken. Oops. Is it working now? Nope. I am literally here, just the guinea pig. Okay. I think I know what happened, and the system's kind of weird. We're just going to have to tolerate it saying Lipany, which is a lie. Cal's system has like a list of maps, and I think the lowest one is meant to be the most recent one. Like, that's not how games work. But, guys, we do actually have the dot drop. Alright, this is kind of cool. So, Delhi just actually had a pretty big nerf to their fishing boats in Age 1. They used to do, I believe, 6 damage. They got a 50% reduction in damage. Well, 33% reduction, down to 4 damage. Technically, Spearman could actually kind of all in if you don't stagger spears, but with B already going into docks, it's just not worth it. The reason this is kind of cool, actually, for Delhi in this matchup, is most civs don't call the bluff of going dock. Because it's Mongols, you assume they're going to go racks, and that means you just can't risk dock. But with Delhi, it's a little bit different. You've got more confidence to call the bluff because these boats have to defend themselves. You'll probably build 3 fishing boats per pond. That's going to be 12 damage output every 2 seconds. Very good at stopping Dark Age Spear Rush. So yeah, B, what was meant to be an advantage, gets neutered. And also, another thing, notice where Louis built this dock. As far away from the Mongols as possible, but also right next to a secret site. And that goes right next to my heart. Thank you very much, Mel, the Magic Dragon. Appreciate the free gifted subs. You absolute legend. Enjoy those subs, guys. Gives you plenty of emotes across on the Twitch side, and also you don't have to worry about ads. Oh, wait, we got a Pumba Pool? Oh, that's a sick idea. Unfortunately, I think the dock is too far away, but yeah, because the fishing boats, they can actually get hit by a boar. That was pretty cool. He just doesn't want to hang around because I think he wants to get the sheep home. I mean, there's no rush. But there is obviously a rush to get more sheep. Wham comes in here advertising other people's channels and doesn't even use my K-Big Pogs in other places. Outrageous. That's true, you are subbed. I appreciate it. I don't think we've got many face emotes. I think it's just the old surprise one. Maybe I should get more of them. That surprise is Monk S, though. Okay, Dome of Faith on the way. Deerstone, nothing unusual. Guys, I can't believe it. Like, why won't Silver Tree just come back? Huh? Like, no one Silver... Oh, that's right. This is... It's not a good map for Silver Tree. Yeah, reminder, guys. On this map, there is no trade. We've already had one instance where someone kind of didn't realize that. It was quite funny at the time. Although a little bit sad for them as well. Okay, I'm literally getting tilted by the name being wrong, so we're going to try to fix this. Did it work? It did work. There we go. I figured out the flaw in Cal's map. Dumu's Silver Tree build was OP. It's true, guys, because if you play a map where people are spamming up docks, and then they have docks, they've got trade posts. So you just trade with them. Like, Dumu's brain is so big, it is literally, like, at risk of ripping open the skull and turning into, like, one of those floating brains from Futurama. Don't mess with it. By the way, that guy won that game. I think that is up on the YouTube channel or will be soon. It was ridiculous. So, double dock coming in for Louis. Probably a focus on Ghazi here. I've got the moss drop. Remember, this moss isn't automatically going to generate Scholar. There is a trade-off on doing fishing for Delhi that kind of sucks a bit. It ruins your tech timings and moss depths. Dumu's brain's so big there's no hair. It's true. Like, what happened is, like, his brain rubbed up against, like, the skin and vibrated all the hair away. He just, like, couldn't keep it. If Dumu was a villain, he'd be that one from Invincible. You know, like, you know, the one that could, like, go to different dimensions? Mm-hmm. Okay, so Keshik opening from B. Makes a lot of sense for the extra food slog he's got going on. Even has the double dot now. Knowing B, there is a high probability of pro scouts. He really likes doing pro scouts on this map. It kind of makes sense. Your opponent gets drawn onto the ponds, and while he's ponding, you just go for all the deer. How do you guys predict, by the way? Ooh. I love this. Another 50-50 split. Feels like that's been a lot of the story today, which we love to see. Okay, so Blacksmith now coming in. Louis wants to be competitive with timing. Spearman reaction makes sense with just catching showing. This is likely to force B into archers. And he's already on his way to it. I wonder, does he consider Magadai? Magadai would be really good for protecting the Pro Scouts. It's just if you build Magadai, you know you're risking Gazi. When is EGC tournament starting? Not now. I think it's next weekend. I wonder if B just actually only lightly skims archers and mostly Keshiks. Because Keshiks would let him burn down the docks pretty easily. And because of the way that these ponds are so small and the circular nature, you can just hide against demos here. They can't reach you. I'm a bit surprised he's actually not poking it now. Isn't it this week? Wait, is it this weekend? This one was next. The Elite Classic. It might be that actually qualifies this weekend. Oh yeah, qualifies this weekend. Probably fill out those forms. Nickel and diamond. There it is, guys. Pro Scouts in. So this is the thing. When you first start doing this type of strategy, it's very unpredictable, crazy, and powerful. I feel like B's reaching the point where every single time you get in a game, you're like, he's probably Pro Scouting. Yeah, shakes. Hello. No demo ship coming. Don't worry, though. That Khan's going to die in about another 20 hits. Yeah, so reminder, the Dark Age damage that I talked about, you automatically get your damage increased in Feudal Age. So you can see he's actually up to +2 now. Fish Folks hit harder. It's kind of like the Akratoy defense for Byzantines. It's scaled. Which makes sense. I think like 6 damage in Dark Age just made Delhi docks uncontestable. Man, this is kind of awful. Louis actually losing a lot of value. We do now have Ghazi coming in. Louis also playing towards Pro Scouts. But this is the awkward thing. You know Delhi are always going to get it for free. So it's definitely a big investment for B right now, but his economy just looks great. Wouldn't be surprised if he's considering Castle by 12. Step readout really good with the fishing. Fishing for kills, villages just about able to pull lane back. I think for Louis the goal is to get enough spears to counter harass onto the docks. He doesn't know about the archers yet. You can assume your opponent's going to build them, but he's yet to get confirmation. It could just as easily in Louis' eyes be a fast Castle Age build, which would mean no archers. So what's Louis' power play here? Sacred Sites, he has locked one in. That's a good start. He's now pivoting towards center. Mass Spears is hard to contest. He's going to get double Sacred Sight. This is big. I don't know if Louis really wants to stay in the Age for long, though. He might get baited by the fact that there's docks to kill. But this is the situation that I talked about where B's Pro Scouts works really well. Is if you now double down on killing the docks, he gets all the deer. So he's pretty much made a side investment that is currently actually paying itself back to distract you while he gets his real win condition. It makes sense. Like, you try to protect a dock, it's going to be a back and forth fight. I'm going to build units, you're going to build units. Fight in the middle. It's a risk. If I just go Pro Scouts and I get that home alongside it, well, you've blocked my docks, but I've still got all this deer that you can't actually stop. Archers are starting to turn up here, and it's feeling like Louis is going to be stuck on an infantry comp. As well. I mean, the archer count just high enough to be a real threat here. Louis just doesn't have the archer lead. He should, but they aren't here yet. No, I think he's got them. Yeah, he's going towards the Sacred Site to try and control it. That's weak in his hand here. B now has momentum. Scholar is also going to get it down. These early losses, it's a little bit annoying. It's not the end of the world, because the skulls are so cheap. But if the goal here was fast castle, it definitely frustrates. Feels like it was meant to be castle. I don't know, I think Louis just kind of got caught off guard by the archer switch this hard. But it's dock advantage. This is the biggest problem he has. We've got 5 fishing boats. Meanwhile, B has what? 8? Yeah, 8 total. Well, Clash is going to come in. Keshik's actually just stand their ground. And they've wiped the spears. Louis, this is going to turn into a bit of a snowball effect. Needs to back off. Now you're talking about exposed economy. Archers with the Khan Hunter can easily reach in and snipe villages. No textiles either, I'm afraid. Pushes him off the tree line. That's going to slow down archers. It means that B can just lean more and more in that direction to counter the spear play. If he's able to camp here, Louis doesn't have a game. I think he knows it. Yeah, he's even going to diversify onto the other tree line. Louis, though, he needs to rush gold. This is very clear what the target is now. The problem is he wants to rush castle, but he just queued up 5 more scholars. They are cheap, but it eats into your timing here. Good game sense. Louis is right to move across like that. Okay, so this changes the dynamics a bit, because you've now got archers that need to move around the back of the enemy base. So all of a sudden the risk is much higher, because what can happen here is if B runs like this and starts fighting here, he's trickling troops, which can be intercepted by a few guys. Instead, what's probably better for B now is you block sacred sites and you go for tech. Boy doesn't feel like he's ready to tech though. 20 Keshiks. I mean, in fairness, if he does suspect that Louis is teching, then this all-in makes a lot more sense. And we have a freeze game. Okay, we're good. What server are we playing on? Demo? Yeah. So close. 5 seconds out. Actually, I think that's free. That would have been a huge hit. He would have basically lost the dog and then immediately hit the demo. Basically putting probably half the cash at least down to half HP. There is going to be a demo here now. Detonation. Army's on the way. But Louis, he got forced off the castle time. It's a full reinvest. I love this scholar play, by the way. It's definitely found value. He kept sneaking out to secure this and then running back into the dock. Great play up until you lose the dock. Before his reinvestment, Louis does actually now have military lead. We're cutting into a stage as well where you're going to pull the scholars for the fight, which is big. Healing aura matters a lot, especially with the Ghazi. It's kind of like you get a Keshik effect. You fight and you heal. Oh, demo's about to come out. Connection could be big. Delay on the trigger there. The detonation not quite quick enough to hit the core. The mass is in his favor. He looks to patch that momentum. Archer count. Starting to lean slightly in favor of him. The Ghazi are also able to reach the archers, but the Keshik's back off entirely. Fight's getting better for Louis. Yeah, this is just not enough archers. Fine. Reset, spears, able to engage. He gives him the fight. Is this really a fight you want to commit to, though? B. Louis on match point? You know you can't back down and show weakness, but right now, does not feel like the time to fight. Second wave arrives. LuMT trying to carry that momentum. Archers just targeting the back lines. The spearmen that are left can try to carry this. Keshik count still looks healthy. Somehow, some way, LuMT was not able to get the decisive win there. He's stuck on archers against Keshiks is the problem. So B, it looked ugly, but he'd done a good enough job clearing the spearmen with the remaining archers that Louis can't get that emphatic victory in that moment. That's important. B, now going to have an opportunity to re-bulk again, courtesy of the fact he still does have a dot play. Classic B always likes to delete his boats, even if they're not pop blocking him. Yeah, like B's the person who most consistently does this. Even when you're playing Mongols, he's like, yep, I'm going to delete those. Which in some ways feels wasteful. Like it would be good scouting over here. Love watching me on YouTube? Well, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it, mate. Be sure to always tell people about these. I feel like there's so many people that don't know that there's an esports scene to AoE4 that play AoE4. Try to get more of those people through. Games like this are so thrilling. He's micro on point. It has to be. Louis MT is just so good at pushing you to the limits. I think that micro is really the only reason he's still in this game right now. That last fight looked like it should have just been a wipe in favor of Louis. Not many players would have in that moment accepted that they can't kill the Archer Mass. They're going to have to kind of lose the fight, if that makes sense. Lose the fight in the way that like your Keshik survive. So like you run away with less numbers, but you've got your premium unit. It does have a risk to it now. Louis, slight overextension here. Although that bait, that pull, that split the archers away, so Spearmen get a bit of a better fight. And you can see Louis just really needs to start targeting down those injured Keshiks. A lot of low HP bars. So again, can't hunt a snipe immediately. That Spearman count just enough to scare him off. So the cool thing that B's doing here is by fighting in a choke point, the extra melee blob doesn't really benefit Louis. It allows the Keshik, which is the premium cavalry, to be the real victor. It's just great strategy by B. All of a sudden, that insurmountable military lead is non-existent. Louis, he never pulled the scholars. Oh my god, he won Castle Age. You can see he's holding back 17 scholars. Instead of committing them to a heal in the battle. That could have been the difference maker. We saw how Louis was able to punish B for that greedy castle timing in the Marlene Chinese game. Could the boot be on the other foot here? Louis does reflob enough spearmen to make him think twice about it. Sacred Sites are still locked in, 2 out of 3. And also, this staggered retreat, I mean, it's kind of awkward. Archers are picking apart the injured. Arrow is going to get activated. The Archers extending Louis MT. This is at a balance point, really. We're on a seesaw, a teeter-totter moment. It's not clear. And the spears clear the way. It looks like, yes, this is enough. B! A hard commitment to a fight that might cost him all the heavy cavalry. Oh my god, Archers. Louis MT. He has lost the mass of them. Worth it to get rid of the heavy cav, though. And he fully recommits. The Spearman Archers to follow this up. So Louis MT went from greedy to full Assassin's greedy. And it backfires because now he just doesn't have the timing. He somehow just keeps this going. Keshik count remasses up to 10. Defender's advantage went big there. So the only reason like Louis just was able to win that fight is right now B is running all the way across map. And the Yam isn't really giving him much runway here. Crazy game. We've had so many good feudal games today. What's Louis really got behind this? Okay, so that's where it went. He's investing in farms. So up to 15. B, meanwhile, has got 0 pastures. He's actually playing a very dangerous game. He's got the boar. Other boar would be ambitious, but feasible with the way that Louis played. Scholars, there it is. There's the big pull. The big boy pull. 14 scholars to the front line. Louis realizes he's not going to get the next stage for free. This, like, he needs to be healing Ghazi, though. The Ghazi are surely the thing that's value to heal. Oh my god, Louis, no. Guys, the problem is if you try to target heal archers, there's too many killing you. You die before you heal. Ghazi are the only thing that realistically has enough health to not just die. So instead, I guess we're now going to frontline with scholars. They are quite tanky. Same health as Ghazi. I'm starting to believe more and more. Each fight, it just feels like it's creeping a bit better for the CIS player. Micro your calm better? Why would you micro your calm better? He's a free unit. So if you send him in and he absorbs attacks and then he respawns 2 minutes later, you basically save an archer. Or almost a Keshik. Big brain. So there you go, guys. Like, next time you send your Khan in to the TC and he dies, and people call you a noob, just say that, like, you're absorbing damage with your free unit. Very smart. I don't know if, like, this many scholars feel smart for Louis, though. It's the classic I have house of Dome of Faith rather, so like build. But like the Dome of Faith, 22 scholars is Imperial level scholar count. You always make stuff up when you make a mistake. Exactly, because like if you can convince people the mistake was not a mistake, then they'll then go and make the mistake because it's meta. And then you can be like, when you win Red Bull 20,000, whatever it's going to be called, you can be like, yo, bro, they actually thought I was being serious. And then when you do your win interview, you can basically just mimic Marine Lord and be like, it's not that I'm good, it's just everyone else sucks. And then you explain it. And then everyone's like, what? The biggest con of AoE 4. Alright, step read out on the way from B. This has been going on so long. The 8k vein is already gone. That is wild. Louis, it's going to be Mirror and House learning. Okay, guys, like, how quickly do you think he'll get home blades with 23 scholars? Get your numbers in. Some of them should be on relic duty, but there's a lot of Keshik, so that doesn't seem realistic. Like, at the moment the fight stopped, they're both like, okay, chill. Age. How quick a blacksmith deck's going to be? Like, maybe 50 seconds if they're all garrison? I don't know, though. We've got a lot that aren't, guys. We've got... Ugh. Is that... No, that's lets these scholars are inside as well. I think half his scholars aren't, like, garrison. Okay, so veterancy in 45 seconds. That's not bad. That's quicker than a standard tech, guys. That's the craziness of this. Quicker than a standard tech, and he didn't pay anything. And his spiel actually forces double the Keshik's to chase him. Pegs. Okay, Pegs is same time as Home Blades. So that's going to be 1 minute and 15 seconds. But he's building another Moss now. So watch that time bump up. 1 minute. Then the boys. We already have War Elephants, by the way. B doesn't have a counter to War Elephants. Is this unit about to carry the game? If he gets 3, 4? 4, I'm convinced. It has to be a choke point fight, but they are ridiculous. Okay, so 3 more go in. Takes now down to 30. Range damage 2 only takes like 1 minute 30. Scholars are trying to sneak. Yeah, he wants those relics. He's running them all out the west side. More villagers in trouble. War Elephants revealed. Okay, we just got the bad news. These things are monsters. Don't let them touch you. Booga booga. Scholars are just running back through the mess. War Elephants, I swear to God, if this unit wins this fight, like, just freaking rework it entirely. Okay, so it's going to get a state of execution. B is now switching to crossbows. That's not necessarily a Louis saving grace, because that does mean that men-at-arms, lancers are also getting countered. So, War Elephants, Imperial Age unit, right? Another grab. Wallo, creates a bit of space. Keshik's though. Hold up. The village, the wolf almost griefed him. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No, this has to be it. The army's coming. Louis, that's no one. No one. No way out of hell. B, he traps him. The full surround. An absolute massacre in the back of the Delhi base. Elephants are only OP if you can build them. Oh my lord. A 35 eco lead now for B. So confident he already has the deer stone in the enemy base. This is over. How do you come back from this? The pure insanity of it. P just understood perfectly where there was vulnerabilities. And the Keshiks continue to make it worse. People always say Keshiks suck, but I watch a game like this and they look crazy. Definitely a hard unit to get the maximum out of. But B just finds a way. Louis. It's going to be last stand time with the War Elephants. He can't really afford to lose any of them here. Goes in for the headbutts, but Dumbo goes down. That's one. That could be two. He just doesn't care. Goes after the archers instead. Which is wild. Like, he's just legitimately ignoring them. Crossbow's now arriving, and that's it. That's curtains. B strikes back. We're going deeper. This stream is never allowed to end. What a way to do it. Mongols, very situational. Delhi on this current map draft. Overwhelmingly powerful everywhere, but Archipelago, probably Carmel. 5 maps where Delhi feels like a top 2 or top 3 pick. The B just shows that his Mongols are built diff. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! If you're getting ads, subscribing is strong. That's all I got to say. That is crazy. Also, we need to swap. Why is it doing that? Is that correct? One sec. No, the draft is... Okay, there we go, yeah. Okay, so, like... Good signs here, but I think the next map decides this. And what I mean by that, guys, is... One sec, and that was B with Mongol versus Delhi. Left side win. Lipany, I'm trying to remember what Lipany was now. Was it Byzantines? Yeah, it's Byzantines versus Delhi. Yeah, the back end UI needs some work still. So, interesting dynamic here. So, Louis MT could very easily win on the next game because House of Lancaster. But after that, you've got to do Archipelago and it's Knights Templar. So like, that's very difficult, actually. I'm curious to see how Louis would resolve that if it got to the game 7. This is how I avoid watching ads or paying you directly. I'm so glad to watch your content without you making money, chat. I mean, I didn't say it. That is kind of kick. I mean, like I said to people, you know, if you're here watching a lot of content, I recommend just subscribing. It's like $5 or less for most people. I know that can be a lot for some, and I don't expect people to, like, subscribe. Never the case. If you can afford it, great. But if you can't, like, I try to do my best so you guys don't face ads when we're in game, but like, it's not always feasible. And I don't need to do my best to like make sure ads are not playing. There's plenty of people who just let the ads play at all times, whereas we usually try to run ads between games for you guys. But yeah, I don't know if you like content and you like a lot of it. I mean, we do like what, probably 120 average hours a month, I want to say. More value than I think most people getting out of Disney Plus. Ad time? I don't think it's going to let me run ads yet because it just auto-ran ads. So, little thing with Twitch, like, you can't run ads all the time. So, like, if ads got ran recently, then you can't then run ads. That's the way it works. I add to the view account, which helps him make more money and now watches content. That's true, but... Hey, there's Marv saving a few people. What's up, Marv? Legend. See, that man, he knows how to sub. 125 subs now in total. You're a legend. Appreciate you, mate. Thanks to the 5 gifted. I agree on, like, the view count helps, but also to get to the point of scaling where view count helps is tricky. So that's why, like, my goal this year has been to reach between 750 and 1,000 average people watching. Is then, like, you start to get more deals coming. And they scale to a point, because, like, you'd think, so here's the thing. You'd think, oh, well, KP, if you got like 300 people watching, just go get all these deals that are like $300 an hour or whatever. That's good in theory, but a lot of the agencies don't want to deal with that leg traffic. There are some that will because of the style of like campaign they're doing. Don't get me wrong. Some use automated systems, but those usually pay less. But like for a lot of agencies, they like look at Battle Aces, right? So like Battle Aces, we played one of the early renditions, and we were really, really positive, really positive about like Battle Aces, and then like they have been doing paid campaigns, but we've never been considered, and the reason will be we're just not big enough. You know, like a Beasty is big enough, or like a Grubby's big enough that like they'll get those ad integrations. And you might say, well, that's crazy. Like KP, don't you have just much pull, and you'll be like the same price per viewer? Yes, but if you are an agency and you only have so much capacity to review streams, check the deliverables, make sure they're doing what you're paying them to do, is it easier to have 10 people who average 1,000 viewers or 100 people who average 100 views? So that's the scales you're dealing with. So yeah, it's always like an uphill battle with that. But that's why I've been like firmly on the grind, growing. You know, I've said like if people can subscribe, I appreciate it. If not, no pressure. Just make sure you tune in, make sure you bring extra people. But also at the same time, like no point moaning at me when the platform does their ads. I have limited control, if no control over that between those two. But yeah, hope that provides some clarity. Like I would say, probably the most transparent, one of the most transparent streams on Twitch. As I actually dive into a bunch of the back end stuff that people just don't really talk about. Because, like, you know, a lot of people focus on the content, whereas, like, for those that don't know, I rep a bunch of influencers. So, like, I understand that back end a bit better. But we're going to get predictions up now. Add ads in game? That'd be nice. But, like, this is the thing. It would be great if I was able to start averaging 1,000 plus, because then, like, my hopes is to actually get tournament sponsors. That's what I'm aiming for eventually. Daredevil final was insane. I haven't watched the new Daredevil. I need to. I think you're almost reaching the point. Beasty is 1K, so you're second highest. Not really. I'm pretty sure Dumu's higher than us. You can actually check this stuff for yourself if you didn't know. It's very easy, actually. All you have to do is go to Solid Gnome. Like, guys, I'm going to teach you how to be like an influencer rep. It's really easy. The deal comes in, and you just need to calculate their rates. So, like, just go across to Solid Gnome. And we're actually averaging 325 people across 30 days. So even in 7 days, we're at 300. So if you then want to know how big someone is within their game, all you have to do is go here, go Age of Empires, go to most watched, filter by average viewers. Gotago's obviously like not always here, but regulars across 30 days. So Beasty, then Dumu, then Laser, then me. Actually, sorry, I didn't go by average. Okay, so like we got some in the Alpha Cast has been playing a decent amount, I think. Okay, actually no, only 3 hours. We got Fairlight, who's been playing a lot. That's a new person who's been coming in. Beasty, Ninhon, or whatever. Rain Lord, Dumu. Crackety had his front page thing, so he's up there right now. Lolman, and then I'm like down here. So debatable. I think I got some way to go. Yo, what's up, Brit Boy? Appreciate the bits, mate. Thank you very much for the support. How's this thing work? You just basically enter your credit card details and then give me all the money. And then I buy Gucci's for my children. In the US, they show 3x more ads than other parts? Nope, didn't know that. You sure about that? I haven't seen confirmation of that. I laid out my career plan in 100 words. I mean, even if we reach 1,000 people, I'd then start looking for a way to grow more. It's not like greed or anything. It's just like logical. You know, do you want to be standing still or moving forward? If I can get like 1,000 views, I can start getting sponsors and I can build bigger tournaments. And then we grow to like try and grow to 2,000 views and have bigger tournaments. Blah, 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 blah. Anyway, you guys are bored of hearing that. But that's the kind of gist of it. I just realized with the way he's done this map pool, it's going to be busted and I should have fixed that beforehand. So I'm just going to do that for now. So the in-game name is at least correct. And predictions are up. So we're good to go. Oh, no. I don't think you're being critical. Like, I just like to, like, address people's concerns and dig into it. Like I said, it's very unique. There's only been a handful of streamers I've seen that actually talk about the mechanics behind the scenes. I have YouTube viewers as well. Yeah, but, like, our YouTube average for, like, first days today, hello, YouTubers. I've been checking on you occasionally. They're doing pretty well. Like we're like maybe averaging 100, 110 today. But across a week, we're maybe averaging like 80 viewers there. All right. Panic alert. One and all, I can't believe it happened. House of Lancaster made it through the draft in a grand final series. Let me panic mode you even more. First of all, let me flip that score. It's actually Louis MT on match point. This is where it gets crazy though, guys. Because if he gets to a game 7, B, it's Archipelago, and he's got Knights Templar. So both of them got busted picks in this draft. And what is up? I see you coming through. Thank you, Britboy, for the support. Appreciate everyone who's been coming across the Twitch and YouTube supporting. Sushi from B should, in theory, be pretty good on this map, folks. It's a map with a lot of deer. Lancaster doesn't do pro scouts, from what I've seen so far. They do mana spam. So there's a difference in approach here. B's income should influx, should uptick quicker. Louise is gradually going to climb. I don't know if you can do anything but all in here. What? That's crazy. He didn't do it. Okay, actually, I'm so happy about this. So, people are asking me, like, KP, you know, like, once manas get balanced or Lancaster Castle's gone, like, what's the counter? Some people are even asking, like, is the counter to all in Lancaster Castle is Lancaster? Say that 10 times. I think so. I think, like, Abbey of Kings is actually going to resolve the solution because the Lancaster Castle mana spam makes sense if you don't want to build units that quickly. But if you're willing to gradually build manas while scaling army, then actually I think Abbey of Kings is a better way of going. Because what you do is you just scale your health up with the Lords. Each one 160 resources. Totally worth it, by the way. They're insanely tanky. And then in this matchup, you're talking about, what, Yeoman versus Chuganu? If you guys remember, Chuganu used to suck against mass longbows. It's the same here. Meanwhile, Meditation Garden is going to do anything but suck. It's going to suck the berries out of this map. Are you kidding me? 72 food and about 30 wood. Great Meditation Garden by B. Very far out. Worth it. What civs have been banned the most? HRE. HRE is biggest prior ban, then House of Lancaster. I think I maybe collectively across all the games of KPMM 20 count on one hand how many times HRE got through. It is the best civ right now. Everyone who's like saying House of Lancaster OP blah 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 and always bring up Yeoman. And every time my counter argument is like, I mean we can talk about like nerf and Yeoman if you really want to, but why is HRE still HRE? Because you know how people say Yeoman are very fast? HRE archers are quicker. Now, Yeomen have more range, granted, but you also pay more for them. On a civ that has a worse economy than HRE.
Done. Yeah.
Kind of crazy. So, B with the tech up already. It's definitely Pro Scouts macro. Can you block it quick enough? Is that part of Louis' win condition with Abbey of Kings? I mean, it's very slow. This feels like 2TC. Yeah, this is 2TC macro. If it was manas, why would you need this much time? Okay, so 2TC here, I'm guessing. This is kind of crazy. So, like, you could even shove the deer in, but you probably don't care. You've got 10 deer for 3,500 food, 2,200 on the boar. You've then got, what's that end up being? 3,500 on berries, and then you'll get 800 on sheep. No! Oh, okay. Okay, he's going to play it defensive. Really? Okay, I think I see the picture here. Why would you go out for your food when you could just build it at home? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, because you can technically just add in manas like this. I've seen this build from Lancaster. It usually involves the Lancaster Castle, though. Very different to go for Abbey of Kings. Man's got enough food on one screen for the entire game. Welcome to Carmel. I don't know. I think we are keeping Carmel for next week. I don't mind that. I think Pro Scouts is on the way out on a lot of maps. So, like, having one where it's still maybe the go-to for some civs anyway isn't like, too bad. But meantime, Louis, he's got one goal in mind. Disturb the peace. No? we going maybe to intercept the pro scouts? We are.
Hot, man.
This is good though. The funny thing is like the Lord of Lancaster is actually kiteable because it's really slow. For most units. There's an exception though. This guy. Oh, God. This is getting a little bit annoying. Louis is going to be going to space straight away. Which is smart. B's already got the stables, so opening Yeoman is just a quick way to sadness. Carmel has some good games. Agreed. Like I said, I think Carmel, once they fix the food issues with it being a bit too stacked in one location, you'll basically be looking at a better version of regions. Lord of Lancaster has the same movement speed as Men-at-Arms? Yes, but they are weaker in certain ways. So their damage is higher, but it's actually not because their attack speed is like almost double Men-at-Arms. But their health is the real crown gem. They have 231 HP. And they will scale with each other to buff further. Looks like we are actually going to have Louis moving out into flank. Outpost going up. Yeah, so just a little bit of gathering, nothing too crazy, because he has gone condensed 2TC. And unlike English, you can't spam farms. What do these guys cost? The Lord of Lancasters are actually quite efficient. The first one's free, and then they're only 160 resources. It's a really good price for what you get. You pay a bit more than a Men-at-Arms, but at this stage, that Men-at-Arms has almost double the health of a normal Men-at-Arms. I love this. Hides in the choke point, so you can't get fully surrounded. Buys enough time for the spears to arrive. Okay, but this, like, yeah, this is where it gets a bit awkward. Louis has to split. So if B goes into Chug, he can prioritize one side. There we go. Archery range now being dropped. What a lordly lord. Full Ned Stark vibes, Sean Bean vibes, and Lord of the Rings. Like, go. I'll cover you. That's Boromir, more Biomir is gone. So, Louis. A lot of gold being gathered at home. This is Castle Age Rush, I think. Yeah, and wow, he splits the full map. This is kind of wild for Lancaster, no? Yeah, no manners. So, like, Fast Castle, this is Earlsguard. Like, so do you White Tower to get them out? Ooh, you could actually go Hobbies. Hobbies is pretty smart here because the charge in with King's College will counter Horseman and it deletes Chuganu. Trouble here. Spinman close enough, he should be safe. He can't really hang around. So the reason why you would go White Tower, by the way, it protects you against a dive, and then you spam Earlsguard with buff damage. I think that's just as viable on 2TC. You're basically playing the English old build where you rush 2TC and then rush White Tower for protection. But considering that your opponent isn't aggroing you, I think King's College is too tempting here. No, instead it's going to be a castle-castle race. Palace Guard already prepped. Let this from B. You can send them across the map and immediately upgrade them. King's College it is. Okay, if this is a hobby switch, it's bad now. So King's College is a weird one. Sometimes you'll see games where people don't get a single tech out of them, and it's still good. Because of the 15% discount. This game, however, I've got a smile on my face if you can hear it in my voice. Collar of S's is actually, I think, secretly the strongest tech in this building. Outside of Carrick buff, but that's water. On land, Collar of S's gives your knights and your demi-lancers plus 6 damage to heavy. It is heavy maces on horseback. The reason that's important is in a castle rush, your opponent's going to be going PG or lancers. So knights kill all. Let's see if we get the stables. He's definitely got the wood for it. Yeah, this is what I find very interesting about King's College. I think King's College has a lot of tools to deal with Castle Rush or Long Feudal. Long Feudal is like, if you're against an Archer Ball, hill training is crazy. The Hobblears delete everything. Collar of S's is going to be the go-to anti-fast castle. As in, if we both do Castle Age, I will just delete your armored units. It is like having a crossbowman On horseback. Shouldn't say that too loud. That's going to give the devs ideas. Again, there's the stables. It is going to be knights. Color of S is Louis cooking, man. I felt exactly where he was going. He drifted like a drift king. And also, the other thing about this build, guys, is knights are going to raid. They're going to get injured. They're going to come home. They're going to get healed. It's a super sick build. He even fortifies the outpost on the flank. It's crazy because I actually, B never checked this flank. So there's no fortifications here. He's on the way now. However, Spearman can react in time. I know people kind of got a lot of hate for Lancaster right now, but can we just agree this is a really cool build? This is a super cool build. It's not as hard about Billman Spears. It's not about Yeomans. It's not about Manos. It's about Knights. And unlike the old school English builds, it's like, oh yeah, Knights are just like really good to rush in Castle Age. It has a truly viable reason behind it. Not true, I guess crossbows are Japanese cav archers, but they don't have an actual crossbow. I need the visual indication. We're just gonna make Genoa into a full civ themselves. They'll have Genoa use crossbow and horseback. Okay, so the negative of playing Knights, there is one. It's slow, really slow. And Shushi are extremely at the other end. They vomit out Palace Guard. They do it earlier because they can do it in H2. And they can also supervise to do it faster, which is what is happening here. Every 9 seconds. Losing 5 villagers isn't the end of the world here. All of Essus does reveal itself. Okay, so I imagine B has clicked on these. He's confirmed what he's up against. I wonder, does Louis need to add in crossbows? The problem is, like, you'll get kited. Or Doe. Remember, the issue for B is he actually needs to catch these, because otherwise Abbey of Kings. Go, Color of Essus tech. Let's see what it can do. It's not a surround. Yeah, good micro. Oh my, Louis, you vile monster. He's buying time. Fortification's coming in. Okay, and crossbow's on the way. B needed that switch. But like, if you're Louis, you just go Hobolars afterwards. Everything you need is in stables. And even if you're delayed on the switch, remember, with the Hobolar Hill Forts tech, or Hill training, you get them out every 9 seconds, I think it was. Sorry, not 9, no, it's 7. Yeah, 7.5, I think, or 8. 8-second production rate for Hobolars for the Horsemen. God, this takes so long now. Louis, is he going to start pulling away the injured? Yeah, okay, beautifully done. He pulls back just before he gets surrounded. Heals off the super injured. It's working. It's actually doing its intended form here. And he's splitting the fight in such a way that he's just wasting a lot of B's time. New Knight arrives to take over. Alva's going to pull away. Look at those health bars. That is not a pretty Palace Guard formation. Meanwhile, Repair Crew again. Now Springle Crew's on the way. This is ridiculous. He's made it all about this one outpost. He does need to consider peeling the injured here, by the way. It would be worth it. Just control group them separately. Boom, heal. Chill for like 10 seconds. But I think he's worried about the quantity. Yeah, the problem is now there's crossbows, so all those injured knights could just die. Buys more time. He's going to end up losing a few. Gotta be careful with the body blocks. Okay, but where are we running here? This was all cool and all, but like, where's the heal? Louis playing this like he's French, but he's not. He is buying time. Villager Repair Crew does it again. Are you... No, it is, yes, it's a big villager lead, but remember, B's got his own upsides. He's got both Sacred Sites and Relics so far. So far, Louis MT has been using Knights as defensive units, which is something that Color of S is allowed. Normally, Knights are meant to be raided. but the last of the villagers did go down, so we'll eventually peel away. And Louis, he's doing it, isn't he? Okay, so we've got a Hobbler switch. No hill training yet. Hill training is a big deal, guys. Hill training gives you a 2.5x modifier on your damage. So your initial hit is going to be about 22 to 24 damage on a horseman, which is basically how hard a knight hits with his regular. Okay, it might have just been a misclick. Sarge. And oh god. Guys, I think we're going to the next game. I can't believe it. Like, this is over. Louis got all this eco, but just nothing to do it with. Look at this. 35 villagers on the flanks. He has nothing to protect it. And this is what was missing. I thought he'd do it a little bit earlier to try and control things, but felt pressured. German at their infancy. If you can get enough of them, a good spear counter. But the gold claim matters more. And this is the other thing. If the plan was Hobbler's, guys, there's a reason he wasn't building them. Yeah, the gold. The gold. This strategy is so cool on Dry Arabia, but on Carmel, you don't have gold safe. Not enough. And he ain't got enough to defend. Hobbler's strategy gets revealed early. I don't see what Louis is meant to do here. It's just all this economy and nothing to swing it at. That's a full dive into the main. Camp on the TC. He's got 8k locked in for the late game. He's even just going to start burning down the landmark. The problem is there's just too many crossbows that now dive. If Louis MT somehow holds this, he's a miracle worker. Why didn't you spam Hobblars earlier? Because he needed the knights to clear the palace guard, and then when you need Hobblars, they cost gold. People need to remember this is very different to normal horseman spam. If it was horseman spam, he could have done it on this map with food and wood. But you need gold. He's going to buy some time, but he's also leading over to the economy. No, he gets seen. He's going to keep chasing. What's going on here? Villagers are just stuck in the middle of it. It's a messy divorce. They just want a parent to love them. Nothing but hate here. Louis put him out here to die. And B's going to send him to the afterlife. He's also got a second wave that can intercept. He's in a bit of A-click brain, which is what Louis is trying to take advantage of. Because he has got like some troops to snipe, but like, it's 5, yo. If they get single shot, no, it's 5, yo. Choke point. Some of the extra knights are getting healed because they're not technically fighting. I just don't think it's hold. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this, B. I mean, maybe we see an upset against KT on water, but this is looking like B's grand finals now. He's taken us all the way to a game 7. He has the best civ for water remaining. Louis MT. Did he just fumble? Or was it B stepping up to the mark? Crazy game. Holy crap. Let's see. New Lancaster outpost defense strat. It's kind of wild. I mean, that's how I describe that one. Just build manas, but I want to be different. Bruh. Okay, so Archipelago, deciding game. Ignore the maps showing on screen. It's just like the thingy is really chalked. But this should be Knights Templar versus what? China? And that was Shushi versus Lancaster. So it's probably gonna be 11 before this ends. 8 hours. Damn, we'll be in a 9-hour stream. Maybe not. Like usually Archipelago with KT is pretty quick. I'll play by B though. Absolutely wild. It's been a damn good day of games, actually. I got title, Shushi still OP, nerf IO. Whoa. Can't be that obvious. All series today have gone the full length. Yep. We said at the start of the day it could be 17 games. We've had 17 games. That said, this is why it's a go-to place. Like competitive games, you like casting? Oh, they got you covered in droves. We might actually look to do some low elo cast tomorrow. It comes down to whether I have enough time to find some interesting replays. That's gonna be the challenge. But I was thinking tomorrow we might try and squeeze in some low elo casts. I guarantee I've got like extra work to do after this stream on the back end as well. So busy. Okay, so we're just waiting for the boys to set up the lobby now. Hole needs a buff? True. This is what we've been warning, guys. Once the House of Lancaster lose their manners, what have they got? Look how sucky of a civ they are. Underwhelming. Please buff. Oh no, I just realized it's so late I won't have time to just like vibe in the background for an hour or two playing some historical battles. How you guys been doing on them, by the way? Have I got some historical battle players? We've done pretty well. Bad. It's not bad. I think I'm gonna like improve Montcassard next. I reckon I can get Montcassard down to like 14 minutes, maybe 13. Agincourt, I think like 9:30-ish. 9 is probably attainable. I've yet to do a build using Hobblars here. I think that's the thing I want to change. Actually, like, legit, I don't think you need to go White Tower. Because you basically would have to tank. So when you get the big wave coming, you tank on the primary TC. And then you clear that, and then you build a castle because you get all the stone for it. So then you have King's College. The reason King's College is important is you can then go into the hill training tech, and then on the final wave, rush Hobblars. I think that would get you like 9 minutes. Anyway, we're waiting for the boys to start the next game. I think they're quickly just getting a drink because it has been a long, long day. That is ridiculous, though. Like, yeah. I'm not the only one talking about the crossbow attack speed buff on Order of the Dragon. Lubed for a 10-0 lead just to play BO21. But you gotta have fun, guys. More games are fun, right? Just have fun. Don't be weird about it. Oh. It's my rank elo in 1v1. I don't have one. I don't play 1v1. Doesn't really call to me. I've said already, like, we'll do a Road to Conk series once we're, like, averaging 750 people watching across a month, is what I said. That was my promise. So, there's a goal. I'm not going to do it before that. What's the point in setting goals if you do it early? But yeah, look. I have. You ready for this? No rank. No rank on any season. Love the shirt and ties that the only spots. There's spots everywhere. What do you mean? Yeah, it's just like a lot of spots. Do I even play this game? I've been playing, like, I've been enjoying the historical battles recently. We played some games on the creator preview as well. I think I've been over this, though. Like, I cast 120 hours of this game a month. When I have some time off behind the scenes, which is limited, I don't know if I want to, like, spend another 4 or 5 hours. Like, it's I like to balance it so I don't burn out on the game, if that makes sense. And, like, the time I have is very much I'm still doing other stuff. So, for example, Heroes of Might and Magic's been great for that because I can just play a turn and then send emails and then play a turn sort of thing. Campaign Andy? Dude, campaigns are the heart of RTS. RTS like wouldn't exist as a genre without good campaigns. Facts. Okay, so I'm going to set up predictions for Game 7. I'll put 5 minutes on the timer, so you'll have a minute when we're in game to see everything. It is going to be Knights Templar Chinese, as expected. Yeesh. And yep, KPMM does count towards ATR, so people can use it to increase theirs. Lucifron, if he'd actually made a deep run this week, would have probably auto-qualified over WAM. But he didn't get enough points, so he'll have to go through the qualifier. He did play last week as well as this one, which did reactivate his ATR, which means he'll also he'll probably be top seed. Oof. Oh, ads. Guys, I'm going to run 3 minutes of ads now to save you. Da, 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 da. Yo, is that? Oh, that's Pog. I already know who we're raiding at the end of this. It's a fellow Dota brother, but it will be RTS based. I got a smile on my face. That's cool. Like everyone's focused on a laser. I've got someone like who's earned a lot more money playing comp. Who maybe we train into a pro player. We'll see. I mean, so here's the thing. Everyone's like, T-minus 10 minutes until like KT wins. I mean, we just saw House of Lancaster lose, so on land. So there's a reason we don't just draft and say, your draft was better, I won. Like you won. Gotta play it out, baby. Gotta play it out. I think was that something I forgot? No, we're good. Tomorrow, by the way, like I think we'll look to go live probably around 2 p.m. ish. I usually like to go live at 2 to 3 p.m. Because it gives enough time for. Just let me clean my glasses; they're getting really smudged. It gives enough time for like some of the KPMM series to be scheduled, and then we can catch them live. Yeah, we'll see. If we have enough people turn up, we could actually do community games. There's some really cool game modes I wanna get some content on. But we need enough people to cast. So, yeah. Mister? Oh, you're talking about Mister. So, like, yeah, Mister's just a beast, bro. He's in no rush to come back. I mean, he might have to eventually. If the prize pools go down for AOM, I don't think Mister cares. Like, for Mister, it's the game he loves. And obviously, it's not where he makes his money. So, it's different for him. Whereas, like, someone like Marine Lord or, like, Beasty and there's people who basically that their income is attached to a combination of the pro play and the content creation. Like they have to be worried about those things, if that makes sense. Like Marine Lord more so, like Puppy Paw more so, Wampy. Like if you don't have a big stream, you can't take elsewhere for sure. What's up, Philly? Appreciate the Prime sub, mate. Welcome back to the Swarm. Thank you, thank you. Just in time for the end of the day. Final game, Tug Tug. $2 million prize pool's coming to AOE4 soon. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say. The stream never ends? Has to at some point. Bro, we're not even a subathon and we're approaching like subathon day length. Chill. Chill. What happened to my map? Okay, there we go. Calm down. It could go either way. 1-0. Oh, no. We find ourselves in a deciding game for our grand finals. it comes down to this. Archipelago. Louis MT with the Chinese up against the new king of the seas. The Knights Templar. You want to call it now. You want to say Etta Gigi, but chill. Remember, we just had House of Lancaster on land lose. Proving anything is possible. Especially with these sacred sites. What? That one is accessible. That one's not. Wait, is it? Okay, that actually might be RNG bless. I think this sacred site, it might be accessible. It looks tight. I'm not sure. That's a 50-50 coin flip. That means he'd only be able to do a short sacred site worth about maybe 80 gold. For those tuning in who have not seen Water Knights Templar before, multiple reasons why they are so dominant. One is the wood. No lumber camp saves you a lot in water warfare. On top of that, they're getting paid food as well as wood. Another thing to keep in mind is the optimization around your neck boat timing. They're not waiting for a drop-off at any given time. It just keeps on coming. And then there's the Kingdom of France is goated. Military units producing quicker. This allows you to produce quicker than Chinese and Shushi. Gold cost reduction, great as well. Then the sacred sites. Your pilgrims become boats. I am not making that. No, really, guys, that's not like a meme. That's a true statement. They literally become boats. And it's very hard for your opponents to stop them because all their attention needs to be on the Navy War. So, opening-wise, another really key thing to ID here. B knows where Louis is already. Louis doesn't. Louis has no idea. It could be east, north, or south. He doesn't have a clue. The reason why B knows where his opponent is on Archipelago, the starting island spawns with one relic. And no sacred site. That's how you know. So if anyone ever plays this, you want to know why it's a huge scan advantage. The other relics are on sacred site islands, and sacred sites never spawn with the player. So that's a big grab of info, and I think Beam, yeah, you can already see him actually leaning docks on the south side for that reason. In fact, is he going for another dock? He might. Yeah, just basically put you as close to the enemy as possible. Other rough part here is usually China has a really good tech timing because they build fast. Same with Shushi, but remember, Knights Templar also tech really fast. The negative is meant to be that they just run out of villages, i.e. they are behind by 3 villages at a super early point. That's where fishing really changes the narrative. You know what's really nice when you're going to miss out on villages from tech up? Having Dark Age town centers, which is what docks are. He's building lots of fishing here. And the cool thing is, the moment that Louis MT goes for a tech up, he's going to pull resources, he's going to stop building fishing boats. Not as many anyway, because he hasn't got as much gathering. And while you're idling your villagers, B's just going to keep building fishing boats. And tech. They get one of those foam kickboards? No, they literally just transform from a pilgrim into a boat. It is proof that Transformers by Michael Bay is real. Someone who's a big Transformers fan hates that I reference Michael Bay. They're like, it's like an animated series in a comic, bro. Alright, chill. Yeah, but the comics don't have as many explosions as demo ship warfare in Air Weave. B does get rid of the scout just to create more space. And there we go. His trigger point. Look at it. Look at it. He already has a 3 village lead. So he's not missing out. He's actually ahead on economy. And this is going to put him further ahead. Kingdom of France. Aye. Painful. It's crazy as well because, remember at this stage, China has got a production speed increase on fishing boats. So they produce them 27 seconds versus 30. So the fact that he's behind just kind of shows you how good Knights Templar's wood economy can be when it's all they have to focus on. 12 fishing boats to 8. you buy skins for silly stuff like swimming pilgrims. Could you imagine if like they just stayed as a pilgrim swimming, and when they got attacked, they started like splashing around, yelling help? Oh, that'd be cool. Okay, Louis, first archer ship coming out. Kingdom of France about to complete in a few seconds. B, remember, the military production rate means he'll catch up. And by the way, I'm pretty sure this couldn't have been intentional. Knights Templar increased production rate of military units by 15%. So here's a thought for you. Why do fishing boats produce quicker? I think that's an oversight. I don't think Knights Templar are meant to produce fishing boats quicker. First Hulk out. That's going to be able to force Louis away. Archer ship as well. Double dock forward is strong. And safe passage into Sanctuary, guys. Like, this is where it gets ridiculous. Pilgrim transforms into... I'm trying to make, like, Transformers. Boat. I believe he's going long. Wait. Please tell... No, that... I miscalculated. That's actually the central sacred site. Oh, my God, no. How is that 130 gold? That's ridiculous. Wait, where did he put the boat? I don't care about the fight. Where's the boat? Scam. Compared to Optimus Prime, this is Optimal Prime. 130 gold, an extra movement speed buff to go across the water. This is gonna get ridiculous. Fishing count. Oh, God, it's a 5 fishing boat lead for B. Which is just crazy. Remember, he teched up, that cost him 3 villages. He went double Pilgrim tech. That cost him another 2 villages. Not even behind. Look at the food income. It's ridiculous. The fleet again. Oh, the good news is they're not going to build fortresses. So, like, at least that's... Like, you know, this is going to be a 2-hour game. Possible to protect fish and deny Pilgrim. From here, like, the only way you're going to do it is if you push in so hard you block Pilgrims. So there is, like, a potential win condition for Louis. If he can break this point, you can't Pilgrim. Because the other Sacred Site is behind that. So it actually would put you even further forward. The challenge right now is actually getting that close. And that's why the 4 docks are really good for me. If you try to rush this, demos come out and ruin you. Good news is I'm pretty sure this is the final week of Archipelago KPMM. And I might permanently retire that. It has huge sponsorships. We've seen it throughout the week. Who has no idea where sacred sites are? Exactly. He can guess, but it could be over here. It could be here. So, you know, there's multiple layers to the cake of problem here. That's Emerald ship, maybe. He's already 1 boat ahead. Man the sails to get the injured away. Extra fleet arriving. Louis is not going to be able to hold here. He hasn't got demo ships either. This is getting scary. Demo's now on the way. Taxation will allow you to pump. Usually why China and Sushi are so good on water isn't just about things like the supervision or the quicker producing boats. The biggest detail is the taxation gen. Tax gen gets so high that you reach a point around 10 or 11 minutes where you can just start pumping demos. Look at this, 345 gold here, 108 here. That's 4 demos, easy. 5 demos actually. The problem is, over time, this play became a bit more predictable. So against the Civ with equal economy, it doesn't guarantee a hit. And Knights Templar is better economy because you talk about this taxation you have. They've kind of got their own taxation, trade, everything in one. And it's not being stopped. Boats. Harass them low here. Fishing boat count, 16 to 16. So no more being added in right now. Demos are going to be coming out. Fishing boats being idled. He's looking far ahead right now. I even start sieging down the docks. It's very dangerous. Usually people don't like dock sieging in Feudal Age because you're too close. Demo ships can catch you. Be going castle? Yeah. Like, just let that sink in. He's going castle age while still having more springle ships, and they haven't even fought him. Like, no real fight. It's not like he went in and killed 5 boats to get this. This is fundamentally the problem of Knights Templar. Well, that sinks in. Only pink ships are sinking here. I think he has to be suspecting it's coming. If he was, wouldn't he have more demos? I mean, that was the play. He just got counted entirely. And V just made it look so casual, so do you know a time? Because you know what's more OP than just getting all this free gold? Getting more gold. 169 just sounds a lot better than 130. Yeah? I can't believe Knights Templar got through on the redraft, man. With Archipelago. Wild. Absolutely wild. Louis maybe just assumed Lancaster would get him the win. I think Game 6 was the pinnacle moment. This, more so autopilot. Louis has one hope. Mass demos is on the way. This timing is just so brutal. Checkout complete. What, immediate Springle Cruise? Yep, it's already there. Okay, come on. Get me out. Oh, Louis. Maybe this could give him the hit he needs. Wrap around the back. Sandwich maneuver. Sandwich maneuvers that allowed Louis MT to slay the Spanish bros. Be a big hit. Counter demo play. B. Getting in close enough, but things too staggered here. The demo's around the back. It's not going to be good enough. No, it doesn't get the hit. And now he's blocking his follow-up strike. That's it. No way. Stand your ground like this and lose. Armored hulls plus Springle Cruise is just way too big of a lead. A cool idea by Louis MT, but in the end, irrelevant. If you don't have the demos from both sides, B can just teeter-totter on the fight. Now he can just groove his way in to another Grand Finals win in Midweek Muster. Bring him up to 5 in total. Puppy Paw is going to need to start signing up again because his record is at risk of being broken here. Louis MT, so frequently the bridesmaid in his Grand Finals, experiences that pain again, while B gets redemption. Lost last time these two met in the Grand Finals. Looks like he's going to win this time. The demo pump just not good enough. B fully dodges death. 27 Springles to 12. And Imperial Palace now being rushed up by Louis, but at this stage, you're going to start losing docks. At this point, you just stand your ground and kill the demos. Wow, look at that. All this gold. But don't worry, guys. Pilgrims have to go out to the middle of the map so you can harass... Wait a second. Yeah, let me just enter the Flying Dutchman cheat. Now, with Springle Cruise, all of a sudden you can easily just take out these docks. Thing that was missing before. Louis, he has got his own version of that tech coming in, but it's a basic number game now. The math don't lie. The outcome doesn't. B does it again. Reverse sweep. After having his back up against the wall for most of this series, he comes in with the 4-3 victory. God damn. Broken water sieve now decides Grand Finals too. Oh my god. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Big GG to beat. Phenomenal victory by him. Wow. KT isn't fair. KT's like, yeah, like... how do you change it? I almost feel like you should have to like buy tech to pilgrim across water, maybe. Most obvious thing is I actually think Kingdom of France shouldn't apply to boats at all. I think Kingdom of France is way too good. It's already the go-to choice on land. It shouldn't be the go-to choice on water. I don't know why you're getting even more upsides on already good water civ. Oh, but yes, big props to B. Well done victory. So guys, we have got Midweek Muster 21. I think it's map pool's already been posted. Let me have a look. Doink, 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 doink. Boom. So, next week, no Archipelago. Archipelago is going to be Alce. We also got rid of Lipany. So, we're going to be bringing back Pigeon's View, and we're also going to be adding in Enlightened Horizon. This is that map where you have the 3 6 sites far out, you start on the cliffs. So, a little bit of explanation on why we went Pigeon's View. High View is not well designed right now. What I mean by that is there's a lot of spawn inconsistencies, whereas Pigeon's View has been more reliable. So shout out to Caillou. He actually like contacted me about it and asked about it. I was like, please do. He updated the map, so Pigeon's View now includes what High View has, which is the point of interest, the outposts. But this should offer up, on average, more fair spawns for competitive play than High View. Hence why, for now, we're sticking with Pigeon's View. Hopefully, they'll update High View, so we don't need to use custom maps for that. But yeah, pretty cool roster. Losing that water vibe, but I think we're getting some interest diversification with things like Enlightened Horizon. I believe sign-ups are closed by now, and we do have the full 32 attendees, so we are stacked, ready to go. Love to see that. I know GC is just beginning its next tournament, but a lot of players still sign up. Love that. B, Vortex, Louis, Demu, Anatan, names go on. A lot of people actually playing. That's awesome. Glad to see people actually making it part of like their regular rotation. CSO even returning, give you anxiety back as well. Nice. And we have 194 the Great Unicom. Actually, yeah, like Jiff returned like loads of familiar faces. This is stacked. Really cool to see. But guys, that kicks off tomorrow. So by 2 p.m., we should start to have some games coming through. YouTube, I am going to end the stream now. Thank you very much for watching. Make sure you tune in tomorrow when Midweek Muster 21 begins. I'll see you all then.